things to be excited. Put your energy where it can do you the best until this team does something to earn you back into the fight of being a Red Wings fan.
As a Red Wing fan, will you take John's advice? 248-539-9797. Because we want to know about the psyche of this fan base down the stretch. There are 3 home games this week. There are 5 games left of the season. Where are you at mentally? I know Valeni loves the whole spite phase and he'll root against them. I can't do that. I can't do that.
I'm not saying root against them. I'm just saying remove yourself from the situation.
Oh, I know. You're not going where he is.
So now I'm going to go, abuse. Like, if you're in a situation where you're not getting anything out of the relationship, but pain and agony, then just remove yourself from the situation.
To be clear, I'm not judging. If you're a fan that just wants it to be over, I mean, that's who they were speaking to in the afternoon yesterday. I am just wired in a way that I so badly want it, probably too much so.
Yes, that's why I'm speaking to you.
And I do feel like a lot of this is directed at me. I'd love to take your advice, but I'm going to be watching tonight, invested still. And I don't have a great degree of confidence they're going to get in. You guys know where I'm at on that. Mm-hmm. But I can't remove the emotions from it.
So I've emotionally detached. I did after the weekend. I'm still going to watch, and we have to for the job, but pay attention and see if they somehow do the unlikely. But we used the math yesterday. I just look at it like this. It's if Ottawa gets a point per game, the Wings have to go 4-1.
Yeah.
I'm throwing every other scenario out, but you got to hop Ottawa.
And the idea that you trust this team to win 3 or 4 of the last 5 games. I mean, it doesn't matter who they're playing. I don't trust that their effort is going to be there consistently game to game, period to period.
I mean, that's a pretty reasonable scenario for Ottawa. And why would I ever believe this team would go 4-1?
Top, I agree with you. At the same time, I'm just telling you, I'm at that game Sunday. It's 4-1. I'm irate. I'm booing. We're all booing. And at 4-4, my dumbass has a big smile on my face thinking, hey, what if they get this one?
Uh-huh.
And then one of the greatest players of this generation takes one of the stupidest penalties ever.
Yeah.
They are 2-6 in the last 8. Gotta have it games. They have a chance against Boston and Ottawa and fall flat on their face. The first of 2 against Philly. I mean, they get smoked right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm. They got a teenager scoring big goals for them. We're still waiting.
Yeah. I mean, it's just you know what? And normally I wouldn't say step away. And if they, get back in, then, stop in. This is a situation that's completely different for Wings fans. It's an abusive relationship.
Hey, congrats to Matthew in South Lyon. He won a pair of tickets to go to tonight's game. Yeah. Timing on that.
Except you, Matthew. Go ahead.
Except you. You enjoy it. You have a great time. You got free tickets. What the hell? You're playing with house money. For tickets and event info, NHL.com/Red Wings. We will have tickets to give away for this final homestand as the week rolls on. It's 97-1.
Hey, if you're still celebrating this morning, why not celebrate with a new truck? And if you're thinking about a new truck, a Ram should be at the very top of your list. I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. Quite honestly, it's not very close. I've driven a Ram. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit dealer this month are exceptional. We'll start with that competition. For power, it's not really close. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And on the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Try and pass somebody with a 4-banger. Not going to happen. Try and tow something with a 4-banger. Not going to happen. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also offers that 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you'll feel how much smoother a Ram is. And right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy. And tell them I sent you.
Yeah, Tom, what you just sent me, we'll make sure to carve out a minute for. I want to get to the phones. Are you taking John's advice? Just detach from this.
Take a step back.
Don't let them hurt you. Red Wing fans, your psyche as we head into another must-win game tonight against the Columbus Blue Jackets. Let's get to Brandon on 97.1. Brandon, good morning.
Brandon.
It says here, half-season ticket holder, sad chicken dance.
Are you taking John's advice?
Oh, Brandon. We'll get back to you. Adam in Gibraltar, what's up?
Adam.
Come on, Adam.
We can hear the road noise.
You're good at this. Don't let us go 0 for 2. All right, we'll go 0 for 2. Tom, what's the thing you passed along?
Got some playoff odds there in front of you, right out of the hot off the press.
Oh, you talking about for the Wings?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
To make the playoffs for the Wings, it's damn near 5-1. To miss is minus 700. They have a 12% chance to make the playoffs as we gear up for the final homestand. John, your advice is sage advice. It's wise advice. They're not going to make it. Don't let them hurt you.
Yeah. I mean, but there's also so many other great things that you could do. It's watch the Tigers, watch the Pistons as they prepare for being the number 1 seed in the postseason. Like, there are some other things that you could spend your time and be a little bit more productive doing.
Tonight, the Columbus Blue Jackets, they are plus 220 to make it. They have a 26% chance. Kind of feels like a loser leaves town, right? Like if you lose tonight.
Well, we keep saying
that,
yeah, well, if you lose, you're done. Well, they're not, because no one else is taking the reins and they're still in it.
But that's maybe the key takeaways. Even if everybody else loses, you still have to win.
You still have to win.
Yeah.
Should we try Adam again?
I don't know if I want to try Adam again. I could try somebody else. Adam, we'll give you a chance at redemption. Adam, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Costa. How you doing?
Good. Are you going to take John's advice?
I mean, no. I'm gonna watch them because I love hockey. I think hockey is the most fun. It's the best sport to watch, in my opinion, besides football. Hockey, even though it's one of the lower sports in terms of marketing and salary, it's such a sport to watch. It's so fast paced, and the Wings are like the first team I ever fell in love with, and they're from my memory from being a kid, they were the only. I can remember where I was in '08 when they won the cup.
Yeah,
I was in my grandma's living room, and my uncle was shouting, "They're gonna do it!" And I was like, "Yeah, they're gonna do it!" And I got to see them actually lift the cup, but with this team, they're a head scratcher. You don't know which team you're gonna get. The first 2 periods of the Wild game, and then they had a total of 8 shots on net, and then all of a sudden they pump in 11 shots, 12 shots on net in a span of 8 minutes in the third period. So I don't know what the mental makeup of this team is. I'm sure with whatever McClellan is saying in the interviews with the Jersey guys, and he's calling out players and stuff like that, it kind of gets a sense to me that he's lost the locker room a little bit with some of those players.
But maybe you're right, but then it tells me it's a room of lost souls.
Yeah.
I
mean, his point is, it's not lost on me. I love watching hockey, especially at this time of the year, because there should be an increased sense of urgency. There should be an increased, hey, we got to have this game, the speed, the intensity is picked up.
Should have that, yes. Text says, hey, thanks for the counseling session, John. I sincerely needed that. As a lifelong Red Wing fan, I'm definitely taking your advice. My fiance was going to surprise me with tickets to a game on Thursday for my birthday. I said no.
Ooh.
It would ruin my time. It's sad to admit, but John, you're right. That's a different John in the car. Good advice, John. I've been saying the same thing about the Lions for years. Bottom feeder for most of my life. One of the 4 teams to never make a Super Bowl and a historic win percentage of .463. The Wings have lost me right now. I will not spend my time or money on anything as long as Steve is in charge. I'm done being a fan until he's gone because he is an embarrassment to the sport. Harsh. It says, I'm a fan, short for fanatic. I'm still wearing my Red Wing hat. I have little to no hope that we'll make it. I'm somewhat ambivalent. Says, I am excited for the Stanley Cup playoffs to begin, and I will watch each and every series as I am a Bull Sean in Walled Lake. John's advice was don't let them hurt you. You can like your hockey team, but they have not given you reason to believe. Do not let them hurt you over this final 5 games.
There's a lot of other things that you could be doing right now, and if they end up by some miracle making the postseason, then you can jump back in. It's okay.
No judgment.
It's funny you worded that way because on my show sheet this morning that I sent out to Doug, I said that I'm not going to get. I think I used the word intrigued, but I'm going to change it to invested because that's really the word I wanted to use.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get invested again unless they win the next 2 games. And then I'm willing to, quote, get hurt again at that point.
but you've set up healthy parameters for yourself.
Well, somewhat healthy. I don't know. I mean, everybody else is checking out, and it's so hard for me to check out because I'm such a big fan, and I, of course, want things to work out, but I recognize it's brutal. But, that's such a – it's not even a secondary story today, It's just interesting. So it's congratulations to your team.
Oh, thank you very much.
They deserved it. I've said for a couple months, they're the best team in basketball, and they deserve it.
It was an exciting season.
Yeah, not an exciting game, but an exciting season.
Yes,
for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was UConn's game, like style of game.
Well, except UConn's got to do their part and shoot.
I know. That's the thing. Michigan didn't make a 3 in the first half, and they're sitting on a lead.
Yeah, I mean, 12% of their threes in the game, and
Yeah.
UConn shot 31% in a game. Woo.
Yeah, yeesh.
Yeah, go Tigers.
Yeah, I know. It started out watching the Tigers,
like,
listening to the Tigers last night.
Let's
Yeah.
see. Oh, that's fun. Playing in 30-degree weather. That looks like that's a lot of fun. Back to basketball. Here we go.
Obviously, we'll talk about that a lot today.
Tigers?
No. We will talk about the Tigers.
Yeah.
Look, we'll talk about everything. That's what we do. But Michigan on top of the Warner ladder.
Mm-hmm.
It's the goal. Mission accomplished.
Carson Anderson coming up next, 97.1.
So Dusty May had talked to his team about what he called the Lonely Banner at Chrysler Center, the 1989 National Championship banner, and wanting to add to it. And last night, mission accomplished. You want to be on top of that ladder on a Monday night, cutting down nets. And the Wolverines got it done. And Gator, you've talked about how you thought Michigan was going to do this for a couple of months. But you never know until you get on the floor and actually do it. And they did it. They did it. They went out and won a national championship.
Yeah, they were the better team last night. They were the better team all season long. It's quite an impressive run that they did. Dusty May came in and changed things around. Here come 5 transfers, hit the portal hard, and it was out of necessity.
Yep.
I don't imagine he's going to hit the portal hard and come up with 5 new starters for next year. I think he's got some talent coming back. So this is kind of a one-off. It's a one-off for him, I think. I don't know if it's a one-off for college basketball because sports is
you've
kind of a copycat.
How did they do
mentality.
it? How did the team win the title? Others will attempt to do the same thing, right?
Yeah, but you've got to find. I mean, this is what I thought the brilliance of what he was able to do was find guys that could play together. It's not just pick the top 5 guys in the portal, although they got at least one of the top guys in the portal, but it's finding a group that is willing to do what it takes to win, do what's better for the greater good, which is playing team basketball. You don't need a bunch of heroes out there. You need guys who are going to play together and pick each other up when somebody's not doing so well.
I mean, you're right. And it's honestly the kind of team that you dream about. And if you're in terms of the way they play the game, they play at both ends. They give all out effort. They shared the basketball. They beat you their way. Last night they beat UConn's way. And I get it that not everybody who listens to this program is a Michigan fan, but if you take the shirts off and put them on the in the colors you want them to be in, whether you're a Michigan State fan or some other school, that's the kind of team you dream about having, that is talented and unselfish and really coachable. They did. I mean, Dusty couldn't talk enough about it. The players talked about it. Ellie Cadeau in particular really emphasized it last night post game, and it is the kind of team that you dream about. And if again, if you're not a fan, that's fine. But what we never heard is they're poorly coached or they don't do this, they don't do that. They did a lot of things extraordinarily well. And I got to give a ton of credit to Danny Hurley. He is such a good coach. He turned that into the game. I mean, they needed it to give themselves a shot to win. And he said it when they during the game, when the in-game interview, he was thrilled with the way the game was going because it was UConn's style of game. And Michigan had to find a way to prevail on a night where the other team was good enough, talented enough, and had a good plan to slow it down. Michigan still had to find a way to win that game, and they did. And that's the old. Hey, if you can win your way, that's great. But if you get into what that was, which was more of a kind of a bit of a brawl, then you got to find a way to win that game, and they did, and they got to cut down the nets. So anyway, Michigan fans, congratulations! You got to be thrilled. It is a gratifying end to a season where a team lived up to their potential, and God. What a season they had.
Great season. It was, it was damn near perfect. Only a few losses on the year. And for all of, I don't know how many games there were that you really thought that that you could lose a game, but 7 maybe on the entire season. I don't even know if it's that many. I mean, they blew everyone out. And last night's game was tight for like 10 minutes. And then you realized, wait a minute, this defensive effort Michigan's putting up is real. It's real. And it's really frustrating for UConn. They're trying to go inside, and they're not able to do it. All their shots are being altered, and it may not have as many blocks as we've seen before, but you can't tell me that Mara is not affecting how people are shooting the ball, and at least inside, and then they're not knocking down the shots outside. And you're looking at this field goal percentage, and it's 31% for the game. Mission accomplished. Now, all you got to do is be slightly better than that, and they were. Michigan didn't shoot great, but they shot better, and they made free throws. And if you're going to get, the first word into is key, free. They're free points. Make them. And they did. They had a huge percentage. I think at one point they made the first 22 out of 23 or something like that, free throws, and then right at the end, the guy missed 2 in a row for Michigan. But I never felt like this was, it's getting tight. Maybe at the end of the game, Michigan fans might be feeling tight, but from an outsider's perspective, and I'm watching this without any bias on it, I'm just like, they've got this. Even if they miss the free throws, they still have a 4-point lead with 13 seconds left or whatever, and they got the job done, and it was a great team effort. And One word was never used this year to describe Michigan, which is why they won. The word selfish never comes up unless the word "un" is in front of it.
Yeah, I'll say this: when I think it was Solo Ball banked in the three.
Yeah,
you start to wonder, is this where UConn, pulls some magic again after what happened in the Duke game, and that the magic that they pulled off there? You had to wonder if it was happening again. It was still going to take some superhuman stuff or a Michigan collapse or both, right? UConn was going to have to do something amazing, and Michigan was going to have to have a moment of, just to help them out. I think Michigan was going to have to help UConn out. But when they banked in the three, I'm like, these are the kinds of moments where you wonder if there's some magic that's going to be pulled by UConn. But Michigan held them off. And Roddy Gale at the end did something I've always admired. I remember Magic Johnson doing it in an NBA playoff game, and it might have been against the Pistons. He gets a rebound with 4 seconds left and just throws it.
It was
and
brilliant.
just throws it.
Yeah,
and
brilliant.
I'm gonna tick-tock this ball down the court. And by the time Caravan picked it up, they were
2
down
seconds left.
Down 6 with 2 seconds left, and he's 94 feet from the basket.
It's a brilliant play.
It really was. And really, really, again, a very gratifying moment. And, when you have a team that looks that good all year, you can go back through history of teams that looked great that didn't get to cut down nets.
Right.
And so that's why March Madness has really captured the imagination of people, is the unpredictability of it. But when you have powerhouse teams, and here in the state of Michigan, we've gone into this tournament year after year with powerhouse teams, not often, sometimes underdogs, but to be able to get to the finish line is such a gratifying moment for Michigan fans.
So I'm trying to figure this. In my lifetime, have there been 5 Michigan teams that have made it to the finals? You had the '89 team. You had the 2 years with the Fab Five.
In your lifetime, I think it's 7. There was 76.
Well, let's say after.
All right,
starting in '89.
So 89, there were the 2 Fab Five teams. There were 2 Beeline teams and this team.
Okay, so there were 2 Beeline.
So there's 6.
So who the Beeline teams play? Louisville?
Villanova and Louisville.
Okay.
Yep.
Can you look back at those teams and say, when they lost to Louisville and lost to Villanova, was Michigan the better team and they just lost the championship game, or did you think that the Louisville teams and the Villanova teams?
I think they were better than the Louisville team. I do not think they were better than the Villanova team.
Fair enough.
And maybe Michigan fans could debate that, but just my first reaction is, the Villanova ones. That I thought that team was better than Michigan. I'm not sure that the Louisville team was. I'm not sure
because those 3 teams that lost, or the 4 teams that lost in the final game. I was going to say that I think you could tip your hat and say the better team won those 4 games. Mm-hmm. If you're going to tip your hat and say at least 3 of them, I think that's fair. Like the Fab Five teams were great, but I mean,
losing to Duke and North Carolina.
I mean, those are incredible Duke and North Carolina teams. So this team that won it last night, now they get to talk about legitimately, is this the best team Michigan's put forth? I mean, it certainly is since the '89 championship team, and that team doesn't get enough love for really what they did. Michigan fans love that team.
Sure.
But nationwide, I think it got erased so quickly because the Fab Five burst on the scene.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't win.
Yeah.
But that team was just stocked with NBA talent, the '89 team. And now here's this team. I don't think this team's stocked with NBA talent, but this team was like the ultimate team.
Yeah. They really, again, it's the kind of team you dream about in terms of the way they play the game. Basketball can be such a frustrating sport from a standpoint of when you see, I call them shot hunters, that guys need to get their stats, and it just didn't happen with this group. I mean, every once in a while, maybe, but with way less regularity than I can remember, and that's, it's a really, really attractive way to play the game, and I give Dusty May and those kids credit. They were coachable, and they won the games playing both ends of the floor. And then I thought last night was a prime example of how good they are. That game was exactly the way UConn wanted it to be, and Michigan still prevailed. 248-539-9797. All right, fans, how do you feel about this team, this moment in time? How did you enjoy it? I had a late night concerned about, well, I'll get into it. Because the kids both, my two, one who's at Michigan, the other's a Michigan grad, Both went down and back yesterday. Down and back. And it was, let's just say I was up late worried about him coming home. But 248-539-9797. Get Kang's thoughts on this one. Hey, Twin Peaks fans, you want to double down today and talk about the best happy hour in the state? What a better way to cure the hockey team's collapse when you hear the special offers they have. Takes you back to your college days and the deals that hooked you up on a budget. With dining experiences really taking a turn down in terms of service and the cost of eating out going through the roof, they double down on happy hour just to make have it make sense for everyone. They call it $5 you call it and $7 Big Baller Shot Caller. If you're a Tito's drinker, $5. Jack Crown Bacardi, $5. Or take it a step higher, order up Grey Goose, Patron, Maker's Mark, $7. There are many options to choose from at those prices. And what makes it even better? Food deals. You can really get a 22-ounce frozen draft at a bone-chilling 29 degrees and the house-smoked chicken quesadilla, all for under $20. I haven't even mentioned one of the best parts, and that is the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Happy hour runs from 3 to 6 and 10 to close, Monday through Thursday. Take advantage and be sure to ask your Twin Peaks girls about their Ladies' Day and Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. There's never a dull moment at the Lodge. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, so my daughter and son went to the game. They drove separately because they're morons, and they both went down and back in spite of offers for me to get them hotel rooms. So I was up half the nights worried about them as they were driving back. I talked to my son this morning, and he said the train of cars at 2, 3, 4 in the morning making the trek back from Indy was something. And if you stopped, Michigan fans everywhere. I don't know how many people did that, but good for you, I guess. It's scary driving back overnight. Hope everybody made it back safely. And I feel super guilty in this building with the morning show that's in here at like 4 in the morning talking about how tired I am. But they because those people, they just don't sleep at all. But I'm exhausted this morning. They're just worried about the kids. Some walked through the door at 4:30 in the morning. Got a little bit of sleep, and all good. Made it back safely. 248-539-9797. Let's talk to the people on this Tuesday following Michigan's national championship win over UConn. We go to Matt. You're on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's going on, Doug? Wanted to thank you for talking about the game and your experience Saturday. Decided to get up and leave yesterday after work and went down to the game on a whim, paid $100 and left after the game, got back about 4:30 myself last night.
You know, I feel like tickets were, I guess this is obvious, way more available on Monday night than they were on Saturday.
Yeah,
and
they sure were. It was unbelievable.
Getting in for $100. How were the seats?
Oh, that's great.
I was in the lower level. My uncle and cousin got in on the lower level. They had tickets next to them, and I came down at halftime with them.
Wow. So you were in the upper level, but you moved to the lower level?
Yeah, I was in the 200 level.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, the 200 level wasn't bad, having been there and sat in the 200 level. But good, Matt. I mean, quite an experience, and probably one you'll remember forever.
Yes. Thanks again, guys. Have a great day.
Yep, you too. 248-539-9797. Looking down on Twitch, Cyclonic Vortex writes, if you told me before the game that Michigan was going to be held under 70 points with 2 3-pointers, likely one would say UConn is winning that game. What is probably underrated from that game last night was Michigan's defense. I believe it's why Michigan was comfortable and patient playing UConn's game, because Michigan can defend. They can. And that's what I said. They play both ends of the floor. And it's an attractive way to play the game. It's the right way to play the game. And Dusty had great buy-in.
Well, one of the big questions going into it was how much was Yaks going to be able to give him? He gave him 36 minutes. Gave him quite a bit. Mm-hmm. Maybe offensively wasn't his massive self, but it didn't matter. Just his presence alone out there and being able to help switch around and play defense, it worked. I mean, again, it's just another one of these nights. They didn't use the bench all that much. They used what they use.
Yep.
7 or 8 guys get out there on the floor and play their ass off, and they won the game because their defense carried the day.
They put that stat up late in the first half, and it might even have been halftime. Michigan was 0 of 16 outside the paint, 11 of 14 inside the paint. And, early in that game, Mara couldn't find the basket. None of their 3-point shots were falling. It was basically Cadeau and Merez. Cadeau on the dribble drive and Merez Johnson who got them through that stretch. And then the dagger was Trey McKinney. That exchange where UConn came down. I think they had a chance to cut it to 1. They were down 4. Michigan got a stop, came down, got it to McKinney, who hit that step back 3, and that was the dagger. That was such a big moment, and that freshman has come up so big for Michigan over and over and over again. He's going to be exceptionally good moving forward. 248-539-9797. John is next on 97.1. Good morning, John.
Good. How you doing?
What's up?
I was a lot of people that work at the U of M and the students. We had Chrysler Arena. That place was crazy.
I saw some video from there. It looked pretty packed.
Oh, it was packed. The student line was about 200 yards long to get in.
Wow.
It was unreal. But every time they showed Hurley's face, it was funny how bad he looked. All his looks.
Well, look.
It was funny.
He's a hell of a coach, man. I came away from this thing with so much respect for him because he got his guys to do what they needed to do to be in that game. That was a tempo game, and UConn played it the way they wanted. Tons of respect for him, and he did a great job with what he had, and they had a shot. They definitely had a shot.
Wait till next year. Michigan will be better. They are going to be so good next year.
I mean, John, I
See who stays.
yeah,
See who leaves.
the thing about the NIL world is you can match financially some NBA contracts if you're not a high draft pick.
Yeah.
But so you can get people to come back and try to improve their draft stock. But it's funny. Everybody's got their top 25. They're way too early top 25. And I'm like, with all the roster shuffling that's going to take place, this is less meaningful than it's ever been before.
Right, but it's funny clickbait to go ahead and it's fun clickbait to go ahead and see what it is. I mean, I saw one from The Athletic that had 6 Big Ten teams in the top 13.
And this is another facet of this conversation. I just flipped on ESPNU yesterday, and it was the Paul Feinbaum show. We got to do something about this NIL, Paul. And I'm like,
Well, and then
really?
Then there's Andrew Percival. You see this, he writes with I don't know. He's just a college football guy, but he's we follow him on Twitter, and he's not happy about this. Saying it's absolutely deplorable. College sports needs to fix this regarding the transfer portal stuff. But I mean, it is what it is, and you're going to see it's more prevalent. It's going to have a bigger impact on basketball than it can on football because you've only got 5 guys hit the floor at any given time. Football, you've got a whole roster that you can do, and we've seen half rosters go into the portal. It is
When the game changed,
college athletics. Now.
The game changed. Like, hey, there was a time where freshmen weren't eligible. They made freshmen eligible.
There was a time when the SEC were the only ones who were paying people. And there was a time when that happened.
Yeah, there was that time. But we got to do something about this NIL, Paul.
Yeah.
Kang, what'd you think?
Last night proved unequivocally that Michigan's the best team in the country. They can beat you in so many ways. They have so many ways to beat you, and they proved that through this entire tournament run. Like the first, 4 or 5 games, they were just inside or outside, fast break, defense. They did it all. In the championship game, UConn, you got to give Hurley credit, man. Dude. My God. In one day, he was able to prepare and give his team the best chance to win, the best opportunity to win. And guess what happened? They still lost because Michigan has too many ways to beat you. Michigan did not hit any threes. They got no fast break points, right? Like, you took things away from them, and they were still leading at halftime, even though you thought, God, this is not a good Michigan game. And at the end of the game, of course, they were able to hit the dagger 3, hit all their free throws. They just have too many ways to beat you, and they proved it last night. If you take something away, they can go to something else. And this team was built where they could withstand almost anything. And then obviously we know what can happen when they get on a run. I mean, they don't look back. But when you keep it close, they don't panic. And they hit, like I said, they hit their free throws, they leaned on their defense, and they beat you a different way.
You mentioned the fast break points. 2 fast break points.
They never got out. UConn did a tremendous job of making sure that no one leaked, that Michigan, they would slow down the pace. They did everything they possibly could to give themselves the best chance to win, and UConn still lost because just Michigan found other ways to beat them.
248-539-9797. Yeah, 2 made threes, 2 fast break points. A lot of the metrics that UConn, the boxes they needed to check, they checked. Michigan still was able to win more of a wrestling match than a track meet.
You go back to the games on Saturday night. Illinois played UConn tough as well.
Yep.
And they limited Karaban. I think it was 1 for 8 in the game.
Yeah.
Does Illinois get some credit for maybe setting up a template on how to limit Karaban? Because Karaban was kind of ineffective last night, too.
Maybe.
He got off a lot of shots, but he didn't make a lot of shots.
I'm a big fan of Brad Underwood, and he kind of got the monkey. Yeah, he got the monkey off his back in terms of can't do it in March, getting his team to the Final Four. And maybe in some ways, I mean, Dusty.
I'm not, and by no means am I taking credit away from Michigan.
No, I get what you're doing. Yeah, because Dusty went out and sat in the stands till halftime of that first semifinal, scouting those teams. It's not like he wasn't going to scout them anyway. Right. But yes, I do. Do I think he might have seen something Illinois did? Sure. And he's a tireless worker, Dusty May, and I think that anything that he could find that they could try and take advantage of, he would take advantage. He's a great coach. He is a great, great, great coach. 248-539-9797. Wolverine fans want to hear from you on this Tuesday. You got the Cut Down Nets, national champs, 97-1.
Whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions with big prices, right? And when it comes time, you want a company that you can actually trust. Make sure you know what you're doing. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding.
Here's what sets them apart. At Shaner, they're a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer like family. Every roof that they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. And that kind of reputation isn't bought, it's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
Iron Eagle on the call, 248-539-9797. So a few things we're looking for today. One is people who were there. I just saw a tweet, and did I lose it? I think I did. A reporter for The Athletic said that she went up to the 600 level to check out sort of like how it was going up there because it's a football stadium. And you get up there, and she said it's about vibes, not views. If you were up there, or if you got in the building, what was your experience like? 248-539-9797. The other thing is, who are you most happy for today? Whether it be a player or a coach, whether it be your uncle, your kids, your dad, your mom, whomever. Who are you most happy for today, Michigan fans? 248-539-9797. Because on this Michigan team, the players that they brought in, it feels like only one of them was sort of ushered out. And that was Elliot Cadeau. And Elliot Cadeau won the most outstanding player. And I want to be as accurate as I can be because social media doesn't always represent reality. But there was a lot of good riddance stuff posted when Elliot Cadeau left North Carolina. And, you know, he wouldn't be missed. And he took a lot of heat for North Carolina's failings. And to see that kid persevere and to play the game he did, and he talked about selflessness. I don't know how many times he threw the ball off the backboard in the Arizona game, but part of their game plan was if you can't throw the lob, try to throw it off the backboard to Mara, because Adai Mara is such an alien that if he gets the ball near the hoop, it's like Jalen Duren, he's going to dunk it or be able to finish it, and that is literally running up the field goal attempts on his stats. And I don't know how many times he did it. There were a couple times that it felt, in retrospect, once I found out that was part of the game plan, and he went back and watched the Arizona game, it felt like there were a couple times it was obvious that he was just throwing it off the backboard. That is a selfless, don't care about my stats kind of play. And he finished with 10 assists, but how many more were...
In that game,
yeah. Yeah, in that game. He finished with 10 assists, but how many more of those assists went in the book as a missed shot when his goal was trying to get it to Mara off the glass? And, you know, I think that's the kid that I'm happiest for on this team, because I think, you know, looking back at it, he was probably the only one that the fan base, again, being careful with social media, but that there was postings about good riddance when he left his previous school. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kelly on 97.1. Hello, Kelly.
Hi.
What's
I'm
up?
very, very happy for the state of Michigan, happy for Ann Arbor, and I'm most happy for mother since she goes to...
Kelly, you got to keep your radio down because you're not, yeah. You're very happy for who?
Okay, I'm happy for my daughter. She goes to U of M. I'll keep my radio down. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. And have you checked in with her? How was her experience last night?
Yeah, I checked in. She's a junior, and so she sent us some videos last night of South University seeing the fireworks, and yeah, just happy. So exciting. She gets to see Michigan football, now basketball, now on to hockey.
Yeah, well, it's a good time to be a U of M student. If freshman year you win a natty in football, junior year in basketball, we'll see what happens with hockey.
Yes.
Yep. So,
yeah.
Who are you happiest for, Kelly? Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Kang brought it up. The fireworks near South U was an interesting distraction from destruction.
I was going to say from the fire.
Yeah. There were only 2 arrests that I saw, but there were some fires. But
40 fires.
It was an effort to try and distract people. I don't know where those fireworks came from.
When the fireworks said, "Look here," everyone looked up and stopped it. And no, but I thought that was cool. I mean, I don't know how much it helped or didn't help, but I thought it was a distraction for at least when
don't
they were
mind
up
us taking his
right,
ATM
yeah,
machine.
Exactly.
We're good.
Form the drones and says, "Please stop and pick up after yourselves."
No, we're not flipping over this car. Look at the fireworks.
Have you heard from your niece this morning, who's a student in Michigan?
She texted me immediately last night after they won.
What was her game plan yesterday? Was she in line, or did she?
No, it was my niece's cousin.
Oh, okay.
That was. I think eventually they just decided they were going to watch at home somewhere with a bunch of student friends.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was definitely contemplation of spending the day out at the bar, camping out, waiting to get in, because if you weren't camped out, you weren't going to be able to get a table. And
right.
I mean, look, when you're in college, when you go to the bar, you're not really worried about getting a table. You just want to get in.
Right, sure.
But those places fill up. On a night like that, I can only imagine it filled up within an hour. It's done. It's packed. And then you have to wait for someone to leave before the next person comes in. And that sucks. Yeah.
248-539-9797. Paquita, you're on 97.1. Hello, Paquita.
Hi, my roommate Myra and I were there. last night, and we were there on campus 37 years ago, the last time it happened. It was awesome. We're so happy that we got to see it again in our lifetime, and we were at the national championship football game also.
Wow, cool. How was the experience being there?
You know, I could see where if you were at the end or up in 600, it was impossible to see anything. We were in section 400 in the center, great view, great crowd. The band played well. It was really an awesome experience. So many more Michigan fans than UConn.
Paquita, did you drive back after the game?
We're driving now.
Yeah. I don't know. Look, God bless the people that did. I don't know how they did it, but my son said it was just a train of cars on 69 North to 24.
Oh, last night, really?
Last night, yeah. What's it like today?
Wow.
Do you see a lot of Michigan fans driving back?
Yes. Michigan license plates, lots of fans.
Yeah. Glad you had the experience. 248-539-9797. Who are you happiest for? We go to Jeff here next on 97.1. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey, I just want to. I'm so happy for my daughter. She's going to Michigan next year, so we're definitely excited for her. You know, my other daughter's at Michigan State, so I haven't been able to root for Michigan for the last 2 years. So now my other money's going to Michigan. I can finally root for Michigan again. So.
So did you watch it with your daughter last night?
No, yeah, for the first half. Second half, she went out with her friends. She's senior in high school, man. She don't want to be with her parents.
Yeah, I
She's with
understand.
her friends. So,
Yep.
But we were texting back and forth. So it was great. I'm super happy, and yeah, good stuff, man. Go Blue.
Go Blue. 248-539-9797 from an unnamed texter. Getting NBA-bound players to actually care, to play hurt, that clearly have a love for each other and their coaches and the university. It's incredible. That's from an unnamed texter. Yaxel Lindeborg, what an effort. His halftime speech was so honest, and that shot of LJ Kaysen talking him up on the bench just shows how unselfish this team was. They wanted it for each other. That's from Jamie. From Tim in a Truck, I just want to point out the last time Michigan won the NCAA championship, the Pistons won the NBA championship that same year as well. Yes, they did. 248-539-9797. My girlfriend is a senior at U of M. I graduated from Michigan State last year. Very happy for her celebrating yesterday, but I have a sour taste in my mouth to see them win. Look, not everybody's a Michigan fan today, right? And so, but Michigan State fans love their coach. Do you think the coach is motivated today?
Oh, yeah. I think that's safe to say. I think he's motivated every day.
I think he is every day.
Yeah.
But they're bringing back a ton of talent. And so, you know, I mean, look, I don't expect you to celebrate this win, but there is, like, when we talk about next year, Seth Davis has Michigan State #1 in the country next year. Jeff Borzello from ESPN has Michigan #1. The Athletic has Illinois #1. And it's impossible to know who's going to make up the rosters.
Right. I mean, you can have an idea at this point before the portal goes, but I guess there's some reporting of people know that who's not going to go into the portal for certain schools. Okay. Who's not going to go pro, and you've got incoming freshman classes. You can go from that standpoint, but you still don't really know. One thing I think we can all say pretty soundly, though, is the Big Ten's in good shape.
It is in very good shape.
I think all three of those different polls have all three of those teams in the top 7. I mean, the Athletic had Michigan State at 7, Illinois at 1, Michigan at 2.
I think it was Jay Williams on the postgame last night who said, look who's won the last 3 national championships in football. Look who just cut down nets in men's and women's basketball. And he said, NIL has everyone playing with the same rules. I think it was Jay Williams. And it's been very, very good for the Big Ten. It is the Big Ten flexing its muscle.
Well, in college basketball has changed because it used to be who has the best recruiting class, who's got the best freshmen. And you had Kentucky with every year they'd have 3 to 5 5-star recruits. And Duke was the same way. North Carolina was the same way. These were the blue blood programs that were doing it. And teams in the Big Ten would, might have a couple guys in the top 50 or the top 100, and that's it. Things have changed now because it's no longer necessarily just about your incoming freshmen. They play a role, but it's more about the veterans you can get in and who you can get in the transfer class. But if you do a lesson can certainly be learned by what Dusty May was able to accomplish here, but I really do think that's kind of a one-off for him because now that they've got the foundation there, they've got guys that are clearly going to come back. Now you're no longer replacing an entire team that went 8-24 a couple years ago. Now you're able to reload on a national championship team or fortify a national championship team. Might be the better way to look at it because you're not replacing 5 guys.
No, and you know, when you take over a program and you're 8-24, there's your choices are, okay, do I have time to build this through freshmen? Should I hit the portal hard? And the 4 guys they brought in this year, it's not unusual to get 4 guys. Like 4 guys is not a ton, but he got 4.
And the 5th from last year, right?
Yes. He got 4 really perfect pieces, like puzzle pieces that fit together perfectly. And it was on display all season long. Who are you happiest for? Were you there? What was the experience like? It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Dusty May last night after the win. Who are you happiest for? I had 2 kids down there and got to watch with my dad, a retired professor, and my mom. But as far as on the team, to me, it's Elliot Cadeau. Because that kid, out of all the transfers they got, it felt like he was the one that was in the court of public opinion from his previous stop. It was celebrated when he was leaving, and he goes on to be the most outstanding player for a national championship team. 248-539-9797. And if you were there, we'd love to hear about your experience down in Indianapolis. When you have a drivable national championship game, you can take over a building. By all accounts, it was a very pro-Michigan crowd. Let's go to Mitch. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Mitch.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
All right.
Hey, we were down there. We had gone in 2013 with all 3 of my kids, and we went in 2018 with all 3 of my kids, and we drove down on Saturday. On the way down, we stopped at the airport to drop my oldest off, and I'll fill you in on him in a minute. My youngest met us there. He was there with us on Saturday. He drove back Sunday. My daughter, senior at Michigan, she was in Ann Arbor experiencing the craziness. My sophomore was there. But I think I might be most happy for my oldest, who Monday morning started hiking for 4 to 6 months on the Appalachian Trail. He still doesn't know what happened. He'll probably know in 2 or 3 days.
No cell service where he's at?
They're all Michigan students.
Wow. No cell service where he's at?
None.
Yeah.
Not for like another day or 2.
Yeah. How was the experience down there in the building? How was it for you?
It was unbelievable. I mean, I worked for Michigan for 20 years, and I knew so many people down there, but everybody's a friend when you're in an atmosphere like that, right?
Yep.
It's just crazy.
Hugging strangers.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yep.
But the energy, and we were at the game Saturday, and I would guess it was probably about 20-40, where Illinois had the 40.
Yeah.
And if it had been Illinois-Michigan, it would have been out of control. It would have been absolutely nuts if it had been Illinois-Michigan.
Mitch, one final thing. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, what I want to see, you started talking about top 25 next year.
Yeah.
Michigan State in the final next year.
In Detroit.
That
would be absolutely insane. And look, there's the probability of any 2 teams making it is low. You can pick any 2 teams and say, I want to see these 2 teams play. But it's higher than it is for some other pairs of teams. That's for sure. Mitch, just to clean something up, I lost track. How many kids do you have?
So I have 3. One graduated. He's the one on the trail, and the other 2. But we all went in 2013 and 2018 together.
Yeah. I heard that. I was like, this guy's rattling off all these kids, and I lost track of how many. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Gino next on 97.1. Good morning, Gino.
Hey, good morning, guys. How we doing?
Good.
So we were down there 3 generations watching the game. I think we are happiest we got a girl who's going to be starting next year at Michigan. My daughter's a freshman there. My other daughter's a massive basketball fan. But probably the happiest for my dad, who came down with us. He's turning 80 this year, was cheering just as strongly as he was 50 years ago when I was watching games with him as a kid. And so we just had a blast. The atmosphere was awesome. We were in the 400 section, and the view was still fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Even just the city, the Marriott Hotel was decked out and all the Michigan stuff. So we saw the team off on Saturday from the hotel. That was a blast. And I don't know if you guys have seen pictures. The JW Marriott down there is a pretty tall building, and they had the whole bracket up on the side of the building. They had the Block M as the champs last night when we left the stadium. It was very cool. I would go back in a heartbeat, and our family definitely had a blast. But I think happiest, for my dad to be there with us. It was just awesome.
Cool story, Gino. Yeah, there's a few things about this. One is the JW Marriott is an amazing building, And to put the entire bracket on the side of their hotel is an incredible look. And I go back to the way college baseball always has the Final Four in Omaha. I would have the College World Series in Omaha. I'd have no issue if they move the Final Four to Indianapolis every year. I know it's never going to happen. And it's cool it's in Detroit next year. With all respect due to Beachnaw, the Detroit Sports Commission got sick of hearing about Indy. It is a great host city. It is a great host city.
So is Detroit.
Well, and we're going to find out again next year because it's been, when was the last time we hosted this? Like a decade?
2010 or something?
Yeah, it's 15, whatever it is, years ago. And it'll be fun to have it in Detroit. But Indy's a great host city. They set the bar very high.
Why don't you go move to Indy, Doug?
Sorry.
Yeah, man, you love Indy.
This guy. Well, it's only a couple hours.
How far is it from Purdue?
I was just going to say, it's only a couple hours drive from Purdue.
Oh, there we go. We found it, Gator.
Just down the road from West Lafayette.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys have really figured me out. 248-539-9797. Feedback. I am most happy for the players for all these years. These universities made billions off the athletes, and now the athletes control the situation. The people who actually generate the billions of dollars that is college sports. I think it's great. That's from an unnamed texter. From Rob, I'm most happy for my kid. Just turned down Naval Academy to accept Michigan Engineering. He was going wild last night. Good luck, Earl. Indeed. Good luck, Earl. Can we just plan on Dusty May going to the NBA? That's from an unnamed texter. I assume, is this a Michigan State fan, maybe? Johnny in his car. I'm happiest for Trey McKinney. The kid had an incredible 4 years going back to high school, hitting that three, and then those 2 free throws were the difference. I think he ends up being the best NBA player on this team. He can flat out shoot. MSU alum here. I was raised a U of M fan due to my father, so I'm happy for him, but I'm definitely a little hurt seeing Michigan win. But wow, they deserved it. They were hands down dominant. The defensive run in the second where they had 2 blocks and ended with a bucket was a beautiful sequence. That's from Landon in Chattanooga. 248-539-9797. Michigan wins the national championship last night. Couple things on the table today. We're talking to fans who were there, what their experience was like. Who are you happiest for? And it doesn't have to be on the team. I went with somebody on the team, but there's a lot of people telling their personal stories and getting to experience it with their family. Coming up a little bit later on, an NFL reporter says this guy's not getting past the Lions in the draft, which is rapidly approaching. We'll tell you who that is a little bit later on here on Carson Anderson. Additionally, Tiger game last night. Red Wings still alive. They play tonight. So all that stuff we will get to as the show rolls on. Here on a Tuesday morning, Wolverines on top of the ladder, cut down nets in Indy on Monday night. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. Playoff implications will be afoot at Little Caesars Arena tonight as the Red Wings are at home to host the Columbus Blue Jackets this evening. Both teams have 88 points right now, but Columbus has a 10% better chance to make the playoff than Detroit currently. After jumping into third place in the Metro last week, Philly now has a 60% odds to make the postseason. Oddly enough, Ottawa currently holds the last wild card spot with 90 points. They have a 77% likelihood to make the playoffs, almost 20% more than Philly. Islanders are at 89 points right now. HockeyStats.com only gives them a 20% chance to make it to the Cup playoffs. The only contending team with lower odds than the Wings at 14% right now are the Capitals at 7. Puck Drop tonight on News Radio 950 can be heard at 7 o'clock. The pregame show starts over there at 6:45. You can listen to the Tigers here on 97.1 tonight as Tarek Skubal and Taj Bradley clash as two of the few pitchers to have only one earned run or fewer allowed in their first two starts. The Tigers are 1-1 in Skubal starts this year, having lost the most recent one 1-0 to the Diamondbacks. First pitch at 7:40 this evening from the Twin Cities. Pregame coverage starts here on 97.1 at 7:15. And tickets went on sale today for the upcoming Rocket Classic at Detroit Golf Club this summer. A day pass is currently $31, with weekend passes selling for as low as $150. Aldrich Potgieter won last year's event at 22 under par. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's Carson Anderson talking to Michigan fans. Cut down nets last night. If you missed the beginning of the show, we talked about how this team just is so gratifying because of the way that they played the game. They played both ends of the floor extraordinarily well. They were also uniquely unselfish. They were coachable. They are the kind of teams that the fan bases dream of having. And like I said earlier, not everybody's a Michigan fan, and I get that. But if you took the jerseys off and put them on your favorite team's jersey, you'd love the way this team played the game. And there's debate about the new model for college basketball and how Michigan did it. And, that's sort of a separate discussion. But here's what you didn't hear was that team was, played. They were undisciplined or not well coached or whatever. On the floor, they played the game the right way and deserved to win it all. And Gator, you called it months ago when you said you think they're the best team in the country. But as seasons go, the best team doesn't always get to cut down the nets. And they were able to live up to their potential and do just that. 248-539-9797, your phone calls and feedback. Who are you happiest for? Were you there last night, and what was your experience like? Did you drive back overnight? You coming back this morning? We go to James in Westland. You're next. Hello, James.
Hey, how are you?
What's up?
Happy Monday. So I'm gonna be quick because so many people calling. For me, my daughter is a junior at Michigan. Her freshman year, they won the national championship in football. They beat Ohio State 2 out of 3 years. They won the national championship in basketball. She's doing her international studies right now abroad in South Korea, and she watched it over there with 10 other Michigan people that's in that program. And
what time was it in South Korea?
When the game was over, it's 11 hours ahead of us, so it was morning there. So she was watching it in the morning.
Yeah.
We were watching at night, so it's a 11-hour difference.
It's interesting. My daughter, we have a family friend, and my daughter's close with her, and she's studying abroad right now in Madrid, and they had a Michigan grad rent out a bar at 3 a.m. to watch the game last night.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I'm happy for her, and go blue. Yeah.
James, thank you for sharing. 248-539-9797. You ever been overseas for a big game or in a time zone that had you messed up?
No, not like that. I mean, I've been in Mexico when playoffs were going on, but I didn't. I mean, it was
a few hours difference.
It was. Yeah, it wasn't even. I don't know if it was a few hours. It was maybe 1 hour difference. But the other thing was, the difficulty with that was we didn't get to watch it because this was like late '80s, and it's not like everybody was carrying cable and you could watch everything you wanted to watch. So I didn't know. We had some kind of printout at the hotel of like news events. and something like that. Like they weren't newspapers. It was just like a printout of some kind. I found out that the Red Wings had, I forget, I think they blew a series against Toronto or something like that.
So in 1984, when my dad, we sabbatical to Australia and the whole family was there for 6 months, the World Series between the Tigers and Padres was carried mostly tape delayed with games starting at midnight. And so only one game was going to be shown live, and I think it was because of the start time or whatever, and that was Game 5. But the oddity of it was, I remember this distinctly, Game 4 was being played at tape delay at like midnight. Game 5 was being played live immediately following it at 3 a.m. So, the night started, the Tigers were up in the series 2-1. Our family gathered around the TV, watched the tape delayed game to go up 3-1, and then watched the game live, them winning the World Series all in one night. And it was quite an experience because you go into it and you're like, all right, they're up 2-1, and then bang bang, they win 2 games, win the series.
Come to think, I just jarred something loose there, Tiger. I remembered that when I was a sophomore in high school, I was in Germany when the national championship was being played. So I had no idea who won. Louisville beat Duke that year. I had no idea.
Is that the Never Nervous Purvis team?
I think it was, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Danny Manning. No, that was a couple years later with Kansas. But, I had no interest at that point in anything sports because we were just enjoying life in Europe for a week. But it happened to be the week of the tournament where the Final Four was going on.
Right. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We'll go to Darren. You're on 97.1. Hi, Darren.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
Hey, listen, I'm doing good. Listen, I'm glad to be the first to do this thing. We're known for the first 5-5, first rookies. Now we're known for being the first school to get 5 portals. Now, think about that. We could run on that. Why not? Why people are complaining? So what? Complain. We're the first. We're known for doing that. We're going to take 5 of the best college players in the country if they want to come and play with us and be on our team, and we'll take those recruits that we got, and every year we'll be playing for a championship. If you're a hater or whatever, so what? We're the first to do it. That's us. That's Michigan. And go blue.
Darren, look, I mean, it's interesting criticism because to me it feels like, and I guess we get this here, people don't think the Lions will sign free agents, but it's part of the game now. It's within the rules. It's not like everybody doesn't have the same opportunity to do it. I mean, I guess some don't have the NIL resources. Michigan is, near the top, but at the end of the day, it's something you're allowed to do. And, I don't think that Dusty May's too worried about it. Who knows how he's going to operate moving forward, whether or not he's going to do this or, he's got a good recruiting class coming in. I think player retention now is a big thing, who's staying, who's going. But that's the case for every team every year.
Yeah, and we'll wait to see who's in the portal. I mean, It depends who's in the portal.
Yep. Jesse in Dearborn says, I am tired of the transfer talk. This is Dusty's second year, and everyone from Jawan left. Is he supposed to have a bunch of freshmen and sophomores? Dusty's found guys he could use in a way they weren't previously being used. Never mind he had key contributors who are freshmen or have been here 2+ years. I'm a Michigan employee in the maintenance department. The students trashed Chrysler. It's unfortunate. Unnamed texter, playing the UConn pace actually played into Michigan's hands because it allowed Michigan to set the defense, and Yax was able to stay on the floor, which he wouldn't have been able to do if it had been a typical U of M track meet. Do not sleep on the free throw shooting. That was not a team strength going into the tourney. Merez was the cheat code. Merez was very big in the early going. Merez and Elliot Cadeau, when everybody else was struggling from the floor, Merez and Elliot Cadeau carried the day offensively. Let's go to Dale next on 97.1. Hi, Dale.
How you doing, sir? Thanks for accepting my call.
Sure.
I want to say I'm proud of Michigan because I've been rooting for Michigan way back with Terry Mills and then Desmond Howard and Tom Brady all the way. But I'm most proud of the Big Ten. They got the football championship. the women's basketball championship and the men's basketball championship. I think that's great.
Well, look, we are in a dynamic now in the college game that might finally favor the Big Ten. And Jay Williams, I think it was Jay Williams. I don't want to get it wrong, but I think he was the one that addressed it last night and talked about it. And there's someday there's going to be tweaking of this system, and there probably should be tweaking of this system. But as it stands right now, Dale, it has definitely been a Big Ten friendly way of doing things. You know?
Yes, yeah. Yes, yeah. And I enjoyed the Fab Five, man. That was great to have them back.
Did you watch that? Did you watch that broadcast?
Oh, yes. And then yesterday when y'all was talking about putting the banners back up, most definitely.
It wasn't our show, but yeah, I mean, that may come someday. But 248-539-9797. Dusty said last night, we got a lonely banner, and we need to get something up there with the 1989 National Championship team. And now this team will be celebrated. They'll have their day, and they'll put a banner up there. It's Carson Anderson, more of your open line calls when we continue here on 97.1. Hey, if you need a new garage door, if yours just stops working, something's wrong, and you need a repair, and you need it quickly, you want to call Eminem Garage Doors. Because, first of all, they're owned and operated right here in Michigan since 2011. But no matter what it is, they got 3 of everything on the truck. They'll pull up, fix your garage door right then and there. And if you need a new garage door, they'll give you a free consultation, give you all kinds of choices. And you'd be amazed at how many different kinds of garage doors you can get. When they come out, they'll give you a call with a text and your technician's photo, plus easy 24/7 scheduling and clear upfront pricing. And every repair and installation is backed by a warranty for total peace of mind. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR. That's 844-ONLY-DOOR, or visit garagedoorrightnow.com. M&M Garage Doors, open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. Doug Karsh, saw something here about the play Roddy Gale made at the end. Didn't allow himself to get fouled and just launched the ball down the court. That basically ended, for all intents and purposes, ended any chance that UConn had. And a heads-up play, savvy play, a play that Duke probably wished they had just thrown the ball a mile high at the end of the UConn game instead of what went down. And yeah, I mean, there's somebody else sent us some feedback about how if you look at this tournament, it's amazing how it felt like every game it was a different player or two that stepped up. And on days like Yaks was clearly hampered last night, but, you know, Elliot Cadeau had a huge game offensively, and they did it against the UConn team that is so well coached and played the game the way they wanted it to play it, a low possession game. Michigan at one point tried to press UConn to get them to speed up, and when they broke the press, they would slow down and run the shot clock down, and it gave them a chance. And Michigan did not have a good shooting game, but still found a way.
Yeah, because UConn had a horrible shooting day.
Yeah.
And if you're a Spartan fan today and you're feeling crushed because Michigan won, you can take a little bit of solace in knowing that Hurley didn't win.
Yeah.
There's that.
Yeah.
Because that guy's awful.
But he's a good coach, man.
Whatever.
Kang's laughing.
No, yeah. I love the spitiness from Gator. But, you know, the thing is, you got to give Michigan credit for making UConn miss all those shots. I thought they did a great job with switching up top. And, you know, the way they kind of played like a weird zone man where they didn't have to fight through as many picks as you normally would, right? Doug, you were kind of worried about them fighting through picks, but they would switch all the time and make sure that, you know, you weren't chasing guys.
It's a blender. Like, UConn puts you through a blender.
But that's great communication by Michigan. Yep. They know exactly the hand signals, the talking, you know, everything. They know exactly who's got to switch, who's got to guard who, and then rarely was a guy wide open.
I mean, you could leave Terrace Reed open, and they did. But you had to switch on just about everybody else.
Yeah, by the way, he is the greatest 60% free throw shooter I've ever seen.
He's unbelievable.
How is that guy 60%?
I don't know.
Was he 4 for 5 last night or something?
Something like that. 248-539-9797. Were you at the game? Who are you happiest for? Thoughts on how Michigan got it done? We go to Chris. You're next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, love the show, guys.
Thank you.
I'm happiest for my son. He has 2 degrees from Michigan. He was at the game last night, and probably the biggest thing in the end was back in August, he laid a $50 down bet with FanDuels for Indiana to win the football championship and then Michigan to win the basketball championship. So he won a cool $4,900 ticket plus some change. So
he parlayed Indiana in football and Michigan in basketball?
Yeah.
Wow.
Impressive.
So anyway, he was quite happy. He called me from the game. So
how was his experience? Did he like it? Did he enjoy the stadium and everything?
He said the fans were good. He stayed at the Marriott, and like you guys had said earlier, it was spectacular. So
yeah, the Marriott's cool. A bit pricey. Because I knew we would be heading down there with mom and dad and the kids on Saturday, and started looking months ago just in case. And it was pricey downtown, but there's so many hotels on the perimeter. But
people use points. Points. Does it use points?
Maybe. 248-539-9797. Mike is next on 97.1. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, guys.
What's up?
Great show. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm most happy for my son, Lucas, 9-year-old boy. Took him out of school for a day, and he just had a blast, and we enjoyed it. We were sitting in the 400 level, so didn't shell out for, courtside or 100 level or anything like that. And I found myself still watching the game on the floor instead of, the Jumbotron above, which I thought we might have an inclination of doing. So we had a great viewing experience. It was lovely, and like you said, hugging strangers, and would do it all over again.
So did your son know you were pulling him out of school, or did you surprise him?
I have a little video on Sunday. I said, hey, Mom and Dad, I got to talk to you. And we walked up to his room, and he just literally said, am I in trouble? And we just said, pack a bag, we're going to the Natty. And he kind of lost it, and we got on the road, and it was great. So I feel like a core memory was unlocked, and we couldn't be happier.
Yeah, that's great. Are you on your way back now?
We are on our way back. We're halfway through the 5-hour drive, and I do see plenty of Michigan M's on license plates, and people are still giving some thumbs up. So
that's awesome.
Fun.
What's your son's name?
Lucas. He's right back here, actually.
Lucas, okay. He's probably going to be a hero at school.
I think so. We got a shirt that he's going to wear tomorrow, so we'll see how it goes.
Mike, thanks for sharing. 248-539-9797. First of all, there's nothing getting better than getting pulled out of school.
Nothing.
And getting pulled out of school to go to a game is awesome. My dad did it a couple times when I was a kid and took me on a train to Chicago to go to Cubs games against National League teams. But that became a trip that I then did with my son and him years later. But it's our buddy Ryan, our mutual friend, pulled his son out of school. Made the trek down there yesterday.
Yep.
He surprised him. And he also saw Boban. He sent us a picture of Boban.
Yes,
What'd you think of that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's my man. That's my man, Boban.
248-539-9797. Rick is next on 97.1. Hello, Rick.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good
What's
morning.
up?
Not much. Mine and Mike's story are pretty much identical. Pulled out my 8-year-old yesterday from school, made the 5-hour drive down. We sat, unfortunately, behind the UConn student section. We were right, I think, second row behind them. But outside of having to sit with those guys, just an amazing time, man. Having my son get to see it, it was that's the happiest I'm for, is my son, just to see it and share that moment with me. And we just had a great time down there, man. Indy does it right too.
Yeah,
it was everything was perfect down there. I couldn't be happier with what we did.
Did you surprise him with the trip, or did he know he was going?
It was almost identical to Mike's story. We told him on Sunday night. We hopped online, bought tickets, and told him we were going to pull him out of school early. Got there at like 9:30 to get him, and just made the trip down. They had Fan Fest across the street at the convention center there, and man, that was awesome. We probably spent 3 or 4 hours in there before game time, and then headed over.
So he was barely even in class when you pulled him.
He was only there for about an hour. I had to get some stuff done before we hit the road, so I had to drop him off.
Yeah, that's great. As Mike said, unlocking core memories.
Oh, for sure.
Yep. Hey, thank you. Appreciate you sharing. 248-539-9797. Mike is next on 97.1. Good morning, Mike.
How you doing, fellas?
What's up?
No, so here's the thing about the buying the national championship. I heard a stat on, I don't know if it was your show or the other shows, but I believe Michigan spent about $10.5 million on their roster, but State did it in return.
Hello?
Mike?
Found that ironic. Also,
Okay,
that
Mike,
we lost you there for a sec. We lost you for a sec.
Mike,
we lost you for a sec.
Yeah, you said Michigan spent $10.2 million, and then you cut off. What?
10.5. I think they spent 10.5, and I think State in retention with their players spent 8.5. So I don't find that's like a huge difference.
Well,
and
look,
like my other argument, yeah.
So
20% more.
I was gonna, if anybody comes at you and says Michigan bought a, best team money can buy, yes, literally every team moving forward that wins a championship will be the best team that money could buy. Like that's part of the dynamic now, and to win it all, whether you spent $3 million or $20 million, it is by definition the best team that money could buy. It's not against the rules. We could argue that that's been the case since NIL came into play. We could argue that's been the case for 50 years. We could make that argument. But it's not really an insult. It's the way it is now. And you know what? It's true in professional sports too. When your team wins it all, it was, by definition, the best team that money could buy because they won it all. So, people will say what they want. And, of course, rival fan bases always try and discount your teams. I mean, I did it with Jim Tressel when he won in Ohio State. I know how this works. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Andrew in Farmington Hills. Hello, Andrew.
Hello.
What's up?
This is my first national championship I've ever been to, of course, and just seeing Michigan win it and seeing one shining moment in person, it was pretty surreal.
Did they throw one shining moment up on the screens there?
Yeah, they did. About, I'd say 25 minutes after the game, I'd say they put it up, and it was pretty cool.
Did everybody, stop what they're doing?
Yeah, everybody was just watching. It was completely quiet, and then when Michigan came out at the end, everyone started cheering, and it was pretty cool.
Where were you sitting?
We were in the 400 level.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Good experience, huh?
Yeah, good solid seats.
Thank you, Andrew. 248-539-9797. All right, I mentioned it earlier. The NFL Insider says the Lions love this guy. He will not get past the Lions come draft night. I'll tell you who it is today at 11:35. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Well, yesterday I was very happy. I came home and I noticed there was a little thing stuck in the ground, little card from Natural Way saying they had been to my house, and then I got the little love note stuck in the door letting me know what needs to be worked on for the upcoming season. Natural Way is great, right? They're lawn and tree service. They get green and stay green with Natural Way. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, if you want to have a beautiful green, lush lawn this summer. In fact, you can get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get the early bird discount. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. Natural Way is amazing. And if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, give them a call. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. And at Natural Way, they offer a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Early treatment set the tone for the entire season, and for a limited time only. You purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, in a station 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Got a call from somebody whose kid was studying abroad and was watching the game at whatever time it was on their clock. I think it was Korea, and he said it was 11 a.m. A friend of our family was watching at a bar in Madrid at 3 a.m. And we were talking about whether or not you know anybody who was studying abroad or overseas that had to watch a championship game or an important game at some weird time on the clock. Mike in Detroit says, Gator studies broads all the time. Am I right, Gator?
Solid.
Arizona Eric writes in, I was a 7th grader living in England as my mom was in the Air Force. She let me stay up to 3 a.m. to watch Chris Webber call timeout. Everyone was calling timeout at me at school the next morning. In England, huh? From an unnamed texter, I watched the U.S. beat Canada for gold at a resort bar in Mexico at 7 a.m. It was packed with each country's respective fans, all cheering and drinking at 7 a.m., similar to a big noon Saturday tailgate, a 1 million sports experience.
Well, if I'm in Mexico and that game comes on at 7 o'clock, that's an easy one to drink for. I get a little tequila and some pineapple juice, and some lime.
Sure.
Maybe some huevos rancheros, enjoy the game, maybe triple the cocktails, and really lean into it. When it's warm out, it's much easier to
Mexico Resort Bar sounds like a plan.
A great place to watch a game.
From an unnamed texter, sat in the 600 section, and the view was great. Even preferred it over sitting behind the hoop in the lower bowl. We brought it up yesterday. I was kind of talking to fans down there on Saturday, and we just trying to advise people who were looking for tickets. If you're between the baselines and high up, might be better than lower, but behind the basket. And there's someone who says it probably was. I mean, I don't know. Was or it wasn't. We're asking who you're happy for today from an unnamed texter. I'm happiest for John Beeline, who was key in hiring Dusty May, a really good person who deserved to win a championship, but feels like this championship gives him some sense of satisfaction. From an unnamed texter, I don't know if McKinney's coming out or not, but I love him on the Pistons. He reminds me of Desmond Bain. He says he's coming back. Things can change, but he mentioned a couple weeks ago he's planning on coming back to Michigan. Bill and Warren, as a Michigan fan, having got to be there in person to enjoy that historic run to a championship, I can very easily say it ranks up there my top couple of sports moments in my life. Just a magical run. Crazy stat exists now, though. Only 3 schools have multiple championships in both football and basketball. They are Florida, Michigan, and Michigan State. That's from Bill and Warren.
That's crazy. I didn't realize that until about an hour ago.
Yep. It is. I mean, look, there's something to be said for this dynamic and the way it's playing to the Big Ten. If you look at the way too early projections for next year, tons of Big Ten representation. College football is very Big Ten-y these days. I got a text from my SEC buddy last night who texted about when they showed the Michigan starting lineup, he was mad about all the transfers. He said, college sports is out of control. And I texted him back, my Alabama friend, and I texted him and said, you want to go back to the old way where you guys were paying players all the time? And he texted back, exactly. 248-539-9797. Okay. Promise we get
discreetly and under the table so nobody knew about it, unlike this upfront and transparent crap that's going on today. Now every Tom, Dick, and Harry can go out there and hand out $1 million. And they do it with a smile.
This legal paying of players.
Back in the day, we just did it with a dark limousine pulling up with a hooker in the back seat and a bag of money. The old school way.
Where the game was pure.
Right. Or we'd threaten a goldfish's life if he didn't take the bag. Stuff like that.
That's what we need, Paul.
Fine, Mom.
We're getting soft.
248-539-9797. Okay. I mentioned it before the break. Obviously, there's a lot other stuff going on. Heavy Michigan talk to open the show. But Daniel Jeremiah, Amina Kimes' podcast, said the Lions love Caden Proctor, the guard from the aforementioned Alabama, the guard tackle, offensive lineman from the aforementioned Alabama, Pete Schrager on his podcast, he said, Daniel Jeremiah said he will not get past the Detroit Lions. Do you think this is true? That the Lions love Caden Proctor and he will not get past the Lions?
I would really like to think the Lions love several offensive linemen.
Yeah.
And that whoever is there at 17, hopefully somebody will be there at 17, that they will absolutely snatch him up because it's time. And if they deem that Caden Proctor, Monroe Freeling, Mauagoa, and Fano are the best of the bunch, and one of those guys is there, take them.
I feel like the offensive tackle position is a great play. Picking at 17 feels like a great place to need an offensive tackle for this draft. And quite frankly, I love a whole bunch of the guys that could be available in the second round at the edge rusher spot. And look, I'm a big Brad Holmes fan, but I also have said this over and over and over and over and over again. I don't believe in hard and fast rules when it comes to the draft. I think it's silly, and I think it's counterproductive, and I don't think it's paying attention to what each draft has to offer and what your team needs are. God, I hope Brad bends a little bit and adjusts, given where the Lions organization is, what they're trying to do with their own players, and what their needs are. I think it would be kind of stubborn and a little bit silly to go out and just do BPA in a year where there are some pretty big needs, but I'm not asking them to reach. The tackle spot at 17 is a great. Do I think it's true that they love Caden Proctor? I don't know if it is or it isn't, but he's a good player to be in love with.
I think
and
so.
That's a good position to fall in love with a player. I don't think Caden Proctor is going to be off the board at 17. Very few projections have that being the case. But he's 360 pounds, and he can move. He is an athlete. And there are some stuff there that needs to get cleaned up for sure. But, man, I think it's a good year. I kind of hope this is true.
Oh, it is. It is a good year. But they do have several big holes on their team. Tackle is one. Edge rusher is another. And I really believe safety is another one. And yes, they have safeties on the roster, but I mean, you can't tell me there aren't question marks with both of them, with Joseph and Branch.
Yeah.
I mean, there are massive question marks about both of them. So, by all accounts, there's like 3 top-notch safeties, and there's a second tier that look like they're good safeties in that second tier. But do you think about taking one of those 3 top-notch guys with your pick at 17? One might be a little bit of a reach, but if you're able to trade back, does it make more sense? There's lots that they can do. That's why every year we say this. It's the first round of the draft is always so intriguing. We pay the most attention to these guys that there's like 50 names we're really paying close attention to, and we'll see where it ends up landing. And now this year, actually, there's less time on the clock. I think they've gone from 10 minutes to 8 minutes now.
Yeah,
with between picks. So the first round's going to fly.
FBG25 on Twitch says, last year Daniel Jeremiah said the Lions like Donovan Jackson. He didn't have a clue they would target Williams. These guys only know so much. You might be right. I mean, look, I don't – whenever I see stuff like this, I wonder how they know that and where they heard it from. He seems pretty adamant in this and has said it in 2 different places, in 2 different ways. But, yeah, he very well could be right.
The name I find really intriguing with the offensive lineman is, all jokes aside, it is Monroe Freeling, because I see him going anywhere from like 6 to 26.
Yeah.
He's all over the place. There's a ton of volatility with that with the people that are doing the mock drafts. Caden Proctor, not so much. Caden Proctor's like a guy somewhere kind of locked in with 15 to 30.
Yeah.
But Freeling is all over. Freeling, it looks like people think he's got the higher ceiling. I want a high floor guy too, though. High floor guy and a high ceiling. That's kind of where you
Sounds like you want it all, Gator.
I want it all. I want it all.
I want the perfect player too.
I want the perfect player. But I'm open to the guard from Penn State if he is thought of as the best guard that we've seen in the draft in a couple of years, and Ionia, and okay, I'm not opposed to that either. That strikes me as a best player available kind of guy.
Yeah.
But we'll see where they're at in a couple of weeks.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up on a variety of topics. Michigan fans, were you there? How'd you enjoy the experience? What's your story? And who are you happiest for? Whether it be somebody on the team, coaching staff, happiest for maybe somebody in your life. Who is it that you are happiest for on this day after the Wolverines cut down nets in Indy? Hey, I know the Bernstein family personally, so I know this. They're a firm that Michigan, they demand respect. For 50 years, they fought and won for their clients. If you want a firm that respects you and your case, there's only one option. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Still talking Wolverines here on Carson Anderson. Open lines 248-539-9797. National champs. 2026 national champions. Who are you happiest for? Did you head down there? Wasn't the only thing going on. We just mentioned the draft with Daniel Jeremiah and Gator. I'm pretty sure you watched some of the Tiger game last night that was going on coincidentally with the Natty. Cold night, cold bats, huh?
Yeah, not an ideal game for the Tigers last night. It is what it is, but it's. I think you could tell the cold was affecting everybody on the field as it would have. There was really just kind of one bad inning for both teams. You got in the well, it was like a two bad innings, I guess. You had the third and fourth inning where Minnesota scored 5 of their runs. The Tigers had 3 runs in the top of the fourth, and they got it. They were able to get a big hit. They've gotten that this season. They have been able to get that big hit. Zach McKinstry came up with a big hit in the game, but then they couldn't get the other big hit the rest of the way, and they only had 4 hits in the entire game. This is hopefully a yuck throat in the garbage game. Skubal on the mound tonight. Let's get back to the winning ways. I don't like how this season has started with the streakiness. Win 2 games, lose 4 games. Win 2 games, lose 2 games.
Yeah.
Let's get some consistency here.
Yeah. Look, it's early in the year, a lot of baseball to be played, a lot of time before we start drawing conclusions as to who this team is. But there's some good and some bad in the early going. Probably more bad than I would like, but you sort of got to let baseball seasons breathe for a few weeks.
100%. You got to let it breathe. But it's 10 games right now. The bullpen has been a bright spot last night. Gleyber Torres and Spencer Torkelson, between the two of them, they walked 5 times.
Wow.
The Tigers did draw 7 walks.
Well, that's better.
So that was good.
Ducks on the pond. Let's go to Chuck next on 97.1. Hello, Chuck.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Go Blue.
Yeah.
Hey, they could quit complaining about whatever Michigan spent for them players, because when they decided to give college players money, they threw it all out the window. So it's just like pros. They pay for what they get.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the system we have now. It's a weird deal because I think a lot of people are uncomfortable with it. In no way does a player getting money change the games. Doesn't change the games. If you love the games before, it doesn't change the game. The system changes.
The system changed, or somebody don't like what they're getting, and they just say, okay, they're giving me more money, I'll go. Just like in the football, so many transfers anymore, it's crazy.
Yeah, and there might be some tweaks that come with that. I think the player movement is something that actually I can see have a more tangible effect on people's enjoyment of the game, because there is something to be said for the relationships and you get to know players. But, there's nothing wrong with taking advantage of all the resources that are available to you to build a team.
Yeah, the money isn't anywhere near the factor as the portal is to me. I mean, I don't personally. I would love if athletes would just stay at one school, but I know that's not realistic. People are going to look for better opportunities and chase that, and that's fine. The problem I get is when you have enter the portal after sophomore year and junior year and redshirt junior or whatever. You end up going to 5 schools in 4 years or 4 schools in 5 years, and that just seems a bit much. And I think there's at some point in time they are going to find a way to have some guardrails. But in the meantime, it's a free for all, and every team's allowed to take advantage of it the way they see fit.
Yeah, no other sport has free agency every year and has just 1-year contracts, which is essentially what this is. And while these are the rules and the parameters, feel free to operate within them, but there may be a change. I've made the comment about college football that, and I guess it's true of all sports, is if you pay attention to a lot of the business aspect and stuff, it can really piss you off. But Saturdays roll around and I love it. It's still, the Saturdays are great to me. But 248-539-9797. Ethan is next. Hello, Ethan.
Hi, how's it going?
What's up?
When you guys talk about who you're most happy for Michigan,
yeah,
I would say Elliot Cadeau, because I remember when he was playing at North Carolina, people would leave him open because he'd shoot like 18% from 3.
Yeah.
But now he became like the most outstanding player, and I'm just happy for him.
Ethan, I said the same thing because he seems to be the only guy that came in here where the previous stop the much of what was posted on social media, which may not be a reflection of the real world, but much of it was good riddance. And, to have a guy who, seems like a good kid who comes in and puts his head down and does the job and doesn't get the accolades, but he talked about the selflessness. And I'd be interested to know how many, when they talked about their game plan against Arizona, including him throwing it off the backboard, those went as field goal attempts. They hurt his stats. He didn't care. He did what helped because they were trying to get the ball to Mara, and they were worried about how tall Krivas was. So one of the things they did was they worked on that. And you could see it a couple of times now if you go back and watch that game. That seemed pretty obvious, but he embodies what it means to be a team player.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm with you.
Yep.
Thank you for the phone call. From an unnamed texter, as a Spartan grad, congrats to Michigan. It's bitter pill to see a rival win, but in the end, I would rather see my state of Michigan be a winner and also Hurley as a psychopath. That's right.
Oh man,
Blake from work.
When he was lobbying for the elbow against the Michigan player, I mean, I get it. You're trying as a coach to get anything,
do whatever
but
he could.
that was just shut up. It wasn't close.
It was funny because it wasn't close. He was trying anything at that point because they were getting backed into a corner. They were running out of time. Might have been the only chance they had is if they could get that elbow.
Oh yeah, time was a big part of that, Doug. Yeah, like that's a Hail Mary. There was only so much time left. I mean, hey, maybe we get lucky. Maybe the ref thinks it is a flagrant, so that's our last shot. Go for it.
Yeah, Hail Mary is a good way to put it. It was a Hail Mary. Blake at work says, I was in Punta Cana for the gold medal game with over 200 people in the hotel lobby watching.
Nice.
What do we got here? I know it's not exactly a topic of the day, but anyone else concerned that Torque or Riley have not hit a home run yet?
No, they'll happen. They'll happen in bunches, and I don't think it's any shock that they're off to a slow start for some players. It just happens.
This is one of those deals that every day that passes, I get incrementally more concerned, but it's all in small increments until it stacks up and looks like a larger increment.
A bigger increment.
Yeah, it's not a large increment, right? Just small increment.
Put some good at bats out there, and I think we've seen from both of those guys there've been some good at bats. We could see some better, but I'm not worried about it 10 games into the season.
Yeah. What else do we got here in the Carson Anderson inbox? I haven't watched a basketball game in quite a while, but between the College Sweet 16 and the Detroit Pistons, I'm back in the game, baby. That's from Brandon in a car.
Yeah, Pistons were on last night too.
Yes. Sort of playing out the string here as the 1 seed.
It's weird to see them get blown out in a game where they shoot 49% from the field. But that's what happened last night. No Karis LeVert, no Tobias Harris, obviously no Cade Cunningham. It's fine. This is literally playing out the string. Season ends, I think, on Sunday, and then they've got 6 days before the first playoff game while they wait to see what happens with the play-in tournament, if you will. So we got some time here. All I want is to hear that Cade Cunningham is ready to go by the weekend, so he can play at least one game before the playoffs start. I just feel better about it.
We'll get an update in 2 days, right? It's Thursday.
I think it's Thursday. Yeah.
And look, that's the drama at the end of the season. Is what's up with Cade, and it is now. Do I think they can win a first-round series without him? I do, but that might be it. And they've done a great job adjusting to life without their MVP caliber candidate. But yeah. What's the latest there? Let's go to John. You're next on 97.1. Hello, John.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey, listen, I don't mean to be a wet blanket, and I will admit I'm a Michigan State Spartan, but I just think that the spirit of competition has been forever changed. And I think I love the Big Ten, but I just think that we're wrong in paying all these players to come, and God bless Michigan for winning. However, I could see them being there for the next 3-5 straight years or close to it because they have incredibly deep pockets, they have incredible resources, and they have the network to bring all these kids in. Now, while it's not guaranteed that every kid is going to pan out and be a superstar like Michigan had this year, but the odds are with them. And I just think it's bad in the spirit of competition to have the same team there or the same group of teams there every year.
Okay, John. Interesting, John. We're up against a hard break. Want to address it. We'll do that coming up at 12:01 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Michigan is on their way home to Ann Arbor after their national title win over UConn last night, and the team is inviting fans to welcome them back to campus today. The team is scheduled to arrive at the Chrysler Center at 3:30 this afternoon, and fans are encouraged to be there when they get back. Additional championship celebrations are expected to be announced later this week as well. And with this year's national championship complete, odds for the 2027 winner are already out. BetOnline says Duke is the favorite to win win the crown next year at plus 700. Michigan is second behind the Blue Devils at plus 750. Florida and Michigan State are tied for the third highest odds at plus 1,200. DraftKings is similar but a little different, with Duke the favorite, Michigan second, and the Spartans in fifth behind Florida and Arizona. FanDuel has the same odds as DraftKings, with the only difference being Houston just ahead of Michigan State. Red Wings have a big game tonight as they try to increase their playoff odds against the Blue Jackets. Both teams are currently at 88 points and 2 points back of the last wild card spot held by Ottawa. The Senators play Tampa Bay tonight. Face-off from Little Caesars Arena is set for 7 o'clock tonight and can be heard over on News Radio 950. Also, A.J. Hinch told MLB Network Radio this morning that the Tigers will probably split up Tarek Skubal and Framber Valdez in their rotation order. They currently will remain back-to-back, including tonight and tomorrow against the Twins. Tarek Skubal throws tonight at 7:40 here on 97.1. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so previous caller John, right before the break there, said he doesn't like the new college sports dynamic for the spirit of competition. It doesn't resonate with him the way it once was, and I can understand that. It is rapidly changed. College sports have changed rapidly, and as a general rule, people don't like change. And I don't know that anybody has been asked to accept more change than college sports fans have, because it's pretty radical stuff, what we've talked about in the last 5, 6, 7 years. And certainly I don't begrudge John for feeling the way he does. I've said it a whole bunch. When the whistle blows, when the ball's kicked or the ball's tipped or whatever, and there you are, I find that I don't enjoy the games any less. And, you know, there's an element here of being asked to accept all this change rapidly, and there is going to be pushback anytime there's any kind of change. And I just hope they don't, kill the goose that's laying the golden egg, and that's the fans' interest. Now, what the national people always do is cite the TV ratings, how the TV ratings are through the roof for a lot of these college sports. And, I don't know that always is a true reflection of everyone's enjoyment, but if you're old school, I can understand why you bristle at this. Now, players making money, we don't have evidence of what has been going on for 50 years. I guess in some cases we do, but it really feels like it's more than a coincidence that the Big Ten is surging. And maybe the SEC's downfall is being a little overplayed. I mean, they did win the national championship in college basketball last year. But in college football, it's 3 straight natties for the Big Ten. And so now the system is set up in a way that seems to favor the North. And it's funny because I heard someone say, that's what it takes to get people to go to school there. And I'm like, actually, Big Ten schools have the largest graduation bases. These are the biggest schools, and hence more grads that can make bigger donations to help support these teams. It's a system that's set up to benefit Big Ten schools. So does it need tweaking? Sure, it needs tweaking. But at the end of the day, what Indiana football did and what Michigan basketball did, and what's happened here of late is well within the current rules, and that's good for them for taking advantage of it. But I hope it doesn't hurt the fans when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm different.
I know you.
Yeah, and it's fine, and we can still coexist, Doug. Yeah. I'm not feeling as strongly about the sports as I used to. I don't cheer as lustily as I used to because it does bother me to a degree, because I do think that they need to put up some guardrails quickly. And I think something that would make me feel a lot better is maybe something they could do quickly, and that is let the players agree to 2-year contracts.
Yeah.
And that way it's not one and done. It's not constantly this revolving door that you're there for 2 years. Okay. Mm-hmm. And 2 years isn't a lot because it used to be 4. Now you're cutting it in half, but it's better than 1. And I think another part of this that has changed dramatically, it's not just NIL and the portal. It's coaches are hired to be fired now. Coaches are being plucked all over the place and poached and brought in. You look what's gone on at LSU, and and I know this has kind of always happened, but I don't think it's always happened with this kind of frequency, where now coaches aren't given. You're not given 4 years, 5 years.
No.
You're gone after 1 or 2 years in some cases if you're not getting the job done. So, and that leads to volatility with the portal too, because there's no consistency.
So, like the previous guy said he was a Michigan State fan. Do you want Pat Fitzgerald to build a football program through recruiting, or if he can get some big portal ads? And I don't follow it like I used to, but do you want the big portal ads to help? Because Pat Fitzgerald is taking over a program similar to what Dusty May took over.
Yeah, I think it's when you're a new coach coming into a situation, you have to lean on the portal because it's for 2 reasons. One, you want to bring in the guys that you can see with your own eyes and recruit, and 2, you've lost a bunch of players to the portal before you even step foot on campus. So that first year is going to be portal heavy for any coach. Mm-hmm. Then from that point, I hope that what the coach has done, whether it's Pat Fitzgerald, well, specifically Pat Fitzgerald, because it's my team and my program, I hope that he's built a strong enough base and let people know who he is, that players will want to commit to him out of high school and stick around there.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. So one of the topics a couple things we've introduced today. One is, who are you happiest for? Whether it be somebody in your family, whether it be somebody on the team. I've mentioned somebody on the team, and certainly, my kids, my mom and dad and all that, and having a chance to get down there on Saturday was a lot of fun. But on the team, it's Elliot Cadeau. I feel Elliot Cadeau was the one transfer who was celebrated by fans on social media when he left his previous stop. And social media isn't always a true reflection of what the real world is. But I'm happy to see that kid, who I think is selfless, and went out and had a huge Final Four and got named Most Outstanding Player. On that team, I think Elliot Cadeau would be the guy that I am happiest for. And then the other thing is about the way Michigan won it. On the floor, it's the kind of team that you honestly dream about. A selfless team that plays at both ends of the floor. They're coachable. They can win the game if you want to get into a track meet. And last night, the UConn Huskies, a really well-coached team, put the brakes on it and slowed it down, low possession game, and they won it that way as well. I just got a text with a picture of Michigan's shot chart from last night, and it's kind of crazy because if you look at their success failure rate, they hit 3 shots outside the paint.
Yeah.
3 shots outside the paint. And that is not the style that they played much of the season. You can't see that on the cameras.
No,
I don't know why
but
they
that's,
held it up.
when you see something that's that disparate, then you take advantage of it. Okay, let's go back inside because we've got a front court that can score.
Yeah.
And let's utilize that. And if we have open shots on the outside, we'll take them. But we're going to try to focus on the high percentage shots. And nobody was knocking down shots last night for either team. But Michigan hit a higher percentage. Both teams were well below 40%. But that's a credit to defense, and it's a credit to knowing what your opponent is. And Michigan did a great job of kind of a soul-crushing effort there to UConn. I'll still maintain that the game Saturday night was for the national championship. Arizona is a better team than UConn. UConn slowed things down, and
they gave themselves a shot.
They did give themselves a chance, but it's still, to me as an outsider watching it, it never really felt after like the 10-minute mark that UConn was going to win that game at any point. I just thought Michigan's got this. They're controlling this enough and keeping them at bay enough. Yeah, it got a little tight at the end, but even then I just felt like, they'll knock down the free throws and they're going to win this game. And they did. Did a great job. They're the best team in the country.
Let's go to Matt. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how you doing? To me, I enjoyed the game last night. But my thing, the people calling and saying, oh, Michigan bought their team, isn't that what they do in every single sport? MLB, NBA, NFL, you go buy the best player available.
Yeah, but
well, they draft and recruit.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that those are professional sports, and some people like myself don't really want to accept that that's what college sports has become. Now it's a professional sport.
That's all. I was just confusing. People watch other sports and advocate to go buy the best player, but when they do it in college, everyone, it's like their head's on fire.
Well, I don't know. I mean, look, not everybody's that way. I don't know if players getting paid money has any impact on what happens on the court or the field or the ice or the diamond or whatever. Does that change in any tangible way the actual games. Now, maybe there's like the one guy who called said the spirit of competition, something inside of him is lost, and that's his, his own personal right. I wonder. He said he was a Michigan State fan. If Pat Fitzgerald turns it around quickly with a whole bunch of portal guys, is he going to feel the same way? I don't know. Maybe he'll surprise himself.
Also, out of spite, I hope the Red Wings lose tonight.
Get the thinking. You know what's crazy? Nobody's putting them away. Nobody is putting the Red Wings away. They could win tonight and move back into a tie with Ottawa.
Yeah, it's tunnel vision. Just take care of the games that are left. There's 5 games left. I feel like as a fan, I'm trying not to be as invested right now because I'm so pissed at this team. And I won't allow myself to get invested again unless they win the next 2 games.
Yeah.
And if they win 2 games again, then I'm setting myself up to get hurt all over again, and I got it. But right now, I'm trying not to be as invested, even though, of course, I'm going to watch the game. And yes, I want them to win because I want to see playoff hockey, even though I know this team is not built to succeed in the playoffs. There's no way this team is built to succeed in the playoffs. But I want this team to at least taste what the playoffs are like. And who knows? Maybe you get a hot goaltender and things go your way. I don't know. And you're playing every other night when it happens.
Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Spring into savings with low payments on a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer. Pay just $249 a month for 36 months on a Trailblazer LT front-wheel drive with $19.99 down. $249 a month. Go now to 17.5 and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount and Chevy Lease Loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year plus tax and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Don next on 97.1. Hello, Don.
Hey, how are you guys doing? Sorry, I got a Peloton on, turning it down.
Oh, good for you. Getting a sweat on?
Trying to. So I'm going to preface this. I went to Michigan State, and I am a Spartan fan. I did not like the way college athletics is going because now it's a paid sport. But be that as may, I'm going to nominate. This is gonna irk a bunch of people. Cano for Cano Award. I mean, the way he plays basketball in certain situations, like the end of the half, running down court, purposely jumping into somebody to draw a cheap penalty. It's akin to a hockey player skating down the ice, feeling a little tug on his leg, and diving. I think they should start calling it that way. And then let me ask you this: since they don't call it, since they call it, at the 3-point line or something like that, why don't they call it underneath the basket? So,
well, do you like it when Jeremy Fears does it?
Yeah, I hate it. I think it's cheap.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I don't like it when he does it.
It's not a great part of the game. And I mean, look, there's no question that foul baiting is become a thing. And a lot of teams have a player that does it. And until they figure out how to officiate, it's obviously really, really tough to officiate it, but there's no question that it's just part of the game.
Yeah, but they let them play underneath the basket. I mean, if you drive the basket, and why don't you just have a small guard driving in Mara, hit him in the shin caps like you're going up to shoot because he is 7'4", and then draw the penalty that way and get him in foul trouble. I mean, but they don't call that.
Yeah, I don't know if we ever get maybe an official can call us and tell us if it's truly different under the basket as opposed to out on the perimeter. I suspect it really is a tough game to officiate, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Noted. We go to Dustin in Walled Lake next. Hi, Dustin.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I just wanted to touch on the NCAA. You guys asked about how college sports are changing and how some people aren't into it as much. For me, it's just the pride. I don't think these guys nowadays, it doesn't seem like anybody's proud to go to their school and to be a Wolverine and come up in that program. It's, well, Michigan won the bidding war, so here I am. I'm going to play basketball for these guys.
Some of their players said they had more money, they had higher offers.
It just doesn't feel the same.
Dustin, some of the players said they had more money to go elsewhere.
The other thing I had to say was, as far as the Wings go and Steve Yzerman goes, I hope they lose, and I'll take Steve Yzerman to the airport after all this myself. I'm ready for this to be done.
So, Dustin, some of the players said they had more money, higher offers to go elsewhere. But this is college athletics.
I can understand that.
Yeah, I mean, so they did. Some of them chose Michigan, if it's true. Some of them chose Michigan for reasons other than the highest bidder. And they may tweak the system, as the system is right now inside the way it's built. Michigan did it better than anybody. Dusty May did it better than anybody. And as far as the Wings, I mean, look, I can't do that. The root against your team thing because you want change that bad. And the people that do it have every right to do it. I just can't. I'm not wired that way. I don't know. When that puck drops tonight, I'm hoping they win. I'm hoping they still slide into the playoffs. I can't believe nobody's put them away yet.
Yeah, I mean, if I feel the same way, of course, I'll be cheering them on tonight or rooting for them anyway. I don't know about cheering, but I'll be rooting for them. If I didn't, I just wouldn't watch the game. I can't watch a team. I can't watch a game to watch my team lose because I want the change. I won't do that. Mm-hmm. Why would I do that to myself? Like there have been moments in the past where I've watched, let's say Michigan State, for instance, and I want to change. I'll watch part of the game, and then you know what? It just doesn't become important to me to watch the rest of it because I don't want to be openly rooting for failure to force change. Change will happen soon enough. And I suspect if the Red Wings don't win enough to get into the playoffs, there's a real possibility Steve Yzerman's not coming back. A real possibility.
Yep.
And I know people don't believe that because he's an icon here and ownership, and they don't think that the changes will happen. But, it feels like there's so many outside forces right now that are demanding it. And I think if you take a step back and look at it objectively, you could certainly make a very strong case that that change has to happen. But there's still time left on the clock to make something happen. And they're not doing desperate measures at this point. We haven't seen them bring up 5 players from Grand Rapids and say, you guys got it. We need something to happen here. They're not scouring the waiver wire and inserting somebody in a lineup. They're not doing absolutely crazy things, but I don't know if they can do any Hail Marys at this point. At this point, it's just do what you can do as a team. Control what you can control from shift to shift, and you have to be better. Stop making the stupid mistakes and be better. It's just that simple. But I got news for you. If they don't make the playoffs this year, I don't think Steve Yzerman is the only one that's on the hot seat.
What McClellan? Well, if Yzerman goes, McClellan probably goes too, right?
I would think that he's. Let's just say, do you think he's on the hot seat right now for a team that was in first place halfway through January?
I can't imagine how there's not pressure on him too. Yeah.
I mean, I like Todd McClellan. I like how he addresses the media. I think he's a stern kind of guy. But it's, you also look at his track record. He's moved on place to place to place. Mm-hmm. And does he wear out his welcome, or do the players tune him out, or whatever? I mean, ultimately, this team needs a different attitude from the players. And if these guys aren't going to change their attitude, then about how they go about playing the game, then they need to bring different players in. And that sets a whole chain reaction of what can happen in the offseason.
Let's go to Bridge in Farmington Hills. You're next. What's up, Bridge?
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hey, so my son and my grandson, they came from San Francisco for the game last night.
Wow.
And I just sent you a picture. Like he gets tickets at the last minute. I don't know for how, but he waits till the last minute, and he's got tickets like 4 rows up from the floor, just to the side of one basket, and they're loving the game. He finds tickets when the Pistons went to San Francisco to play the Golden State Warriors. He was on like 2 rows up behind the
Bridge. Did he say how much he paid for him last night?
I don't know what he paid, but he gets them he always tells me he gets them at discounted prices. He waits at the last minute, so he probably paid less than face value.
There's an art form. There's an art form to finding the market for tickets when it bottoms out, and I'm no good at it. And some people say it's if you got them right before the game, I guess that's when it is. But you have to run the risk of not getting in. And if you flew from San Francisco,
yeah, I don't know how he does it, but when the Pistons went to San Francisco, and his son got Cade's signed shoes, the game-worn shoes, because he was wearing a Cade jersey.
Wow.
And he talked to him at halftime. And when the game ended, Cade took off his shoes and signed them and gave it to him.
That's
He's
pretty
got
cool.
the video and everything.
That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
that's cool. But he gets tickets at the last minute for what? He took me to the Tigers game when they were here last year, and we got tickets 2 rows behind the home plate.
Well, he's got it down, Bridge. It sounds like he knows what he's doing. Secondary market. I'm no good at that. I always pay too much. But I don't like running the risk of not getting in.
Oh, sure.
Or the ticket price goes up. Now, last night, when 2 fan bases leave, I think tickets become way easier to get. I think it was probably easier last night than it was on Saturday. Mark in Detroit, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Mark.
I like Monroe. I agree with you. I like Caden Proctor too. I like Caden Proctor over Monroe Freeland because I watched the Alabama game and this guy was running it like a running back at 360 pounds and he's lost weight a little bit. And I think the Lions with their coaching, if he could come to training camp down to about 340, I mean, can you imagine Panay Sewell and him? You got to move. Number one, if the Lions don't move Panay Sewell to left tackle, then they must be like the old Lions regime because that's common sense. I don't feel comfortable with Larry Bourne as a starting right tackle. Caden Proctor is at a hell of an upside.
I'm not particularly comfortable. Well, first of all, just so bring people up to speed, last hour we had the note from Daniel Jeremiah who said the Lions love Caden Proctor, and then on the Mina Kimes podcast, and then later said to Pete Schrager he will not get past the Lions at 17. So that's the context of what Mark's talking about here. I have no issue with them going after Caden Proctor, and I would have no issue whatsoever. And I think that
people act like People act like he's 350 pounds. He can't move. This man can move.
No, he can move.
And
I think people have already judged him because of the first game of last year against Florida State, where they weren't very good, and he did not have a good game.
Yeah.
But after that, he was great. And the difference between Caden Proctor and Monroe Freeling, 40 pounds. They're both tall. They're both very athletic. Caden Proctor's bigger. And if both of those guys are available at 17, it'd be an interesting choice to make. I don't suspect they're both going to be there at 17.
248-539-9797. Something Kang used to love, not so much anymore. We'll get to that today at 12:35, plus your phone calls and feedback. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Congratulations, Michigan Wolverines, national champs, cut down the nets. Standing on top of that Warner ladder on a Monday night is where you want to be. And Dusty May's group finished the job last night. Red Wings still alive, haven't been put away. Cold night in Minneapolis. Tigers lose. Pistons lose a game as they're playing out the string as the 1 seed. Lots on the table today. And that Daniel Jeremiah story that he's saying that the Lions love Caden Proctor and he won't fall past them. Whether it's true or not, who knows? It's an interesting discussion point. But if it is true, how do you feel about it? 248-539-9797, the massive offensive tackle from Alabama. In the meantime, we mentioned before the break, Kang used to love something not so much anymore.
Yeah, it's ever since I was a kid, I love championship games. All championship games they just feel different. The national anthem, the introductions of players are great, right?
It just means more.
It does. But with when March Madness ends, there's something at the end that the others don't have. It's one shining moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I've loved this since a kid. I don't love it as much anymore. And last night, I watch it again. I wait for it. They always wait till the end, right? They sucker me in. I stay up late. And now it's just turned into extreme close-ups of guys making weird faces. Because I want the highlights. I want the buzzer beaters. But everything's completely zoomed in. You don't see anything. All they want is the reaction of, a fan or a player on the ground or a cheerleader. You know what I mean? It's
right.
Just these extreme close-ups of these faces. And I'm like, what happened to one shining moment?
To be fair, do we not I don't think we had that many buzzer beaters this year.
No, but there's the Kentucky one. There was the St. John's.
UConn, St. John's.
I can't stand one shiny moment, so I don't watch it. Did they show a buzzer beater? Or
yes,
no?
they showed.
did.
Yeah, but it was Doug. Was it not an extreme close-up version of it? I didn't see the full, full shot from the entire court. I want to see the highlights. Maybe I'm thinking it used to be a highlight reel.
Yeah.
And now it's, like I said, just faces.
Here's a fan dressed as Fred Flintstone.
Yeah, right.
And that's true. That was in there. Was a fan at the beginning of One Shining Moment dressed as Fred Flintstone.
And I think they use the same Izzo face every year, by the way, because Izzo's got to be in it because he's part of Mr. March, right? But it's always him. All right, it's.
I have a kidney stone.
Yeah. I'm okay, now it's what happened? What happened, man? Doug, I know you like One Shining Moment.
I do, and it's funny. I now want to go back and watch from 20 years ago and see if it's truly changed, or did you just finally notice what One Shining Moment was all about? That it's all reaction shots and tight shots of weird faces, or as you put it, yeah.
And now there's no Jim Nantz cutting his tie off either.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, look, it's cool that you have tradition.
Cadeau, I wanted to present you with my tie. It's a beautiful paisley tie I wore specifically for this game, and now I give you this scissor cut at the top.
Was that a Windsor knot, or was it a?
Doesn't matter. I cut it below the knot, so you'll never know.
For people who don't know, apparently Jim Nantz had a tradition of giving a player after the. I don't know if it was
a tradition unlike any other.
Yeah, he'd give them his tie after the championship game. A player that either I don't remember if it was a player he liked or did he give it to the most outstanding player?
Whoever's still here on the floor when I'm doing it.
Basically,
right.
Like Cheddar got it last night.
Right. We have a day Mara's mother has come over here.
The tie is clipped. There you are.
I wonder where those ties are today. Does anybody wear it? Would you wear it? I don't know if I'd want to wear Jim Nantz's tie.
I thought he cut it. He doesn't cut it?
I don't know.
Jerry, you weren't watching by then anyways. Come on. Right? You're I'm out. What are the Tigers doing?
Jim Nantz tie tradition. Let's Google search this. Jim Nantz tie tradition involves the legendary broadcaster gifting his worn necktie to a standout senior player from the NCAA winning championship team. Started around 2006, this personal ritual honors his father, who taught him to tie a tie, and symbolizes admiration for a player's character and performance. Notable recipient Ryan Archidiacono of Villanova famously received the tie after the 2016 championship game, a moment that brought the tradition into the spotlight.
Well, you deserve it. You passed up on the shot.
I'm about to pass up on this tie.
right. I'm watching a video of him taking the tie off and handing it to. Yeah, okay. So it's not. I thought he cut it. He doesn't cut it. He just hands it. The kid's like, okay, great. Then has to go to a post-game press conference. What's that around your neck? It's a tie. Jim Nance gave it to me, I guess.
Did he put it on the kid?
He handed it to him.
Okay.
Dad taught me to tie a tie, so I thought I'd give you a tie. Because your father taught you to tie a tie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that seems to make sense. Are you thinking you're my father? And by the way, you haven't taught me how to. You just took it off and handed it to me. Where's the learning? Where's the learning coming?
Archie Diacono was like, I have a dad.
Right.
I'm good.
Mr. Archie Diacono comes over and lays out Nance. Steve's my son. He's got a father. You sleeping with my wife?
So anyway, you say it's not the same, okay?
I'd watch that one shining moment.
It's one shiner.
Yeah. Doug, did you watch it last night?
I did, yeah.
Okay. You always watch it, right?
I always do, yeah. I like it still.
Well, I imagine you watched what time were you? I know that you were anxious.
Doug never slept. He just came right in.
I kind of did. I didn't want to bring it up because the morning show never sleeps, and I'm like in the office exhausted today.
But I get it because you were nervous about your kids driving back home in the middle of the night rather than staying the night. I got that part. But also, you're going to watch and soak in every bit of it, too.
I watched it all, and I wanted to hear what they were saying, what Hurley had to say afterwards, what the coaches and players had to say. Show prep. There's going to be, like, when the Pistons, for instance, I hope, or when they win a big series, stay up late watching all that.
Yeah, I flipped over to, I think the Tigers may have been done by that point.
I think they were, yeah.
Yeah.
What was it, House Hunters International or something?
No, actually, I watched the end of, I watched Ballerina.
What?
The John Wick movie.
Oh, okay.
With Ana de Armas. So watch the rest of that. That was good.
Don't tell me what happens in case I never watch it.
Okay.
Yeah. 248.
Say that now.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Brandon in Shelby Township. You're next. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good.
Did your father teach you to tie a tie?
No, but you're talking about all this. The last time the Michigan football team won the championship, Doug had the Houston Cowboy hat. It's not a tie, but it's the cowboy hat.
I did put on. Well, my son bought a gas station cowboy hat that made the rounds that night. Yeah, there's nothing like an authentic. It was an authentic Houston gas station cowboy hat.
Doug, I'm from Houston.
Jim Nance is from Houston, isn't he? Anyway, what's up, Brandon?
It was Doug's version of the tie.
Yeah, I didn't give it to a player, but sure.
But people are talking about like the players and all that, and the players are what you're supposed to be talking about. But Michigan won the championship. It's huge. It's going to go on for years.
I mean, yeah. We did. We've been talking about it all day, and yeah, they. I mean, it's a team that goes down in history.
I mean, Dusty May is like the best coach. Like, they keep saying he's going to go to the NBA, he's going to go to the NCAA, but he decided to stay with us. And, I mean, if we're going to go to the NIL, we're doing the best we can.
Brandon, thank you for the phone call. Yeah, yes. Dusty May is a great coach, and he said he's coming back. You think maybe he forgot why he called? Sorry, we had him on hold too long. That's on us. That's on us. My bad. Donovan, you're next. Hi, Donovan.
How's it going, guys? Go Blue.
Yeah, go Blue.
How are we feeling today?
Tired.
Man, I just wanted to call. I just wanted to say, I don't know if you guys saw this, but I saw that you can bet online now on certain words that'll be said during the broadcast. For example, like draft pick, whatever. I saw the most bet on was like elbow being said at some point during the broadcast. Do you guys see that by any chance?
No.
I did not. That's weird.
I like to do my betting the old-fashioned way, and that is just to bet on the outcome of the
game. Where did you see this, Donovan?
I saw a post about it earlier. I didn't actually see the odds myself last night, or maybe I would have thrown a little bit of money down. But the reason I bring it up is because I just can't stop thinking about, how rich I could become if I could place a 3-leg parlay on Mike and Rico coming in here this afternoon and talking about NIL referees and who knows what else they're going to find to cry about.
Well, look, in their defense, I think those guys have been talking about how great this Michigan team is for quite some time. So I don't think that's going to change. But who knows? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. It's not the same, huh, Kang?
Oh, here comes the faces.
All the goofy faces.
Me diving. Oh, me reacting.
You
me getting a technical foul.
Getting hit in the nuts.
Exactly. Jeremy Fears game, huh?
Wow.
Me reacting, getting called for hitting somebody in the nuts.
Right.
You I think you should go back and watch an old one and compare it to a new one and see if it truly has changed.
Good
Kang
idea.
doesn't like One Shining Moment anymore because he thinks all it is tight shots of faces.
Reaction.
Extreme closes of a reaction. Yeah. I'm going to look up 1989 one, the last time Michigan won.
Okay.
How's that?
See how different it is. And then report back if you don't mind. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ethan next on 97.1. Hello, Ethan.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
I just got to say, I think, I don't know how many of you guys watched the Tigers game last night. I know it was kind of second fiddle, but they're lucky that the national championship game was on because that was a putrid game yesterday. I get that it's, 10 games in, it's cold in Minnesota, but there's just some fundamental stuff that's going on right now that cannot happen. I mean, this is the third or fourth time Pork has been caught in a pickle in between first and second on a pass ball. It's very frustrating stuff.
I mean, in fairness, that pass ball, the ball goes completely past the catcher, but it had some heat on it. It hits the brick wall behind and bounces right back to him like with pace. I mean, that ball was right back at him. You're not expecting that.
It was, but there's certain, it's like you got to look at the guy in front of you. I don't know. There's just some, and like Vierling in the second inning on that drop ball. Again, I get it's cold, and it feels like the Tigers, there's a quota for them to have a bad game in Minnesota every year in April, but it's just, it's a frustrating product to watch, especially when, everyone came into this season and the concern was the offense. And, it's the same thing as all the other games where they get one inning of offense, and if their bullpen can't hold up, they're not going to win these games. So I just think they're lucky that, Michigan was the star last night, because I think some more people would be mad if they were able to watch that game.
Maybe, but I hope we're not living and dying from every game from number 1 to 162 with this team. I think you have to put it in perspective and say, okay, it wasn't a great game last night. Fair enough. Go out there and win the game tonight. Go out there and win the game tomorrow. And
win the series. Yeah, I mean, look, Ethan, it's been some stuff early in the year. I'm really disappointed in the bullpen. Some of the trends they've had offensively have been kind of odd. Like they went through 5 games there where they scored in like 4 innings, which was really bizarre. And the JV injury is a lot of people second guessing and all that, but that signing in the first place. But at the end of the day, it's a long season. Let it breathe a little bit. We'll see how it looks in a few weeks. But yeah, you hate to see fundamental mistakes. I don't feel like this team is so loaded that they can get away with that on too many nights. Like they're not so good that they can win games when they don't play well. Like some teams are so good. They're not one of them. They're good. I think they're pretty damn good, but they need to dial it in for sure. Rudy on the road says, I'm at the point with the Red Wings where I don't want them to make the playoffs. In order for things to change, they need to miss the playoffs, and a head needs to roll. I don't know what it looks like, but if it involves Stevie not having to be here, I'm okay with that. The man is a legend. It always will be beloved in Detroit. But his time as our GM needs to come to an end. Well, look, this is one of the reasons why deciding you're moving on from Yzerman right now, and obviously you've decided that what you think is in the best interest of the organization is to move on, and I understand that, because if they don't make the playoffs, it's not clearing that first very low hurdle. Half the teams in the league make the playoffs. You got to make the playoffs after this long. You have to have built it to the point where you start to look at it and say, okay, everything he has tried, he still produces a team that when March rolls around and the games seem to mean more, they unfortunately and sadly fold. And it's been highly frustrating. And what's so weird is Yzerman was a part of so many championship runs as a player, built the championship team in Tampa. You would think he'd have a firm grasp on what the tangibles and the intangibles are to build a team that doesn't fold when the games mean the most. and he hasn't been able to do that.
Yeah, that's the surprising part, is that they haven't been able to match up the acquisitions and the draft choices with what it takes to win playoff hockey. And it's frustrating. And I'm sure it's frustrating for him because he's thinking he's got, okay, I'm getting this guy, I'm bringing this guy in, and he's going to be great in the room and going to lead by example. And then you find out, wait a minute, there's not much left in the player that I thought we had, or they're just not playing the way you expected them to. The draft picks haven't developed as quickly as you wanted them to. But I still think that whatever happens this season, I think the right decision will be made. You know, if they don't make the playoffs, it's hard for me to think that that's just going to go unnoticed by management or by ownership, I should say. I don't think Chris Ilitch is just saying everything's fine. I mean, you saw the Tigers. How you
could be.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Tigers turn things around and made the playoffs the last couple of years. And 2 years ago when they made it, it was completely out of left field, but they've done it. And you know, Scott Harris is building this team up and feel like they're doing it the right way. You know, time is running out on Steve Eisman. I don't think there's any question time is running out on him. I don't know if he'll get another season if they don't make the playoffs. But they've got some decisions to make in the offseason, not just on his front, but on player front with guys that you can no longer hide in Grand Rapids, that they have to make the team now. You have to give them contracts, real NHL contracts. And that includes the goaltender, Sebastian Cossa, which is really unfortunate that you haven't seen enough of him at the NHL level. But that's just one example. There are other players, too, that are in that same position. They've got guys that have been seemingly in Grand Rapids like 4 or 5 years and just haven't cracked the lineup in the NHL.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Harumi. You're on 97.1. Hello, Harumi.
Hey, guys. Go Blue.
Fired up, huh?
I am a wife of a Wolverine, a very dedicated husband, and I am so excited and happy for him. We live in Houston, Texas, and we went to the national championship for the football. And then this time we said, we need to go. So we went up to Indianapolis, and we had the best time there, and we got to put another ship on our bucket list. So we are super excited for the Wolverine family.
Now, it sounds like you're driving. Are you driving right now?
Oh, you know we are. We have to go back to work, so we're already back in Houston.
Okay, all right. So you flew back to Houston, and now you're driving. You didn't drive back to Houston.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Where were your seats?
No, we don't have that kind of time.
Where were your
Our
seats?
seats were in the quarterback suite, which was a real big treat, too. We weren't really sure. We were just kind of looking for tickets kind of last minute, and then we rolled up. It's food included, drinks included, so we were... the trophy was there too, and it was just a very amazing experience, and just
how'd you swing that?
My husband looked online and found some pretty good price tickets.
Wow.
I'm almost ashamed to ask, but I'm dying to know if these were super expensive.
I think they were
They were just a couple $100 more than the rows around it, so I figured, hey, why not?
Wow, that's aggressive.
Well
and
done.
well done, well played,
baller.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Yep.
So we got the grandparents to watch our kids for 24 hours, and flew out and had a little parents getaway and partied like we were back in college.
Wow, sounds like it was a good weekend.
That's a hell of an excursion. Yeah.
Now back to reality.
Well, thank you for calling and thank you for sharing.
Yes, sir.
All right. You all right over there?
No. No.
Okay, are you laughing because of what? Hey, we had party like we were in college, or did Kang say something in your ear?
At first it was that, and then it was that. Something was said.
I was happy for them. I thought they probably turned back the clock a little bit, right? Gainer, am I right? Yeah. All right.
Yep. Partying like you're in college. That's right.
Kang.
I just told Doug.
Right. Yeah. All right.
I was going to say it on the air, but don't say it on the air.
I didn't do that in college.
Wow. Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. Thank you for calling, Harumi, 97.1.
Brought to you by Eminem Garage Doors. If you want to see Michigan men's basketball bring the national championship trophy back to campus today, the team is encouraging you to get to the Chrysler Center this afternoon. They're expected to arrive around 3:30 today. The program is also going to announce further championship celebrations later this week. Currently, many sportsbooks have Michigan trailing Duke for the second best odds to win the title again next year. Michigan State checked in anywhere between third and fifth best odds on the popular sportsbooks today after the Wolverines win last night. New this hour, A.J. Hinch told MLB Radio Network today how he plans to use Tarek Skubal and Framber Valdez in the rotation moving forward. Scuba will go tonight as the Tigers play the Twins right here on 97.1. Framber Valdez is expected to still go tomorrow, with the split coming later in the year after the team gets a few off days. Kerry Carpenter missed yesterday's game with a stomach bug. Still no update as to whether he'll play tonight. First pitch can be heard right here on 97.1 at 7:40 this evening. Red Wings face the Blue Jackets on WWJ tonight at 7 o'clock. Justin Falk is a game-time decision. Mason Appleton is out, according to Todd McClellan. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so the previous caller, if you missed the show, we've asked the question, Michigan fans, who are you happiest for? Whether it be a player, coach, someone in your family, whatever it is. And I mentioned earlier in the show, for me, the player is Elliot Cadeau. Played great in the Final Four, but also he was the one guy that when he went into the portal on social media, it seemed like the fan base celebrated the fact that he was leaving. And, to see him bounce back and have the kind of year that he had. And he's a pretty selfless player and, ran the show for Michigan. And it was just so critical in last night's win over UConn for the national championship. And look, you heard Shabath talk about it there in the update. First of all, it's a long way for even knowing who's going to be on the court for Michigan and Michigan State next year. But they are two teams that are near the top of the list as favorites to cut down nets a year from now. The website betonline.ag that sends us updated odds all the time has Michigan and Michigan State both at 16-1, tied for the fourth favorite. Duke is the favorite at 9-1 on that site. But Seth Davis has Michigan State number one. ESPN's Jeff Borzello has Michigan number one. The Athletic has Illinois number one. It's a good time for Big Ten basketball. It's also like hyper premature, right? Because who knows who's going to suit up for these teams? Who from Michigan is coming back? Is Izzo going to make a bigger play in the portal for a big specifically? Is that something that's in the cards? So still fun to talk about. And, everybody does it. It's probably just the way too early thing. And they put that tag on it because they know. But even now it's way too earlier than it's ever been before because roster management and changes between now and, the ball getting tipped next November there's going to be a lot of changes.
Well, how long is the portal open?
I don't know. A finite period of time, Scott.
But it just opened up, right? So now it's, I don't know if it's a couple weeks or if it's a few months. I don't know what it is, but I suspect that teams are going to be very active. There's going to be lots of programs around the country to see what Michigan did and think that they can replicate it. Mm-hmm. And maybe they can. Maybe it's going to be the new hotness in college basketball that you try to get 4 or 5 transfers and, starting caliber transfers and totally revamp your team. I don't know. I don't know what will happen. And here's the thing. There are plenty of disgruntled players.
Sure.
That are highly recruited players that thought that they'd be starting from day one and they weren't. That might say, okay, you know what? I'm out of here. Mm-hmm. And I think that may have happened with Michigan with how they landed a couple of guys. But this is just trying to traverse what is college athletics right now, and this is all part of it.
Portal window opens today, closes in 2 weeks. Players don't have to make a decision within 2 weeks. They just have to enter their name into the portal. And on April 21st, it closes. So that gives you the pool of players you have to choose from. Then they can continue to talk to coaches and visit and figure it out after the portal closes. But you have to have your name in these 2 weeks.
And then you've got players that are in the portal and also considering the NBA.
Yeah.
Saw that happen with the guy from Wisconsin.
Blackwell?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened with the Axel Lundenberg. Last year he went to the NBA Combine. Said if he got a first-round guarantee, he was going to jump. Didn't get that guarantee. He committed to Michigan, but said, I'm leaving my name in for the NBA draft, then pulled it out and went to Michigan and was a cornerstone for a national championship team.
So right now he might be the number one option in the portal for any team looking at him. He's a 19-point-a-game scorer. The kid from
John
Wisconsin.
Blackwell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's
Michigan native.
Wants to see what's up with the NBA. And if he doesn't get that grade, bidding's open, right? But he would have to commit to somebody in the next 2 weeks. Is that what you're saying?
No, you can commit after the portal closes. You have to put your name in
you
these
said
2
to be in
weeks.
the portal.
Yeah, once the portal closes, no new names can enter. But you have, I don't know, it doesn't say there's a time in which you have to make a decision by. Blackwell's considered one of the best players in the portal. According to On3, the website, the 6'4" shooting guard shot 39% for three on 7.3 attempts a game. 3 schools to watch for Blackwell are Michigan, Indiana, and Duke. All of them are looking to add scoring pop from the wing. He is originally from Highland Park, Michigan. So, something to keep an eye on. In the meantime, look, the Michigan team that cut down the nets, this is the kind of team, fan base, you have to love because they were so unselfish. They played both ends of the floor. They were coachable. And, it's in terms of bringing a group together and getting the buy-in, that might be hard for Dusty May to replicate. But now you have proof of concept, right? Once you win that title and you show people how it's done, and then theory, when you win a national championship, everybody eats, right? Everybody gets, something out of it. The one thing about NIL that, amongst, all the changes people have asked, one thing I really actually like about NIL is it feels like it keeps players potentially in the collegiate game longer.
Yeah.
Because if like Yaks last year looking for a first round guarantee, he didn't get it. And he's like, okay, how much money am I going to make as a second round pick? And now I can sign an NIL deal, stay in college. Players that are on the bubble now, or whether to stay or go. I don't know what Adai Mara's plans are, Marez Johnson, but they can, okay, what's my draftability? Do I want to stay? Do I want to?
Only 30 guys can be first round picks, right? Yep. And a bunch of those are European players that aren't even playing college basketball. So you got maybe 22 or so.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise you're a second round pick. And if you can get, a 7-digit contract to play college basketball, you're going to go back to college.
Yeah. It seems like, in theory, this can make the college game in some ways better. If you're a fan of the college game, keep the kids in college a little bit longer. Because, before you had guys jump into the league and you're like, okay, why are you doing that? But it felt like as soon as you got your name on the board, players wanted to go make money. Now they can stay, improve their draft stock, and make money. Yaks being an example of how it happens. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We'll go to Steve in Flint. You're on 97.1. Hello, Steve.
Hey, guys. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Hey, number one, man, kudos to Michigan. I think that's great that they won. Glad they can make free throws. Glad we could score from the paint. But that was a terrible game. That was absolutely a terrible game, I think, by all means. I have no idea how we won the game, number one.
Well, I think you just said it.
But yeah. So, really, though, the reason I called, I wanted to go back to the Yzerman thing and the Red Wings. I'll be at the game today, but Yzerman is the main cause of all this pain. And if it's not Yzerman, it's definitely Ilitch. I don't think Ilitch wants to spend the money. I don't know what he's looking for, whether it's long-term contract. The Wings, not the Tigers.
Well, there's a salary cap in hockey, so he's spending money.
Yeah, but we have the largest gap in the salary cap right now for Detroit. We have tons of money to spend. We could have gone back. You go back to the trade deadline. We could have had Hughes.
Well, we don't know but it's possible. Yeah,
That had nothing to do with money.
Yeah, the Quinn Hughes thing is one that if they had accessibility to him, if they did, not trading for him is looking like a big mistake.
Yeah, but you know what, you guys, we could have gone back. We could have gone further into unmentioned names. Calgary had a couple defensemen. We had Zach Whitecloud on the table. There was a couple other guys that Trouba and a few other options that we had. And I just don't think that Yzerman is making the right choices here. I don't think he's trying. It seems like every year we come back to this mid part of the season, and there's nothing that comes of it.
Well,
We don't
Steve,
make
I would say
any
this.
big moves.
I think you're part right and part wrong. I think that the wrong area is that he's not trying. I think he's 100% trying. I think he's made phone calls. I think that there's been offers that have been put forth, that they're trying to swing deals. And in the end, he has pulled back because he thought that the asking price was too high on a lot of players. They do have cap space, or they did have cap space going into that, because I think they plan on being a player. I think they planned on going and getting a couple players on this team, and he had to save some cap space for that. It ended up just being Justin Falk they got, and the deals fell through for other players. And that's the part that you can be upset about. If you think that they were being too cautious, I'm not going to fight you on that. I mean, there's a school of thought with that like they're not willing to risk giving up players that are not contributing to this team right now because they're prospects or the draft picks selections that haven't been used yet that could have been used to acquire a player and maybe a player off their current roster. But if you're replacing that player off a current roster with somebody who's better, and then all you're giving up are plays that we haven't seen yet, then you're telling yourself, well, this would make the team better for right now, and those moves weren't made. And I can understand that frustration, and I kind of share that to a degree. But I don't think Chris Ilitch is being cheap with the Red Wings in terms of not spending money. I think they're more than willing to spend money.
Well, look,
but the players got to want to be here.
It's hard to disagree with Yzerman not making the right moves. I mean, what argument is there for him making the right moves? He's not wrong there. I don't know that as far as cap space is concerned, Red Wings have $9.8 million. They're $9.8 million under the cap right now, which is there's three teams with more money under the cap. I think that was earmarked for a move that didn't get made.
Mm-hmm.
And, if it cost him his job, then whatever trigger he could have pulled on a bigger deal is probably a big reason why. I thought the Falk move was a strong one. But if you don't make the playoffs and you give up your first-round pick and now you're not making the playoffs, so maybe some of your assets have diminishing returns, you're really kind of backed into a corner, and I'm not sure what's next. And it very well might be a new person in charge. Carson Anderson, 97.1. We're talking last hour about Jim Nantz no longer doing the national championship game, so he's no longer handing out his tie to.
That's right.
Scott writes in, Nantz, you just hit a buzzer beater to win the college basketball national championship. It's the best moment of your life, and here comes Nantz with his tie. It's just on the surface. It's absurd.
Son, wait. I have a gift for you. Here's this tie I had. It's burgundy. You know, my dad taught me to tie a tie.
Oh.
Our colors are green and white, dude. Yes, but this is my tie. Oh, my bad. Thanks.
It's just absurd.
It's just weird. It's just so weird. It's so random. Like, why is this guy taking his tie off in front of me and handing me his tie?
Why is Dad so fired up to get rid of a tie?
Right. And because his dad taught him how to tie a tie, that's the impetus for him giving up the tie.
Yeah.
But what?
I don't know, man. 248-539-9797. John is next on 97.1. Hello, John.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up?
All right, John.
Hey, I just wanted to say two things quick. First, I just wanted to thank 97.1. I was just working, doing my regular day yesterday, listening to the station, and I heard you guys talk about they were selling tickets for $100 and something bucks. So I was like, what? So I went online, saw it myself, got myself a hotel using my points. I paid $130, guys, to go see a championship game of the home team in person that my daughter currently attends the university. So
wow.
That was awesome. So
John,
just thank you for keeping us updated.
Sure. Where were your seats?
So I was in a nosebleed. I didn't even know 600 levels exist. But yeah, I was at the 600 level. So, the air was pretty thin up there, but it was totally fine. We were surrounded by students. I would say, I don't know what the other caller said, but I would say from at least where I was at, it was 70% Michigan fans. So we had an awesome time. So
yeah.
Again, I just thank you guys for keeping us updated.
That's cool.
The second thing I wanted to say, everyone keeps saying, hey, best team money can buy. But when you look at the actual roster, right, Yaxel aside, right, the point guard, Cadeau, he was ran out of town, right? So it's not like they were just loving all on him. Mara wasn't even a full-time starter at UCLA. So it's not like we went and picked Jordan and Ewing and all the best players all across the country and put them all on one team. I mean, we just got them to work. And even Yaxel was hurt the last two games of the season. So, I mean, we did
John.
have the money, but we put it to money the right way.
By definition, in this day and age, whoever wins a championship is literally the best team that money could buy. By definition, everybody can pay, and everybody does. And if you win a title, you are the best team money could buy. I mean, I don't know. It's different than it was in the past, but the job of a coach and what you hope your NIL produces is the best team that money can buy. And that's okay. That's what it is now. It wasn't in the past, but now that it is allowed, I don't know what else the goal is. You're trying to put the best team on the floor. And look, it'll be interesting to see, new coaches come into places, and guess what happens? Players transfer out. They don't like the new coach, or they go with their old head coach somewhere. And there's nothing wrong with that anymore. It's the way it is. And so you try and replenish a roster. And, Dusty May took over an 8-24 team and turned it around. I appreciate the phone call, John. I do feel bad for Terrace Reed. By all accounts, he had a good experience at Michigan, still tight with some of the kids, had nice things to say about Dusty. Just said, Dusty knew Vlad Golden was coming in when Dusty came, and Dusty talked to him about playing 2 7-footers, and Reed said that they decided to go elsewhere. I told the story yesterday about how he saw Brian Bush and Terry Mills, who were the play-by-play crew for Michigan, courtside, and Reed went and dapped them up because he remembered him from his time at Michigan, and Brian kind of had a laugh and said on the air, we all got those 8-24 scars, and they laughed. And seems like Terrace is a cool kid. He was hugging the Michigan kids last night. He spent 2 years at Michigan, 2 years at UConn. Those two teams have won 3 titles in his 4 years, and he won none of them. I mean, and I I feel bad for him because he's like I said, seems like a cool
Seems
kid.
like a good, yeah.
And
but I'm guessing he left for more money to go to UConn.
It's
not
quite
like
possible.
it's not like UConn doesn't spend money.
No.
I mean, they're
No.
UConn.
No.
So,
but anyway, yeah. I mean, look, the college sports dynamic has changed, and it's hard to get used to. Admittedly, it's hard to get used to. But like I say, when the games start and they're being played, it's the same product. It's just, I think one of the things that we might see coming is NIL contracts that last years that a player in a school can negotiate. And in some players' cases, they might say, yeah, I want the NIL deal for 4 years, whether I pan out or not. And the school's obligated for 4 years to give that kid a scholarship and pay them their agreed upon portion of the rev share. Or a player might say, I only want 1 year. And the school can decide, well, then we don't want you. Or, then it's a little bit more known. It probably helps with building rosters and the fans know what they're getting.
yeah, I just hope that we get to the point where it's not the 1 year deal, or if it is the 1 year deal under certain circumstances, like, hey, they've got a 5th year of eligibility. They've played at one school for 4 years. They've got their degree. Now they're going to play something. They want to go somewhere else to play. In that circumstance, we'll grant you a 1 year. But that's what I'd want.
Yeah.
I don't know what the NCAA is going to end up doing. If they end up doing anything, they should do something, because it's still a broken system. It needs to be fixed, but it's also something that I think we also have to accept, that it is a changing system.
Yep.
And if you want to harken back for the days of what it was 10 years ago, it ain't going to that. It's not. Get over it, because they've moved on, and so should you.
Yeah, look, and I mean, the idea that the players make money, it doesn't really change the 40-minute basketball game. It doesn't change the 60-minute football game. It doesn't change the 3 periods in hockey. And it'd be intriguing to see, and I brought this up last week, what happens with schools like a Gonzaga, maybe like a Xavier, in these big city schools, maybe they produce high money alums and they don't have to support football. Do they start to take off? Do they start to have, because they can dedicate more of their rev share money just to basketball? Whereas all the Big Ten schools probably going to support football over basketball. Some will support basketball more, some will support it less, but
I would have to think that there's some sort of plan in place for schools that don't have a football program, that they don't get as much money for the revenue share.
Could be. There's nothing like that in place now, but hey, look, players getting paid, and you know what, Scott? They can afford to buy their own ties.
This is a fact.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Michigan cuts down nets. Were you there? What was the experience like? Who are you happiest for? And what, in your opinion, made this team special? Gator, we've talked about it for quite some time, and you get to March, and it's hard to win the Natty. It's hard. There are a lot of great teams that never make it to that Monday night and never get to crown themselves national champ. It's hard, and there are pitfalls. There's luck can play a role, and they were good and took luck out of it in a lot of cases. But at the end of the day, it should be, these moments should be cherished by fans because it's hard. And, there's, you feel like you might just be getting started, but you just never know. Like March is a difficult thing to navigate, even for the best teams. And they got it done. 248-539-9797 Masters this week.
Yeah.
Roll from March Madness right into the Masters. You fired up?
I am a little fired up for it. I mean, I'm disappointed that Tiger Woods won't be playing, but that's his own fault. So
he made sure of that.
Yeah, he did that. But I look forward to Masters every year. It's just a fun tournament to watch, and that you talk about history and tradition. That's really what that is. But the course is just so immaculate when you watch it. There's not a blade of grass out of place, and the flowers are perfect, and a beautiful scenery, and the undulating greens, the undulating fairways. It's awesome. And now with what's going on with some live defections, we're seeing more golfers coming back, and we'll see how they perform. Now that Koepka's back on tour, and Bryson DeChambeau is going to be there. I think Dustin Johnson and a couple others. Your buddy Patrick Reed.
Mm-hmm.
So that adds a little bit more intrigue for someone like you and me, who will both root heavily against those players.
Yep.
So it gives like a hate watching aspect of it as much as I want to see, really good golfers do.
Yeah, look, there's a couple things about Patrick Reed, okay? I didn't know anything about Patrick Reed until I saw him in the Ryder Cup and thought he was awesome. Found out shortly thereafter that he's one of the most hated men in golf. And it sounds like he's just really, really awkward and rubs people the wrong way. Then he jumped to Live, and I can't stand Live's existence. That's overstating it. I don't like Live. I think Live has made golf less entertaining, less exciting. So I haven't latched onto it. But yeah, now I root against the Live guys. It gives me a rooting interest. But the Masters is so special. And it's so fun. And I'm not sure that there's anything in sports that leans as heavily into tradition as the Masters does.
Yeah. And I like how they have gotten a little bit more loose with some of their rules that they had like 20 years ago with membership and the way that it's broadcast and the way that they allow way more access now to see earlier rounds and everything else. It's so much better, and it continues to be great. And then I love to just hear the stories when people go to it and they come back and they're like, it was only $2 for a beer.
Right.
I paid $1 for a pimento sandwich, and
I paid $525 to get in.
right. And I
save money on a sandwich.
Right. Spent $300 on two golf shirts, but it's worth it. But I like to hear that stuff, and then it's also the perspective. I've never been there, but the perspective people get when they walk the course, and like, there's not a flat lie on the course, and like, if you've ever played golf,
my brother-in-law Dave went once.
So different.
Yeah, and he just raved about it. Is Jimmy there this week? Jimmy's there this week, right?
I don't know. Usually he goes more often than not.
He's a Georgia guy, and it feels like he goes to these first few days.
Yeah, it goes like practice rounds, maybe the first round, and then he comes back before it gets terribly expensive.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Carol is next on 97.1. Hello, Carol.
Hello, how are you today?
We're great.
And her husband, Brian, Doug.
Hey,
Can you hear me?
Brian. Yeah, we got you.
Hey, love your show, both you guys, even though Gator's a State fan. But my wife is going to tell the story. We're on our way back from Indy, and it relates back to 2018. Actually, we were listening to you guys back then, but go ahead.
That's him saying my wife's going to tell the story.
We can barely hear you, Carol. We can hear Brian way better.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's
so,
okay.
Doug, in 2018, we drove to San Antonio. Can you hear me?
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, and we went to the game on Saturday, see them beat Loyola, and we're planning on Monday to go to the game, and my wife gets up in the morning. She's at the pool, and I told her, you know what, we're not going to be able to do this because I would have to drive home, and I was going to miss an important meeting on Tuesday afternoon. And so we left, and she was so mad at me, she sat in the back seat for the first 2 hours on our drive to Arkansas. So fast forward, this year, she got redemption. We didn't go to the game Saturday, but on Sunday, I said, let's go do it. We'll drive. It's only 4.5 hours. We didn't have tickets, didn't have a place to stay. One of my frat brothers from Michigan called me. We got together with him. We bought seats. We met Yaxel's mom outside of the stadium, got a picture with her. It was awesome.
Nice.
The whole experience, awesome.
So, Brian, in some ways you're the hero because in San Antonio they didn't win it, and because you left, you didn't have to make that drive home after a loss, and instead you got to experience a win.
Yep, I'm most happy for my wife for this one.
There you go.
Absolutely,
Carol.
Yay, Carol.
It was awesome. It was great to hear about your kids going down too.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, it was cool, and I thank you for the phone call. Gator and I are both like blown away that they both wanted to drive back overnight, and yet we did crazy things when we were 20.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like you did.
No, I did some crazy things, but I would not have expected that. Okay, after watching a national championship effort, wanting to party with friends, of course, and then why would I want to get into a car and say, "All right, I'll see you guys later. I gotta get back." Like, I would stay the night and leave in the morning, and really enjoy myself.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
but that's me. I mean, I told you out there. There was a time my freshman year I did leave. I literally was moved in to my dorm, and 2 hours later, I left with my brother, and we drove down to Grand Valley with to see a friend of ours who was going to school there.
This is when you were at Central?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my brother was a senior at Alma College at the time, so we drove down to Grand Valley, and we're there for a party. And at some point, we're realizing, I don't want to sleep in this frat house. Do you want to sleep in this frat house? He's like, no. I'm like, can we go? And he's like, yeah, we can go. And we left at like 2 a.m. to drive back up to Alma and spend the night in his dorm room.
So there you go.
Yeah. So I mean, I have done it like it's sort of, but not. I mean, if it were a championship game and I had access to a hotel, I'd check in the hotel.
I would have thought they would have jumped at the because I didn't want them to drive back. I told them, look, I'll pay for a room. Just stay the night, get up early, make it back. I know you got stuff to do, but I also am drive back from up north at 4 a.m. guy, and that works for me. I'm never happy about it when that alarm goes off at 3:45, but it feels like you get to squeeze an extra day out of it.
Yeah, but you've also gotten some sleep in between.
Yes. So I would have checked into a hotel because like people will call me, why aren't you going? Why aren't you going? I'm like, well, because it's a lot. And I don't just mean the money. It would be a lot to drive down. I would have done the show yesterday. I did it Saturday.
For Saturday. Yeah.
Would have drove down after the show, watch a game, and then either done the get up at drive for an hour afterwards, get a hotel, get up at 4 a.m. and drive back to be here. And I was just like, I'll be good. The Saturday event going with mom and dad in their mid 80s and their grandkids, the two of the three kids were able to go, and my wife. We had a great time.
Yeah, but you missed out on maybe dapping up with Terrace Reed or getting another picture with Boban.
Yeah, I did. I did miss out on that. 248-539-9797.
You can't put a price on that.
I love your love of Boban. Your love for, you know what? The thing is, your love of Boban, you still love him, even though he was walking around in Michigan gear. That's how much this man loves Boban.
Yeah. Great people.
Kang, it's hard to believe, isn't it?
Boban's good people, he seems like, right? Yeah. Maybe he'll be around for Piston playoff games because Tobias Harris and him, they used to have that great relationship. They probably still do.
I'd like to see it.
Right? Boban and the...
Get him in studio?
Yep.
Let's Carson Anderson, open lines. Let's go to Dave on a cell. You're next. Hi, Dave.
Well, hey, Doug and Gator.
What's up?
Hey, Dave. I can tell you, I just made it to my 7th consecutive Michigan Final Four, the first of which was exactly 50 years ago in Philadelphia.
You were at that game against Indiana?
I was as a 17-year-old, so
wow,
I did make it there. And as you know, that was the last undefeated team.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not one of these Michigan fans that always cries about the officials, but if you know anything about that season, there was a game in Bloomington between Michigan and Indiana. And let's just say that Michigan got a little bit of the short end of the stick right there. So might be a little asterisk on that undefeated season.
I love the way, Dave, that you're harboring ill will 50 years later.
50 years later, no doubt about it. Yep. And I do admit when Michigan wins a game because of the officials. You might remember a football game down in Illinois when Anthony Thomas fumbled and they didn't call it a fumble.
I do remember that game.
Yeah. Yep. Boy, the Illinois fans were mad about that.
Yep.
But speaking of Illinois fans, I've never seen a transformation of the crowd from Saturday to Monday. Saturday was a huge Illinois crowd, way more than Michigan. And then Monday, there was no orange whatsoever. They were all gone, replaced by maize and blue.
It sounded like
it happens every year.
Yeah, it sounded like a pro-Michigan crowd. Had Illinois won, it would have been a really interesting clash of two Big Ten fan bases. But
yep.
it was pretty clear that it was a good place for it to be for Michigan to win a national championship. Drivable, and the opponent was from pretty far away.
What if Purdue had made it?
Well, I mean, it would have been.
Then Doug's division would have been torn there.
Right,
Your allegiance.
So, all in all, you had a good time, huh, Dave?
Yeah, I did. I got the flight from Phoenix and was able to find tickets. Not great tickets, but at least I was in the building.
Yeah.
And I thought there was two keys at the end where Connecticut really could have made it interesting. One was when it was just over 2 minutes to go, 62-56, and Connecticut gets pretty much of a breakaway. You think they're going to get to within 4, but they couldn't get the shot. And then right after that, Trey McKinney hits a 3.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it goes to 9. But, even after that, they got to within 4, and they had the ball.
I know.
And they shoot a 3, and they miss it. But they made that. They're down by 1, and you never know at that point.
Dave, it's funny because when they banked in the 3, I was like, is this going to be another UConn miracle?
Well, I was wondering if they were going to call a foul on it, give them a free throw.
Was it close? I didn't. I'd have to go back and look at it.
Looked like close? Afterwards may have been a little follow through to hit the guy in the wrist, but I mean, I wouldn't have called it. I wouldn't have surprised me if they did call
Sure.
it.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, you don't be surprised with the yard this year. Make sure it's green. Make sure it's lush. Make sure it's awesome. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You'll get that early bird discount. Natural Way is awesome. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. I know all about it. They've been at my house for almost a dozen years right now. In fact, they came yesterday. First time of the season. And I'm all fired up to see how great my lawn's going to look. If you're tired of fighting the weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, give Natural Way a call. They've got programs designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, control the weeds, but you got to start early for the best results. They also offer tree care and pest services. In fact, for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and a Station 97.1. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Get on the phone right now. Early treatments set the tone for the entire season. 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, turning the page here a little bit. Michigan's going to get some clarity probably pretty soon on who's planning on coming back and who is moving on. And same thing with Michigan State. Scott, Spartans have a roster that is getting them love for next year. Both Michigan and Michigan State expected to be competitive teams on the national stage. And with the Final Four in Detroit, wouldn't that be something if they both were competitive on the national stage?
Yeah, it'd be great. Had an awesome time when the Final Four was here in Detroit before. Michigan State made it to the Final Four, made it to the championship game. Championship game sucked, but the Final Four was a lot of fun. I mean, you and I shared a couple beers downtown and had a great time. It was a beautiful Saturday that Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much on the Monday for championship day when it was gloomy and felt like the temperature dropped 20 degrees and had rain. But that day was so great that Saturday. Everybody had a great time. I would love to see that again next year. See how who gets to make it to the Final Four. It's interesting. We talk about Michigan State in basketball and how there's high expectations on both of these programs every year. The hockey teams are similar too. Michigan State blew their opportunity in the Frozen Four tournament. Michigan took advantage. They're playing this weekend to see if they can get to the championship game. It's a lot of fun right now to be a fan of the B1G.
Mm-hmm.
Not just locally with our teams, but just in general. And you've got Indiana, winning a national championship, and just kind of really sticking it to the SEC fans out there. And they're still crying today. They're definitely crying today, and now they're crying because of Michigan going to the portal and taking advantage of that and winning a national championship.
Yeah, I got to do something, Paul.
It's more than just getting players, though. You got to have the right players.
Yep.
The right mix. Guys that are willing to be unselfish and sacrifice. And I give Dusty May a lot of credit for finding the right mix of guys. Yes, you've got one player that's probably a superstar in Yaks. The other guys all have potential, but they got to fit together. And they fit together brilliantly. Ask UConn how suffocating the defense was. They shot 31% last night. If you're going to shoot 31%, you have no chance. Michigan shot 38%. They didn't shoot much better.
No.
But they did shoot better, and they knocked down the free throws. They won the game. Defense ruled.
Dan Hurley even said it. Like, you build enough culture that you know exactly what type of player you're looking to bring into it. It's not just going out there and getting the best player in the portal. It's going out there and getting the right player that fits your system. And that's what Dan Hurley's done. That's what Dusty May did. I think last night's game proved that there's no doubt that Michigan was the best college basketball team this year. They didn't have their best game, and they leaned on something else they do well. If they can't beat you inside, they'll beat you outside. If they can't beat you outside, they get fast breaks. If they can't get fast breaks, they play defense, right? And then they had to lean on all the other stuff because they have so many different ways to beat you, and UConn found that out last night because UConn's game plan was great to give them the best opportunity to win, and they still couldn't beat Michigan.
Michigan's points in the paint, 36. Points at the free throw line, 25. That is 61 of their 69 points came at the free throw line or in the paint. They did not score. They had one free throw line jumper from Trey McKinney, a 3 from Trey McKinney, and a 3 from Elliot Cadeau. Those were the only points outside the paint. And I give Hurley a ton of credit because Hurley put together and executed, admit as much in his in-game interview. He admitted the game was going exactly the way it needed to for UConn to have a chance. And when one team wants to get out and have a track meet and the other one wants to slow it down, they were effectively slowing that game down. He is an exceptionally good coach. His offense is tough to guard. They put you in a blender with all the screens and the picks, and they got guys who can shoot it. That was a challenge. It was a big challenge, and in the end, Michigan was just too much in terms of their size and their ability to. They made free throws, and Michigan fans, did you feel comfortable with their free throw shooting throughout the tournament? And for them to go 25 of 28 from the line was probably as key as anything that happened in that game. 248-539-9797. Joel is next on 97.1. Hello, Joel.
Hey, I got a couple of comments and then one question for Gator. I was married in 1989, the year we won it. My wife booked hotel rooms in November. Third Final Four. I was 0-2. I was able to go to the game with my daughter. She went to the other two losses with me. Also, I was able to go with my sister, who I went to the national championship in football. And after that game was over, I said, it doesn't get any better than this. She's never going to let me live that down. And then, Gator, were you cheering for Michigan? Because there were two Michigan State fans in our section with their Magic Johnson jersey on, and they were rooting so hard against Michigan. I mean, they were crushed when we won. So, couple comments, question for you, Gator.
What, do you want to know if I was crushed or if I was rooting for Michigan?
Oh, sorry. I'll let him go.
Was I rooting for Michigan?
I think you just wanted to know if you were rooting for Michigan.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No. Was I crushed that they won? Absolutely not.
No. All right. Welcome in Rico Beard, who joins us at this time. Hello, Rico.
Gentlemen.
How are you today?
Well, Doug, I was wondering, did you just finally take my advice
and go?
And go.
I did not.
All right.
Yeah. I feel like I let you down.
A little bit.
Rico was recruiting me hard to make the trek
It's
down
tough
there.
to do it twice in just a couple days to make that same drive.
But you know what? It's just one of those, man, on your deathbed, you're not going to remember. He's like, I remember that great memory I had.
I mean, I
think he's got great memories.
Yeah, I mean, going on Saturday and letting the kids, go. Then they went and had a great time. So all good, all good. But
all right.
So what's up with you? What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We'll probably carry on from where you guys were talking about for Michigan fans. Just a question. Just taking it as is, face value. Football, which championship felt better, football or basketball?
It's interesting. I mean, it's such a football school. This was really a gratifying run, though.
Right. And taking, like I said, this just purely on what happened on the field, taking the extracurriculars out of the picture.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for just asking Michigan fans, which one?
Which one you enjoyed more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one felt like, yes, we did it?
There's something about March Madness that's special, right? There's something about the whole tournament, the 3-week ride, the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, the relief, the torture. Although they really took it to some teams. Like this is, there are more.
They took it to every team.
There's certainly
except
been,
for UConn, and even then it was.
I mean, they had a 4-point
UConn
game.
felt like it was taken to them.
Howard was down 4 at the half.
Yeah, I think
Michigan won by 20.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we knew Howard shot his best shot.
Yeah.
And then if the game was just a half, they still would have lost.
You know what's crazy, though, is you look back and Penn State had a shot in the air to beat Michigan this year. Minnesota came in with a shorthanded team and were leading the Wolverines. Like, it's not a straight line up.
Doug, how about, what was it, Wake Forest?
Yeah, Wake Forest.
Little Caesars.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's...
the guy throws it high off the glass, and it falls off the front of the rim.
Yep.
But it's regular season.
Yeah,
Right?
that's true. You're not living and dying with every possession.
No, this Michigan team got laser focused, and when they played up against an opponent that was their equal, they hammered them. They fell asleep against the guys where, we got this, cruise control.
Yep. Well, they are kids or young men or whatever, and they're more prone to those things. But all right, anything else on the agenda?
I'll find out what Mike wants for his bet. So,
he won the bet.
Yeah, he took Michigan, Arizona, and he gave me the field.
Yeah.
So the field loss.
These are facts. The field loss.
But you guys didn't. Were there terms?
It was lunch.
Okay, gotcha.
So he almost pranked me.
In what sense? Well, you'll find out on the show. Hey, thanks for listening, everybody. Congratulations, Michigan fans out there. I'm sure you enjoyed that. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Hey now. All right, we're ready to roll on a Tuesday. We had Rico browbeating Brendan Shabath. We got Jeremy Otto's birthday today. You know pregnancy's in the air. We have so much to do, but the big news of the day.
No browbeating.
It's not Jeremy. I'm the big winner. Mikey's the big winner. Michigan wins the national championship. I win the bet with Rico. Almost executed a prank. And we've got a lot of good stuff. I want to do this. There are multiple ways for us to talk about Michigan winning it all.
No. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
You called it. You saw it.
That's right.
You forecasted it. You didn't even need Arizona.
No.
You just threw them in as a throw-in.
Well, you were offering 2 teams back in January, so I said, okay.
So, yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. And I'm sorry that Evan and I pranked you. No, we're not bringing in a live hibachi chef Thursday.
Yeah,
for
that
the
almost
game.
got ugly. I was like, wait, what?
David, I know listeners, you didn't get to see Rico's face, but David did, and it was glorious. I had convinced. No. Oh, boy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I just need to let you know.
Thank you.
For those who aren't watching, I am donning
Dude,
the
that
hat.
hat is the most ridiculous thing in the world. We had Rico convinced that we had corporate catering from a very well-known hibachi house coming in on Thursday, and Rico was footing the bill. Here's the ways we can do this.
Yeah, it went from a sad bowl to I'm feeding everybody? Huh?
He was in the middle of a conversation, people, and then immediately looked over at Mike and said, what are you talking about?
He looked like Bill Raftery when the buzzer beater happened. Duke and UConn. He went Bill Raftery mode. It took Rico about 7 seconds to sway around and go, wait, what? But 2 ways to talk about this. I like the historical context, and then I know you've got a question for Michigan that's really exclusive to Michigan fan. So, look, I said yesterday, and so did you, if they won this, they are now in elite company as not just a team that won a title. And I'm not soft pedaling winning a title. I'm saying I put Michigan right up there with 24 UConn, 09 UNC. To me, you can make a case Michigan,
Kentucky.
If you wanted, but for instance, from a point differential standpoint, Michigan trumps them all at 18 points a game, just dummying opponents, putting up outside of what happened last night, putting up 90 a game, bombing teams, winning a Final Four game by 30, winning an Elite Eight game by 40. I mean, Rick Barnes is still sitting there looking confused.
Sad.
I think what Michigan did was complete one of the most dominant, it's very similar to Indiana football, a dominating, wire-to-wire, really historical year. I have no problem if you think Michigan is the best national champion in the last 15 years. I don't have a compelling argument otherwise. But you have another way to talk about this. And it's convoluted, but it's really for Michigan fans. But go ahead.
It is for Michigan fans. And you know what? We're just going to we're going to leave it on the court. We're going to leave it on the field. All the extracurricular stuff, we're not going to talk about that today. But to Michigan fans, which title do you feel was more special? Which title do you feel what?
He has to take that out. I can't. It's an absurdity.
Buddy, you were right.
But people won't have fun with that. They're going to get upset at you.
You know what?
I'm telling you.
No, that is true because I had a buddy of mine send me a thing. Like, man, I saw some stuff on social media. I was like, he's wearing a red hat. I'm like, then I read it. And
first of
I saw it.
Who cares if you are? Okay, I don't care. I don't care what political affiliation people are. Doesn't make you a bad person. I'm just telling you there are people who are unhinged about that.
I'm a great person.
You be careful.
I'm a great person. Maybe the best person ever.
Listen, I'm just telling you, buckle up. Ain't nobody good. People are not going to have fun. People are incapable of fun.
You know what? You're right. All right, fine.
They're going to blame you for bombing Iran. I'm telling you.
We put kids around there. We're good.
Take the hat off. Carry on.
For Michigan fans, which title? The football title that when you beat the Washington Huskies or last night against the UConn Huskies? A lot of Huskies.
Possibly the most Huskies.
Which title do you appreciate more? Which title feels more special to you? Which title is that title that you're like, yeah, that's the one right there? Was it last night and the whole March Madness, because Doug was saying it's something special about March Madness, it's something special about winning 4 games, or is it the fact that in football Your guys came back and
they were together for years.
Yeah. Which one do you identify with more? Football title against the Washington Huskies or last night against the Yukon Huskies?
Yeah, that one's for Michigan.
248-539-9797. I'll ask the Michigan fan here. I can't speak upon that, but I'll ask the Michigan fan because in one, you had a team that came back. It was like, you know what? We're going to bring the band back together one more time to try to win this thing, and they did. And then last night, you had a team that they let you know, hey, these are first team with 5 transfers out on the court. I don't care about the transfers.
I thought they overplayed that a little bit. The network, not Michigan.
They did.
They got to stop because the myth of the built versus bought thing, like people, do you understand the first conversation at the end? For instance, for angry Spartans like Brendan Shabath. The first conversation Tom Izzo had was, okay, Jeremy, how much do I have to pay you to stay?
Yeah.
Like everyone's bought.
Yeah.
None of this is built.
Yes.
Like, what are we talking about?
Your built program, as you said, everybody that's there and established, Jeremy Fears is not getting paid in melting moments. Ice cream. He's not. Okay? Cohen Carr is not getting paid by walks along the Red Cedar River. Okay? They want cold hard cash.
Cohen Carr presented by Bagel Fragel.
Right. So here's a $25
But that's my whole
Civic
point is I
Crunchies.
didn't understand why the network had to be so forward about it as if it was taboo. No, Dusty did what Indiana did, and his evaluations were elite. I didn't care when he got Mara from UCLA. Mick Cronin hated Mara. Guess what Dusty did? He unlocked an NBA career for that kid. Yeah. Yaxel from UAB, yes, he was highly rated. But I hadn't watched more than 10 minutes of Yaxel Lendeborg.
No,
guess what? A lottery pick.
Morez Johnson, unless you were a hardcore basketball fan, you had no idea who he was at Illinois.
Right, and my point is he didn't look. And look, I just because I don't love this college sports anymore doesn't mean I don't pay attention to the way things are. Okay, Kentucky spent $22 million and they got it all wrong. Dusty spent half that and got it all right. Yeah. Their roster's probably about $10 million.
Dusty spent that, had no significant injuries, and it all worked out.
And his coaching was elite, and he kept that team together.
Well, yeah, I'm going to say that again because I think that's what get lost in the sauce is everybody about how much money they spent and look at the transfers. It's like, guys.
Doesn't matter.
And it pains me to say that, but Dusty May is a really good coach. I mean, I think the 2 coaches last night may be the best 2 young coaches in the game. And by young, relatively young. They're
under 60.
Yeah. These are guys that are going to be around for a while. And, like UConn had to fight off keeping Hurley from going to the pros. You're probably going to do the same thing for Dusty going to the pros because they are the next generation of coaches. And he has some great strategy, and the stuff worked. And I can't just sit here and it's lazy to say, well, you just paid for the team.
No, because you know what that is?
Everybody pays for their team.
Do you remember the Keystone Light commercials, bitter beer face?
Yes.
That's Spartan fans. It's got to stop. You don't have to be happy about Michigan winning the title, but don't act like bitches. Don't do that.
I think it transcends Spartan fans. I think it's everybody that's a non-Michigan fan. It's like, well, it's unethical the way you guys did it.
No, that's college sports. If you have an issue with what Michigan did, then you have an issue with the sport. It's not Michigan. They didn't do anything wrong. Look, you don't have to like some of the crap that they do, but like case in point to why they are a monolith and why they are as good as I think they are, UConn got the game they wanted.
Yeah.
They got a game in the 60s. They got a rock fight. Now, what did we talk about? You're never going to beat Michigan shooting 31% from the field and 27% from deep. UConn had to hit 10, 11, 12, 13 three-pointers. They had to be able to get that, or because they weren't going to be able to score inside. Cutscene. Hey, Terrace Reed with another air ball from 4 feet.
They must have missed, like 5, 6?
Because Michigan doesn't let you score there. So I don't
And then
care.
they also missed a bunch of free throws, which did not help you. Like,
Possibly
guys,
the most free throws.
Yeah.
But that's my whole point is the mark of a great team is they can win any way. If UConn wanted it in the 80s, Michigan would have belt to ass that way too. Look, I know they didn't blow them out last night, but you know what I never worried about? Losing to you. I never worried about Michigan losing that game. They had what I call a functioning lead the whole night.
Even when the ball got banked in?
It just didn't matter to me. I
See,
never
at
believed
that point,
it.
I was just like, is this about to be some Hurley magic again?
No.
Is this the Duke? No, it's not.
No, it is definitely not.
And it was, and then just like that, it was over.
So, no, I would love to hear from Michigan fans, and we're trying to do it two ways because we're going to do it a little bit different. Is like, oh, where were you when you watch? I don't care. So just tell a friend. I want to know historically, if you love college basketball, I think what Michigan just did, most impressive national champion in 20 years. I really don't feel like going back to black and white Zapruder film and talking Holy Cross in 54. The other angle is just, what did you enjoy more? And look, there's an element where David has said, this is our resident Wolverine, the idea of you're always going to enjoy your team winning, but it doesn't have the feeling you had the old way when players were more ingrained in your school. If you don't feel that way, that doesn't mean you're bad. I'm jealous of the people when they pan to the people in the crowd and they're screaming, yelling, popping a blood vessel, and it's like, oh, those were the days. I can't do that. Like, okay, oh, did you hate what? I didn't hate watch it because these players haven't been here long enough and won't be here long. I can't hate any of them. 10 minutes ago, I didn't know who half these players were. It's boats and hose. That's what the networks have done to the sport. It's why I don't love it anymore.
Yeah. And I mean, just to show, like for Michigan, you're probably going to have at least half a new team next year. You'll bring back 6 guys. It'll be 6 new guys, 7 new guys on the team.
And I don't think there'll be any fall off. No. I truly believe Dusty has built what is now going to be the gold standard in the state of Michigan. And like, for Spartan fans to get upset, go ahead. That's all we do in this country. You get upset at the messenger. You can't attack the message. If the two coaches were stocks, no one's buying Izzo stock. They're buying Dusty May stock, okay? He's NVIDIA and Tom is soybeans.
Put it this way, Dusty May stock is too expensive now.
But that's my point is that
I would buy Izzo stock because it's cheaper.
Rico's buying the dip, 248. But you get my point.
Yes.
This guy's 49. He now in 2 years has equaled Tom's national championships in 31. And newsflash, if I had to place a bet on who's going to get number 2, yeah, it'll be Dusty. Would love to be wrong, but I think he will.
Well, the funny thing is, Mike, I mean, different era, but Dusty kind of reminds me when Tom was young like that. And all of a sudden, it looked like Michigan State was going to be this team that was going to be around forever. And he won his title early in his tenure.
Yes.
Same as Dusty.
But that's the other thing. Look, I think Michigan for years, and this predates you with me, but like, remember the CTG shows? Closing the Gap and all that stuff. Yeah. Man, there's no gap. Michigan's the better basketball program. I mean, you can mock it. They've played for 3 national championships since the last time State played for 1. State has made 1 Final Four in a decade, guys. Like Michigan has now kind of become that standard. If you're fighting that, like Shabath fighting Rico earlier, that's your business. I'm not going to partake in that battle.
That was weird.
You put on your glasses for that battle.
That was just a weird conversation, man.
He needs some counseling.
He needs Jesus.
Okay, then, 248-539-9797. We'll hear from David momentarily. David, congratulations. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for Rieger.
Oh, my God. Rieger just...
I'm happy for my friends Craig and Rick. The rest of you can go to hell. I'm kidding. It's fine. David, text communications momentarily. We're going to get the win. This has nothing to do with Otto's birthday. We are going to get to the Red Wings later. We have a ton of stuff to do, but it starts with the championship, Michigan, and the 2 different ways we're talking about it. 97.1.
All right, guess what? I was down watching the Michigan game.
Oh, you were?
In the basement. And hey, you could have, if you would have listened to me and had this done soon. But if not, baseball season's coming up, the football season's coming up, and you can let Matrix Basements create a brand new man cave designed specifically for you with everything that you want in it. Go to matrixbasements.com. They'll come up with a design. You'll get that free consultation. And the next thing you know, you're going to be sitting in your brand new man cave, or you can get an additional room added to your existing basement. But you need to give Matrix Basements a call. And here's the thing. You've been saying you wanted to do this for a while, and you keep hearing me do these commercials, and you keep talking to your wife, and you're talking to your friends and your buddies and your kids, or whoever will listen to you. let me tell you this. Just get it done. Trust me. You'll increase your property value with this. It's a strong return on investment. Go to matrixbasements.com right now. Their award-winning design staff will come up with something just for you. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.
All right, David, once again, wearing my favorite hat in your collection. Your thoughts, first of all, on both angles for Michigan's championship, but also text communications when you are done. Go ahead, please.
So, pre-show, you all stopped me in my tracks because you all are saying take everything out, the extracurriculars out, and which one do you like more? And I'll say football because football will always be king for me. So football championship always will outweigh that. But in the back of my mind, it's hard for me to get the extracurriculars out. It really is. And if they're all in, everything, we know what happened, then basketball, because it feels it's better because they didn't cheat. They didn't do the things that they shouldn't do to win. They
what
did
about the
what rules
tampering?
are. No,
But David,
everybody tampers, baby.
Right.
Fair enough. I got a personal take. My neighbor said the same thing you did. Basketball because it was no scandal.
Yes.
But I'm taking that off
And
the
I
table.
get that, yes.
Because it's, because it wasn't ethical. You won a title. I don't care if it was ethical or not.
You're still wearing the hat. You're still wearing the T-shirt.
See, and I will say this, for the non-Michigan fans, I think some of them are using the whole mercenaries thing, or you pay for this roster, as a way to say that this title doesn't matter, when they don't realize this is the new college sports. This isn't cheating. This isn't going outside of the rules. These are the rules.
Well, I'll ask this question. If UConn would have won, would they have been mercenaries?
Thank you.
Does, 2-3 of their starting five.
Buddy, built versus bought is a masterclass in copium. Just stop.
Built versus bought.
Michigan is better than you.
Built versus
Own
bought
it.
means you don't understand the landscape because, as I said, those players that you recruited, they're not there just working for free hats and T-shirts and gear.
Plus, what's the line of kind of demarcation? So it's okay for 3 of your starting 5 to be transfers, but not 4 or 5? Is it 2? It's all garbage. It's all fans coping that they can't handle that the school down the road has now lapped them. Call it what it is. Better hockey program, better football program, better basketball program. Just own it. Or act like a bunch of bitches in diapers. Do whatever you like. You forced me to almost turn on my own fan base because none of you are adults.
Forced you? Yeah, you gladly turned. You were ready to go.
They annoy me. All these people annoy me. Just own it. Like, it's sports. Team A scored more points than Team B. Ergo, they're better.
Right.
Like, you just own it. You don't have to explain it away.
No, you don't. And no,
Built versus bond. Shut up.
Right. Alex Carabon is the only one that was there the entire time. Everybody else, brand new, whether it was the freshman or 3 transfers. So, yeah.
Text communications. And then we'll get to jam-packed phone lines. And we're going to run with the Michigan thing for a while. Oreo cookie, we'll kind of put a little bit of Red Wings in the middle because Kenny lied. Kenny absolutely lied on the show sheet.
Me. Don't
you
misrepresent
lied.
me.
I will represent you. You lied.
Don't do it.
Okay.
He's going to hire the law firm of Shabath and
No,
Shabath.
I'm not going to do that.
Text communication here from Andrew. He says, basketball meant more to me because we were 8-24 2 years ago, and now we're champions.
Okay.
The football title was more enjoyable for me personally after the sign-stealing allegations. Felt like we were the bad guys, proven to everyone.
Hold on. Time out. They weren't allegations. They were facts. And
this is going to go off the rails fast.
You were the bad guy. We could just, those whole Pearl Harbor allegations. No, they weren't allegations. It happened.
So basically, state fans lose the copium. Michigan fans lose the allegations.
Yeah, everyone meet in the middle and just own it.
This is going to go off the
No,
rails fast.
it's not.
Football
No, it's not.
will always reign supreme, but that doesn't take any enjoyment away from last night. And then Nick and Howe sends us in basketball because we went to the mountaintop a few times and couldn't finish.
Yeah.
So to finally get it done, I love that. We were dominant to do it.
And listen, 37 years is a hell of a long time. There's been a rich tradition at Michigan. There's been ups and downs, but overall, Beeline had you there twice. And if Luke Hancock didn't go NBA Jam mode, you win that game. You were never winning the Villanova game.
And you had a coach from the streets of Chicago.
Okay, that's one of those down periods I don't think we talk about.
We leave that back there.
I'm going to kill you. What did Mark Turgeon do to you?
Right, Gino Auriemma was like, I didn't do that.
Okay. You think what I did was bad? Look at this. All right, let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
I put that thing up there.
We're going to put John on hold if he's getting yelled at.
He is.
David, a couple more texts. You calling that show again?
Wow, football is the bread and butter. Last night has the edge. The basketball program, albeit changed, has been so close the last 10 to 15 years. So much invested as a fan to fall short. That is, he says, sign Dusty to a lifetime deal.
Well, those don't really exist.
No, they don't.
Unless you're Iserman.
You know what?
Those don't exist.
And on a side note, maybe the reason why this is really working for Michigan, I'll give them credit. I hate doing this, but this is something that maybe Ward got right.
There's a lot of pain behind those eyes.
It is, because Ward doesn't do many things
Say
right.
Ward got something right?
He did. Broken clock, David. Broken clock there.
Go ahead.
He went outside the Michigan man. He went outside. We got to have somebody born and bred blue and knows everything and played with this person or was coached by this person. He just went out and got the best coach.
That's a weird concept, isn't it?
And it worked.
And guess what? They
And
just
he
did it in
flipped
football.
Yes, they did.
He flipped it. See, I don't think it's going to work in football because football is still treated differently there. And I think as an outsider, it won't be quite Rich Rod, but you better win fast or else he's not one of ours.
Can't wait till MSU hires John Garavaglia to replace Izzo. It's going to be a spectacle.
There's another John Hill out there. I mean, John Smith somewhere.
All right. We will get to the calls. Kenny has kind of reset the deck to make sure everyone is available and not being yelled at. So we'll go to your calls next, and I want to be timely when we do it. 97.1. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, all the time and at the lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, you count on Northville to have all the things you need when you need it. Stop by that brand new showroom, take home a few samples, and call Northville today. They are your Trex superstore. It's northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Straight to the people. We are going to try this again. Johnny, tell me you're with us, buddy. We were worried about you.
I'm here, and I wouldn't have missed this for the world.
All right. What's going on, bud?
Yesterday I called, and Rico was all concerned about the darn Costa.
Costa lock.
Disco fever or whatever it was. I had the bus loaded from Battle Creek. We was going to come down, pick you guys up. We were going to put a smackdown on them if we lost.
Yeah, Jim was flying close to the sun with that. But bottom line,
you won.
I backed him. I never felt like Michigan was losing last night. And even when the game was
I didn't
played,
either.
Look, it was played UConn's way. Michigan was in control the whole night.
Yeah, whenever UConn thought they were going to get somewhere, they just petered out. I mean, it wasn't, I don't know. But you know what I thought, and I was going to tell you yesterday, but you hung up on me quick? I used like Gino Oriema last night, that coach for UConn was. When he gets flustered and starts grabbing his ball head and
that's
jumping up and down.
That's him.
Yeah, but you know what?
He
don't win the game. That game he lost this year, he shouldn't have lost. He did the same thing, and afterwards he
the
just
guy's got
complained.
multiple national titles.
Johnny, he does that in every game. Heck, he does that probably taking his kids to school.
Yeah, Johnny, I got to tell you, that's probably why I hung up a little quick. You're making some bad points here. I just, come on. Danny Hurley's one of the best coaches in the country. I don't care about the histrionics. It's who he is. He wins. Is he a goofball? Yes. Oh, he only loses when he no. Now you're making stuff up.
Right, he loses he does that every time. And yeah, once Jay Wright stepped down, he became the best coach.
And look, you know what I did like? I liked last night that he came out and put the whole ref show thing to bed. I get so tired of this too. Like, okay, did Michigan get a couple of calls? Sure they did. They're insanely physical, right? UConn shoots 31% from the field and 27% from deep. You don't get to cry about officiating. You just don't.
Here's the thing about the ref show to me. If the very last play of the game is a bad call by the referee, man, you got every right to complain and bitch and say, man, we got screwed by the ref. But if the refs did something early in the game, you got all game to fix that and correct that and make shots and make free throws and do a lot of things. The refs didn't miss free throws. The refs didn't miss layups.
The refs didn't go like 5 for 30 from 3. So that's my only point is like, it's okay to just say, all right, you know what? Couple of calls I disagree with, but overall, Michigan was just better.
Because
they're just better.
Because if you think about it, no matter the sport, Mike, in every game, you're going to get a couple of calls that go your way like, ooh, we got lucky.
You want to hear Kenny cry about Red Wings officiating. Hey, here's an idea. How about your team tries?
When have I one time?
We're going to Ken, 97.1. Kenny, how are you?
Hit that sound effect, Kenny.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
What's up,
Mike?
Ken?
I'm a 70-year-old gentleman, and I've been a diehard Wolverine my whole life. Born and raised in Lansing, but I've always been a Wolverine. So, in the Livingston area, county areas where I lived for quite a while, working carpenter my whole life. So, working in the Detroit area, you were always on my ride home. So it was sports or news, and that was easy to figure out. So I'm listening to you. When I first started listening to you, I was listening with my Michigan fan glasses on, and I that's how I judged you at first. I'm thinking, who's this envious blowhard Spartan ripping on Michigan? You know, F this guy. And then after I actually started listening to you, I thought, man, you know what? He's a little more fair than I thought. I hear this guy ripping on Sparty when he needed good ripping.
Thank you.
So I did see that in you, and you are a lot fair about that kind of stuff. So I appreciate that,
Kenny. I appreciate you sticking with it long enough to figure that out, my man. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome because you deserve it. You deserve it. But anyways, this basketball team is something unbelievable. They did what no other team has ever did as far as in the tournament. The score, how they beat people up, and Dan got his game. He got just what he wanted, a half-court bully game. And Michigan still beat him. And we were 2 of 15 from three-point land. The previous 5 games, we had 10 every game. And if we would have even hit 3 more to make it 5 for 15, we'd have beat them clowns by 15 points. Yeah. So I don't want to whining from Connecticut and all that crap.
No, I'm not interested. 31% from the field, 21% from 3. That's where you don't get to cry about a fish. I don't want to hear it. They shot horribly, and they had open threes. They had an ability to take that game in a different direction. They didn't hit their shots.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing about it, Ken. You didn't shoot great from the three, but you made that one late that was the dagger
McKinney?
shot right there. Yeah.
Yeah, big moment for the kid.
Well, you know what? That guy is the best freshman I've seen play at Michigan in a long time, and he's only the second kid that we've gotten out of. He's the first one since Glenn Rice, so that tells you something.
Out of Flint?
Out of Flint. He's the first kid we've gotten out of Flint to go to Michigan since Glenn Rice. And look at that, both of national
crazy.
champions.
I didn't realize it. Geez, Rico, dig into that a little bit. If Kenny's right about that, that's stunning. That's
I'm pretty sure I heard that.
Jeez. Good note, Kenny.
I'm pretty sure I heard Brian Bush say that.
Good note. Don't worry. Rico's Research Institute is on it, Kenny. I'm sorry. I'd be shocked by that.
I'm a little shocked. I think it was other people just not as good.
Okay. So basically the last good player we got as you throw everybody under a bus.
I think so.
Let's go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, how you doing, pal?
Hey, guys. I'm doing wonderful. It's a beautiful day. It's cold, but it's beautiful.
Yes.
So you guys were talking earlier which championship what feels better, means more.
Yeah.
I gotta go with basketball. Because you guys said it earlier, no controversy. I can just sit back and relax. Don't gotta worry about vacated wins and sanctions. Can just enjoy the moment.
That's fair, and it was done in an incredibly dominating fashion, which helps. I mean, when you look point differential, you're better than 09 North Carolina. You're better than 2024 UConn on a differential basis. And then when you looked at the tournament, scoring 90 a game up until the final, you blasted your way through the Sweet 16 by what seemed like 50. You blasted Arizona in the Final Four by 30. I mean, that is uncommon dominance. So yeah.
Well, not only that, the Big Ten was dominant. We dominated in a dominant Big Ten.
Yeah, that hurts me to say it because I pretty much hate watching Big Ten basketball, but you're right.
You do.
No. You're right, and Rico was right. I am. I'm a slap for the Big 12 and other leagues.
Nobody hates the Big Ten more than you.
But no, Dan is right, and you're right. I have to own it. The Big Ten was the best league this year, and it had the best team. So fair.
And I was 2 weeks old when they won their last championship in '89.
Wow. Well, geez, you're making me feel old now. Thanks a lot. At least I was riding a bike in '89. But yes, Dan, I got you.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
You still have a full head of hair.
Oh well, okay, noted
about that. I'd rather go gray than go bald.
All right, you know what, Dan? Winners all around. You're right. I'll take. Okay, that's enough.
I was.
You stop it right now.
Sophomore in college.
Oh please, you had your third PhD. Stop it.
Oh, Demetrius Caleb came from Flint. But yes, modern Demetrius Caleb.
Who the hell's that?
You're not from.
He led Michigan in scoring in 90-91.
Yeah.
Man,
so this was before.
You ain't from here, man.
He was actually on the championship team and then continued playing.
Yeah.
So since then,
it's been one player, Trey McKinney, last night. Yep.
I thought it was more, but I guess not.
That's
I
incredible.
thought it was too. They started going to Michigan State.
Oh, the Flintstone. Okay. 248-5399.
I'm sorry, was that obvious?
Yeah, I know. I knew what you were doing, so I figured I'd just beat you to the punch. We'll get more to phone calls here momentarily. The two questions, kind of categorizing the greatness of, look, how dominant was this Michigan team? I've given you some numbers. I think you're totally in the clear to say you're in the top 5 of the last 25, 26 years. I'd say you could be number 1. The point differential, the way you did it in the tournament, how you didn't just beat teams, you demoralized them, even on their home floor.
I think, you know what? If these games were reversed and the championship game was actually Arizona and you beat them the way that you did, I think people would really feel like this was the best team. But because you only won by 6, even though you won.
Only.
Right. That's where it's like, well, because for me, that's why I'm going to give the edge to Carolina. Because when it came time to put the final stamp on it, they did. When UConn in 24 put the final stamp on it, they did as well. You won. It just wasn't like, and yeah, Nobody's up here.
I think it's an
If
an
you
interesting argument.
Right. If you would have beat Arizona like you did by 25 points, then yeah, I'd have been like, yeah, this may be the greatest team of all time. But you're right there. You're in the category. You're on the Mount Rushmore.
They killed people. They were the Nick Bolton of college. They just killed people.
I mean, and it wasn't just once. I mean, it was all season long, starting with Gonzaga. Like, oh, we're going to play Gonzaga out in Vegas.
Can we ban Gonzaga? Can we just ban them from ever entering the tournament? They're so fake. Enough of Gonzaga.
You know what? Yeah,
I don't want to hear
EK is officially gone. So, yeah.
Did he pass on or did he graduate?
No, he graduated.
When you're as old as he is, you don't know. Graham EK, 36 years old, playing college basketball. 248-539-9797. All right, spring will be here soon. The weather will eventually turn. That means some more road trips. Moran Buick GMC Sterling Heights right now. GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 26 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab, $199 a month, or a 26 Buick Encore GX, $219 a month. Both deals are 24 months and $999 down. Make the move. The premier Buick GMC dealer in the area. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. You can visit them on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime at MoranExpress.com. That's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. We will get right back to Michigan's championship as well as some Red Wings conversational later, but we owe just 7 minutes of football because it's currency. It's like oxygen. David Muse. That's right. I'm about to do something I hate, but it's fun. It's the mock draft. I have...
What's mock draft season?
No, but we do one a week. And it's me asking you guys questions because I hate these things. This one comes from noted bobblehead Pete Schrager. What he's hearing. Okay, so that means he'll get 1 of 32 right. It'll be Mendoza at number 1. But here we go. I want to ask all 3 of you the same question. Does anyone on God's green earth have a clue what the hell the Jets are doing at 2? Every time you look, it's a different player. This week, Pete Schrager says David Bailey out of Texas Tech, the edge, polished, productive, 14.5 sacks, a day 1 disruptor.
No, Mike, no. I think the Jets are going to be really, the draft starts there because we all know it's going to be Mendoza, but you're right. I think that other teams have different draft boards. Okay, if the Jets take this guy, then they're going to pass on this great person and we're going to take him. So, no, I honestly think that Aaron Glenn will get up there and either spin the wheel or throw a dart at the dartboard and say, and that's our guy.
Second question, does it matter who the Jets take? They're the Jets.
It does not at all.
Okay.
Not for this season, no.
I want to go to David as our AFC specialist. The Tennessee Titans at 4. This is becoming a thing now, David. The Titans select Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame. All their needs. And they're going running back at 4. O-line's not that great. Your QB needs help. Talk to me.
Well, because I was reading some stuff last week, and the idea is that because Saleh understands McCaffrey, he understands what that dynamic was in that offense in San Francisco, and he wants that same. But I don't think it's time to do that in Tennessee. They need to draft offensive or defensive line. But whatever. Do what you want to do with Tennessee.
Also, maybe they want to go the Ashton Genty route and thinking, okay, young guy, controllable, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Cutscene. How'd that go last year for the Raiders?
Exactly.
Guy was getting hit in the backfield 3 yards deep.
Just saying, but Gibbs. Yeah, I'm with you.
It's insanity.
Line,
but you know what? They're idiots. Also, your logo sucks. Stop ripping off the Houston Oilers, jerks. Giants at 5. They take an O-lineman. No one cares. I want to ask about the Browns here. Yeah, they take Malgoa from Miami.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
Got to protect your quarterback. Tell him not to slide.
I want to ask about the Browns at 6 because the Browns are kind of fugazi. They're like the Jets. But this is really interesting. Kenny Cott, weigh in on this. You're perfect to comment on a losing football team.
All right.
Spencer Fano, the guy from Utah. He's a tackle. He's a guard. It's a bird. It's a plane. He can play all 5 positions.
It's a whizzle. It's in
the wind. The Browns O-line stinks. They lose Batonio. They lose Wyatt Teller. They lose Jedrick Wills. Fano can play all 5 positions. He may have to play all 5 for the Browns. Co-sign this pick?
To me, on paper, it makes all the sense in the world, but it's the Browns, and whatever they do, I generally don't trust. So it might not work out.
You got to protect Deshaun Watson.
But yeah, when you're picking in top 10, big person, that's a good move.
I want to go over to Rico because, boy, I'll tell you, it's lasted more than 6 hours for him for this player. Reuben Bain to the Saints. You love this short arm little guy. Go ahead. What do you got?
Mike, I do like Reuben because he was productive in college. Now, yes, you scared me off with the whole measurements of his arms. I hope that's
the mashed potatoes are done.
But I look at more of the RAS score. I don't look at just the 3-cone drill. What did you do in college?
Okay.
And kind of like Nick Bolton, he just went out there and got it done.
I want to go over to a confidant of DJ Paul Serra and an expert on all Dade County affairs. The Miami Dolphins, who are, in fact, an armpit and a complete rebuild, they trade Jalen Waddle to draft his replacement?
Oh, boy.
Carnell Tate, Ohio State. Kenny Cott, David Hall. What the? Poor Paul's going to need counseling.
I like Carnell Tate, but he's about to die if he goes there. Not a good move for the Miami Dolphins.
You're going to see Paul Serra in a straitjacket just rocking back and forth.
He's like Leo Mazzoni on the Braves bench years ago.
Oh, my goodness. I don't think he'll die. I just think he's going to get a lot of cardio in because he's going to be running routes.
Because he won't get the ball.
The ball will never get there.
Another team that needs offensive line with a year of offensive lineman, and they're not taking them.
I've got it. Wide receiver.
David, but when you look at the Jets, you look at the Browns, and you look at the Dolphins, they have nothing. And you're right. It's better off to build your lines and go. But they got fans, man. They got to sell some tickets, and this is their way of selling tickets.
David Hall, I want to come to you for number 12. I think this would be the best pick of the entire first round, an absolute steal, and I would hate everything about it because it's Jerry Jones being happy. At 12, the Cowboys would select my favorite player in this draft, Caleb Downs, safety out of Ohio State.
Oh, boy.
I know.
You know how that happens? Wait, you know how that happens? Because of the Jets and because of the Browns and
the
because
Giants.
of the Dolphins.
And the Giants will have to be included, yeah.
Right. This is one really? Okay.
Look what you did, you little jerk.
Unless he's out there in some bong.
Over to Rico, who hosted a founders event in L.A. recently. The Rams at 13, considering one of their best players is now in rehab for things and biting people. Mekhi Lemon from USC for the Rams.
Yeah, you almost have to now because with Puka Nacua going into rehab and there's just a lot going on with that story. Adams, I don't know if he's going to be around. Yes, you need to start over with a wide receiver. He'll be cheap, first rounder. You'll be able to control, his salary for a while. I'm not a big fan, but sure, it's a position of need, and you can do that with the Rams because you got that extra pick from Atlanta.
Over to Kenny Cott for the career ender corner of the draft, much like Miami. The New York Jets at 16 have decided, I haven't even seen this guy as a first-round pick, Omar Cooper Jr., the wide receiver out of Indiana at 16.
Are you serious?
The Jets be Jetson, man. That's all that pick
now,
is.
I've seen him late first round to the Chiefs because they need but late first round.
I haven't seen him in the middle, anywhere near the middle of the first round, let alone late in the first round.
I think I last saw him, you're right, at pick 31.
Right.
And that shit was like one mock draft. Mostly he's going in the second or third round. Wow, that is the Jets being Jetson.
All three of you need to comment on 17 because the Lions have a curveball. I love the player, but he doesn't play the true position they need. The Lions select guard out of Penn State. Name I can't pronounce, Ione. I don't know how to pronounce his first name. Olavava Vega. Whatever.
Just
Vega Ione. Vega.
Yeah, how about this?
Just call him Pete like you call everybody
How about
else.
this? 6'4", 330, and he straight kills people. He's the meanest offensive lineman in this draft. Put him next to Sewell, that's delicious. But he don't play tackle.
He doesn't, but at least one side of your line works.
Kenny Cott.
You wonder about the fit, but, you got to love the player.
Remarkable.
They're running to the right every play.
Yeah, David, at 21, your Steelers select.
Just don't tell me Ty Simpson.
Edge TJ Parker.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Yeah, really?
I'll take that.
By the way, while you were gone on a much-deserved vacation, we did a mock draft where you selected Drew Aller in the second round.
No way.
We did tap dance on your grave.
Oh, my gosh.
The Bears at 25 select a guy the Lions are hot for, Caden Proctor, who, by the way, I wasn't making it up. He weighed 358 at his pro day. Good luck.
Figured he would have lost some weight. But
okay, then. That is your mock draft mania. Back to the calls and other things to do next. 97.1.
birthday,
birthday! Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Michigan basketball is on their way back from Indy. They're encouraging fans to gather on the north side of Chrysler to welcome them at approximately 3:30. They also announced the championship parade will be this Saturday at 10, beginning at the President's House and ending at Yost Arena. Rico will be on the float. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch spoke with MLB Network Radio about Justin Verlander's injury, saying he experienced some soreness in his hamstring, which then went down to his hip after his first start in Arizona. Hinch also mentioned he may eventually split up from Valdez and Tarek Skubal in the rotation. Skubal will start tonight in Game 2 against the Twins at 7:40 right here on 97.1. The Wings are fighting for their playoff lives tonight against the Blue Jackets. Defenseman Justin Falk is a game-time decision. Appleton is out. Hear the 6:45 pregame over on WWJ. Patrick Kane called his third-period penalty last game the worst he's felt in his career in a lapse of judgment. The Pistons are... At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Good to have you with us. Let's get back to Michigan winning the national championship. We got a couple of questions for you. It's a big day. It's Otto's birthday, and also a day that Kenny Cott lied to every one of us. We'll explain. It's Red Wing related. We'll get to it later. Your two ways we're rapping about U of M. I have offered to you some data. I've offered to you an opinion. This has been the most impressive national championship in college basketball, arguably of this century. You go post-2000, you look at the point differential, you look at who they played, you look at the league they came from, you look at the tournament path, you look at how they dropped a bomb on somebody in the Elite Eight and Final Four, and they just did it start to finish, guys. And last night, that game wasn't going the way they wanted it to go, yet they never lost control of it. Michigan was just a level of dominance. And again, you don't get to cry about officiating, because I know that's a big storyline about UConn. You shoot 31% from the field and 27% from three. You can put it in the mail to P.O. Box. I don't give an F about your grievances. They had shots they could have made. They didn't make them. And Michigan just, what Michigan did here is how I felt about Indiana's national title in football. Absolute dominance. Smoking people like cheap cigars.
And ironically enough, the national title game was a lot closer than what a lot of people thought it was going to be.
Great point. But I do. How long have I been calling Dusty May Kurt Signetti? It's the same thing. His evaluations are spot bang on.
You know, Indiana, on a quick side note, Indiana has been kicking themselves because had they just made the move a year earlier and
you didn't like Mike Woodson for another year?
If Woodson would have got fired when everybody would have, they would have hired Dusty May. And imagine this, they would have had the national title possibly in both sports within a matter of 3 months.
The other angle, look, Rico's put it out there. I think it's interesting. If you're Michigan, and you do kind of have to put the extracurriculars aside, did you enjoy 2023's football title more because you knew more of the players, because it was a team you had rooted multiple years for? The quarterback, the running back, the O-line, the players, the guys that dyed-in-the-wool
defense,
true blue guys, versus the new wave of college sports, which is, look, we're going to go out and get people. Like, that's the one thing, this whole built versus bought thing, call a different show with it. Yeah. If you're an Ohio State fan or a Spartan, that's copium. Cut it out. Everybody's bought. Yeah. These are all boats and hoes.
Yeah. So which one did you embrace more? Last night's championship in basketball or the football championship over the Washington Huskies a few years ago?
Here's the other thing I offered, and I haven't gotten pushback. I don't think I will. I don't think you can make a credible case. If you're a Spartan, because Ohio State doesn't have a basketball program anymore, but if you're a Spartan, you got to own it. Michigan's passed you up in the blue blood rank. Michigan owns the state. They've played for 3 national titles since you played for your last one. They've won a natty. And over the last decade, you have the exact same amount of tournament wins. 17 apiece. So, look, just because you don't like to hear it.
Yeah, they did it the UConn way where they were good, fell off, then good again, and won the title.
But they've had 3 cracks at winning a national title since State had their last one. Yeah. And now they are the national champions. And I'm sorry, Dusty May's bringing in a recruiting class every bit as good. And yes, I believe in Dusty May in the portal more than I believe in Tom Izzo.
See, I don't think he's going to hit the portal as hard this year because I don't think he's going to need to because he's got returning players and he's got the incoming class. So I don't think you're going to see portal May the way that you did the first 2 years. Just my opinion.
No. I had nothing to add. I wasn't being a smartass. But again, I trust if he's going to go get 2 players, they're going to be really good. His evaluations the past 2 years have been splendid.
Well, the way he brought in the Golden and I forgot the other guy he had in last year, and then he was like, you know what, I need to get tougher. These guys were good. I need to get tougher guys, and he went and got tougher guys.
State got Pete Oogie Kabuchi.
He was good till he got hurt.
Right.
He got Caleb Glenn, who blew out his knee.
David, anything you'd like to add?
Oh, I'm good. It's all about the football championship. If you're taking everything out.
Also, did Otto pick a name?
Oh, not yet. Not yet. He has to pick 3 names, apparently.
Pregnancy's in the air. There's no question.
David, his Gus Macker team will have more players than yours.
Jeremy was very non-committal.
Very much so.
Your 3 sons are going to have to play all the time.
That's cool. That's cool. They're not getting any help, Rico. They're not getting any more help.
We need some subs. We need some subs on the bench for Team Hull.
What is that, Otto when he walks through the door? All right, to the people. Does that sound about right? David, a couple of texts, if you would. I know we're a little behind on those, and I'll get to the calls.
Good afternoon, guys. I love football 2-1 over basketball. As a proud Michigan grad, I am more satisfied with last night's championship, though, over the football championship because Harbaugh put a lasting stink over the program. That's from Mark.
That's fair.
Basketball championship feels more special because of the dominance. Neither championships feel better than beating OSU for the first time.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Interesting.
Whoa.
Oh, boy.
Really?
That's what he said.
I find that hard to believe. Now, I have to think that person is in the minority. I didn't even include that in this. Should I have put beating Ohio State for the first time in the snow?
No, because the fact that we had a long time since we had beat them, no.
I guess I figured you beat Alabama on that run to winning it all in Saban's final game. But beating the Buckeyes, sure. Maybe the best Buckeye team ever.
Well, speaking of, that's what someone texted in says the 2026 basketball championship would have been number 1 for me if we got revenge on Duke. The football championship includes beating Alabama in the playoff run, so that's why it edges to the top for me.
Yeah, listen, it's a subjective question. We just thought it was a fun way for Wolverine fans to be involved beyond the historical thing. And again, look, this is one thing, too. It doesn't matter where you rank. If you win the national championship, you win. I just thought it was interesting is I really tried to pull some data and think about it. And when you factor in that, yes, the Big Ten was the best conference in America, Rico, you win. The fact that Michigan dominated that conference, dropped bombs on teams, and then you go into the tournament and you bomb teams again, including essentially your whole run to the title game. Man, that's really hard to do. It's rare. So
okay, and now do you see why I'm so befuddled of how Purdue beat them in the tournament?
Yes.
That just doesn't make sense.
Well, neither does Bob Smitherman Wren or whatever his name is with that stupid
Trey Kaufman Wren.
Whatever. He should be banned with that Rick Barry shot, that nonsense push shot.
It works.
He's an annoyance.
It works.
We'll go to Mary, 97.1. Mary, how you doing?
Good. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's going on?
Okay, awesome. I just wanted to say this championship last night means more to me than the football championship a few years ago, just because of the cheating. That was a bad look. It was not something that I wanted to see, and it was very shameful, really. So, but just the way Dusty May put this team together, the way these players gelled together in such a short amount of time, I mean, all the kudos to them, and really excited to see for the future of our basketball team and our future. And I'm excited for football, too, at U of M. Hopefully we've turned the page and we're on a new horizon.
A new trajectory. Mary, is it safe to say you're prouder of this championship?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, regardless of whether they've been here a couple of years or not, I guess, that's just the way things are these days. And it still doesn't mean that they didn't care. I mean, they obviously cared. They worked together. They represent our university. And, hey, they were great. I really enjoyed watching them this season. They were just amazing.
Yeah. No, and Mary, look, to your point, you're right, is that there's going to be a divide amongst fans. I know what camp I'm in, which has nothing to do with Michigan. It's the camp of I no longer am passionate about college sports. That's no different than if your favorite restaurant changes the menu. I don't like this menu anymore. But that has nothing to do with U of M. It's the totality of the sport. Like, I thought it was way overdone by the network last night. Whoa, all 5 starters are transferred. Listen, man, they're all hookers. It's all boats and hoes. Like, okay, MSU season ends. You know what Tom Izzo's first move is? Talking to Jeremy Fear's agent. How much I got to pay you to stay? It's all, man, it's just hoes. It's just different flavors. That's all it is. And last night, you would have thought Michigan was like Al Capone for having 5 starter transfers. Nobody cares, man.
He's right,
You know what I'm saying. It's like, man.
And I really wish that the restaurant would go back to its old menu, Mike, because I would love to have
and
the
so
old
did
you
John
back.
Beeline's interview yesterday. It made me feel good.
But you'll never come back, and it pains me at some point because I missed the days where I could sit there and actually talk to you about stuff. Now, I don't even bother because I know where the conversation is going to end up. You're just going to say something that ticks me off, and I'm going to be like, you know what? Why did I even bother?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
David, I mean, seriously, we would have long conversations on the phone. What do you think about this guy? What about this? What about that? Hey, Mike, did you see this? Who cares? Boats and hoes. We suck. Blah, blah, blah.
Up next.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. What did I say to you when we were talking to Rieger yesterday? Because I did. I shook Rieger's hand and I went, preemptive congratulations on your championship. Because Rieger's the biggest U of M b-ball fan on the planet.
Oh, my God. He is. And he
what
did
I
a
say?
5-minute rant online last night.
About what?
About Michigan winning. He sat in his car and he recorded himself.
What was he
just
mad
talking about? No, he wasn't mad.
Oh.
It was just how he's been there to the Ellaby in the amateur years,
live
and
with
the Fab Five, and then he was at the nerve. I'm like, well, you didn't even congratulate me on Rieger. I congratulated you 2 days ago. Well, you didn't do it last night. Why did I need to re-congratulate you?
Well, the point I was going to make to you, by the way, and then I'll land the plane, and I know we got business to take care of. I said to you last night when we were talking in the office with Jeff, I'm like, here's the whole point. Ask me how many Spartan football players I can name right now. Ask me. It wasn't but 5-6 years ago, I'd name all 85 scholarship guys. Now, I don't know if I could name 10 guys.
Jordan Hall.
1. Alessio, apparently I'm related to our quarterback, even though he's like Bosnian. But you get my point. Right. I can't be passionate about this new format. It doesn't work for me, and that's okay. I'm Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino. Right. I got nothing. Buddy, it's okay. And if people look, when they were panning to the people in the stands that were having a coronary and ecstasy and all that, I'm like, I'm jealous of that. That looks fun. I remember that. I can't do that with this crap. It's nonsense.
Can I throw Bulla in there, or is it no? Because he's a coach.
No, he's a coach.
Okay.
My God. 248. He's probably better than any of our linebackers. 248-539-9797.
Shots after shots after shots.
I apologize. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They're offering a hell of a deal right now. New furnace or AC, you get half off the installation. And Mastercraft, they are 24/7 emergency service. They back their work with a 5-year warranty, and they have financing all over the place. You can call them. They are the pros for plumbing, electrical, generators, you name it, they have got you covered. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, right back to the phones. We will get to the Wings later because Kenny has committed a cardinal sin. He has lied to us. Unacceptable, unforgivable, cowardly, and we're going to address it. But right now we're talking about Michigan in the national championship. We go to Tom up next, 97.1. Tommy, what's good, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing very well. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. Tom. What's up?
So, well, I'll answer both questions, and I guess I'll start with, what does this mean more to me than the football championship? And it does, because for my sense, this feels like when your favorite, actor, actress finally gets that award, that Oscar. It's just, this is, like you said, it's been 37 years, in the works. And, for me, as far as the football program has been concerned, I never was a huge Harbaugh fan. So, I really like what this team has done, and I feel like we've kind of come full circle from the Fab Five, and especially with the way college basketball is today, not to absolve those controversies from that day and age, but to me, it was really refreshing to see this team win and, to do it the way they did. I think if, to answer your dominance question, if you were to run this game back, 3, 4, 5 times, I still think you would get the same result.
Yes.
I was worried because when I saw Cadeau on the bench, I had flashbacks from 2013 when Trey Burke was on the bench and we lost that game, where I think looking back now, in some ways, we were the better team. We were the better team this time. We did win, and I'm really happy with the result, and just over the moon that they finally got it done.
Yeah, and look, that's from a historical standpoint. I tried my best. It's impossible. Ultimately, you don't get to play the games or re-adjudicate them, but this was one of the most dominant regular seasons I've seen in 25 years. Yeah. It was perfection to me. It doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, the way they knocked off top 15 teams, just like they
killed
didn't
people.
belong. Like
Remember the showdown at Illinois?
Seeds.
They went down to the space saucer, beat the team by 20. Yeah. I mean, they are that team.
Wait, that was followed by destroying Purdue 4 days earlier.
Correct.
I think it's just a testament to Hurley as a coach that he had that team in it, and he gave away the game at the halftime interview. He said, basically we have to, turn this into like a rock fight, slow it down. And they were able to do that. But, looking at how we dominated in this tournament, against Arizona, I mean, that was unreal. I mean,
yes.
The only thing that was stopping us was like, were we going to have that weird lay-in egg game like we did with Purdue? We
kind of did last night. Well, last night was kind of that game.
Yeah, because I was sitting there thinking, like, did you have any apprehension when the bank shot goes in, the three-pointer, and it's like a 4-point lead that late in the game? Like, is you kind of about to do this?
I did more from a historical perspective because, again, like, and every time we've gotten to this moment, like they, respect for the Fab Five and what they did, but they always kind of bring them out. And one of the things that they had like a special podcast for the Final Four game. And at the very end, Jimmy King, I think he just said, we just need to win it this time. And I was like, yeah, we just need to get this done. And then we can just kind of move on from all that history, from all that, being there and not getting it done. And, we can celebrate, like, frankly, the teams that have won and have gotten it done.
Well, and also, too, it's about time Michigan's program kind of moves on from Al Bundy, a.k.a. the Fab Five. Like, these guys actually have a ring now. And
the banner that'll stay up.
I just think that the Fab Five thing is pretty damn played out. And it's amazing is that now we're trying to have this whole, the cultural icon. Man, miss me with that. Just stop. My God, like enough. Michigan has had multiple teams play for a national championship. This one won it. All right, enough. That Fab Five altcast, it was like Al Bundy talking about Polk High in the city championship. Enough. Move on.
It's an interesting perspective because I wonder now if they actually do that because that's been their biggest claim to fame, and now you don't have to do that.
You don't
anymore.
need it.
Right. Now you can go ahead, put this banner up. It won't be seated somewhere in the library archives in the basement of Ann Arbor.
Uh-oh.
It'll be able to stay up, and you can point to it and say, that was a team that came here and got it done.
Correct. We go to Caleb, 97.1. Caleb, how you doing, buddy?
My guy, I'm good. How about you?
Good, man. What's on your mind?
Man, so actually being a Michigan student and seeing both championships, I would say the basketball, at least to me, means more. They got me to watch Big Ten basketball in the middle of January. That never has happened before.
That says a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, literally. And it's just like, I don't know, just like being up here, even with like the scandal and everything that happened when we won in football, it just kind of diminished it a little bit. It was still fun. I still have the memories, but basketball definitely is like more rewarding and, just the dominance as well.
Yeah. And look, I think they got a lot of people to watch who probably really aren't big into hoops. They became an unbelievable story. They just became this monolith. You don't see it very often.
Yeah, you don't. And it's actually funny. Rico, we were actually at the game, at the Michigan State game. He was talking about how we need to be worried about Arkansas and everybody else. And
Arkansas had a really nice year, but yeah, you know where I'm at. You know my deal.
Yeah. But yeah, guys, I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, thanks, man. Again.
Arkansas was one of those teams that I don't think you wanted to really see in the tournament.
No, I right now, I swear to God, that bet I made with you back in January, I knew it was stupid at the time, but by the time we got to the tournament, I felt like it was an absolute layup. This team's built different, man. You can't score on them in the paint.
No.
They don't allow it.
You can't, but it was like, well, the one previous caller that we had, every now and then they would just have that one game where it's just like you can't explain how they lost it. They just lost it. It was just a bad game, or the game was way too close to comfort. But I am noticing one thing, and David, as a Michigan fan, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Seems like I think a lot of Michigan fans really liked winning the football title, but you knew it came at a cost. You knew it came with an asterisk. It came with a stigma. This one, it was just yours, and I think a lot of people are willing to set aside the football one because this one's cleaner. This one ain't dirty.
No, you're definitely right. That's a really good assessment there. Is this one was clean. This one was had no cloud over it at all. And some people tried, but there was no cloud over it at all. And people will definitely enjoy this one more than the football. Yes.
Because I honestly thought that it would be more calls still saying, hey, this is Michigan. It's about football. I don't care. We let it play out and we won. You know what? Wah. But no, I'm just shocked. And I don't know if it's just recency bias because a lot of people still hung over from the victory, but I really thought it was going to be a lot more football calls than we're getting. But
no, because it's what I said to you a while back. It did nothing change. Deep down, they all know. Man, they can.
I think, you could admit it now.
They can pump their baseball bat. They can flex in private. They can do whatever they want to do. I said it all through that scandal. You know when you're home, you know. You can call a radio show, act all big and bad. I don't care. Newsflash. Rest of America does not validate that football title because you're filth. I mean, you can, but you know. This is different. I don't want to hear about the Dusty tampering crap. Everybody tampers. Everybody's a hoe. It doesn't matter. They want it clean, and it killed everybody. And I totally understand the difference in why it's not that way. I mean, again.
No, but it just, man, that's football, and that's Michigan, and it was Harbaugh. It was one of your own.
Yeah.
And you were just willing to look the other way.
Yeah.
And you got that title. But
I
think last night you're able to say, okay, I see what everybody meant, saying it was tainted. Okay, we'll admit it was tainted. And we'll take this one because this one is clean. This one has no baggage with it.
But that's why people are saying this was more enjoyable. Because they know. I'm telling you, that's why.
See, it's just weird because more attachment to the football players because they were your guys. They came back. They stuck together. They did all of this stuff.
Yeah.
This one was more of a, hey, these guys are playing for Michigan, but you didn't have that same type of history that you had.
Yeah, but it was still just guys playing basketball, going out there, wearing the Block M, and winning it without anything. That means a lot.
That's my theory on why you're not getting more football calls. They know. They caught their wife doing OnlyFans.
Okay.
They know.
Okay.
They know.
Okay. You know what?
Why's mommy giving that other guy a moose ride? Well, they know.
Is this that new Disney movie I showed you?
They know what's up. Just is what it is. Dave, you okay?
Read something, Rico.
How about
They know.
Cut his mic off.
Spring is here. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. My apologies to Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Spring is here. Get green, stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Call 888-GET-GREEN. As a matter of fact, if you do it right now and you purchase the full lawn program, you'll get free grub control, but just tell them that Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. 888-GET-GREEN. Why do you need Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service? Very simple. As I said, spring is here. I know the weather is weird right now, but we will get warmer weather. And with the warmer weather, it means the grass will start growing. But if you don't treat it, that also means you're going to have weeds popping up in your lawn. And once those weeds start, let's face it, it's going to be hard to get rid of them unless you go with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They will tailor a solution for your home because, look, by fighting it now, you won't have to worry about it later. It's plain and simple. That program will be designed to strengthen your turf, improve your color, and control the weeds. And the earlier, the better for the best results. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, we're going to get to the people. We are going to get into a little bit of the Red Wings because it's bleep or get off the pot tonight. You know where I'm at. But this is going to be more about Kenny Cott and Jim Costa. I think they're both being dishonest bleep holes, and I've had enough. And we're just going to talk about it. And we're going to see if you agree or disagree. Right now, it's Michigan, the title, kind of the history of it. And which one do you enjoy more? David, a couple of texts coming in if you'd be so kind, and we'll go back to the phones. Just trying to balance it.
I am a 25-year-old Detroit sports and Michigan State fan, and I've just mentally accepted I will never see another championship win from any of my teams in my life. No one in the state that I root for has what it takes to get over the hump.
Well, you can never say never. I want to just say Indiana won a football championship. Like, let's categorize this. Would it be shocking if next year, I don't know, Izzo finally got with it and built a team, bought a team to go and win it?
Unethically, yeah.
Would I be shocked? No. Am I betting on it? Also, no. I'm just making a point. Don't say never. Football, you could say never.
You got, but no. Actually,
Never.
It depends. What are you going to do with that $400 million kitty that you have? Are you going to actually use it to your advantage?
No.
Or are you just going to sit there and go bargain?
Choice B.
But hey, once again, if I would have told you 3 years ago Indiana's going to do this, you would have laughed me out this studio.
I also would have laughed if you told me there'd still be no rules. So fair play. David?
Well, to you all's point, text comes in and says, from a Spartan perspective last night, it told me that Tom Izzo will never win his second championship. It is clear and obvious that he'll ever build a team that way. It's needed to be built.
Well, he's too stubborn.
Yep.
Call it what it is. Tom still laments having to pay these guys what he's paying them. You can't be that way. It's not your money, Tom.
I think he laments, but I think a couple of things happen. One, he realizes he's had enough people around him to tell him what you just said. It's not your money. Two, I think that the fire just got stoked a little bit more because Michigan won a national title. So now the pressure is on because now, as you said, you're not the big dog in the state anymore.
No, Michigan owns the state.
And knowing his ego, that's going to push him to try to do a little bit more. So to sit here and say he's never going to do it, I'm not going
to say that.
No, I'm not saying you, but I'm not that well, he's never going to do it. Guys, that's just, no. Don't deal in absolutes in life, especially when it comes to college sports.
2023 football is more special to me because it took 3 seasons to build up to it with the Georgia and TCU losses. Basketball kind of happened entirely in the same season.
Yeah, but the foundation was built last year, though.
Agree.
Go ahead.
I agree.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Rick.
No. But see, it's funny because I do think that last night's game caused a lot of Wolverine fans to lay down their swords and shields and say, you know what? It's exactly what you guys have been saying for years. This is tainted. And now that we have a real title, we're going to just go ahead and embrace that one. That's just me. But still shocked, not more football people.
And then one more here says, Mama giving that man a moose ride. Silent pause. Spring is here. Dying laughing.
That's how you segue into a commercial. They don't teach you that in school. All right, let's go to Albert, 97. I'm sorry. Albert, how you doing, buddy?
Mike, Rico, how's it going, guys?
Good, pal.
Albert, I apologize.
What's the good word?
So I think this is a more rewarding championship for Michigan as a Michigan fan. And, obviously last night wasn't reflective of how they've played in the whole tournament. Obviously, they didn't shoot the ball as well as they have been. But I think that's what shows how good this team really is because they showed against Alabama they can win in a shootout. They showed against Arizona they can play any style, whether it's in transition and the half court set, and they showed all season long that they're an elite offensive and defensive team. And I think obviously even in the Ken Palm rankings they're all-time great. And I think this team doing that over the course of this season, even like you said, when they went into Illinois and beat another Final Four team, beat them like a drum, it shows that this team really is on another level. And I don't think it's that crazy to say that this is the best team this century.
I'm good with it. Yeah, that's my angle. Albert, I've just learned over the years, arguments like that are not hills I'm going to die on. I'll say it. And if someone disagrees with it, I'll just, okay. But I'm with you. Yeah. This season comprehensively, it's as impressive as anything I've seen in 25 years.
Right. And I think, like the whole transfer portal thing is just so draining just because, like you said, it's the new era of college basketball. And I don't want, outside of Yaxel Lendeborg, who was the number 1 transfer portal recruit, we took guys like Elliot Cadeau, who ran out of Chapel Hill. They wanted him burned at the stake. Same thing. Merez Johnson was a freshman that played like 13 minutes off the bench at Illinois. Adai Mara, like you said, was ran out of Westwood. Like, these are not guys that were, that came here ready to be in the NBA. These were guys that Dusty May handpicked and knew could fit his culture and made them mesh together.
Hey, Albert, let me help your cause here. Mara came in as at UCLA, averaged 7 points and 4 rebounds. Johnson, 8 points and 6 rebounds. These aren't guys that you're like, oh, my God, you just made our program. These are probably guys that your fan base is going to be like, really? That's the best that we could do?
But then Dusty turned them into NBA players.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I think even Elliot Cadeau, he made a drastic jump this year, even with his jump shooting. And he turned the ball over a lot less, specifically the second half of the season. And that was a big problem at UNC. And then even guys like Namari Burnett playing his role, Trey McKinney, a five-star freshman that Dusty recruited, came off the bench and was electric. LJ Kaysen didn't even play for the last month of the season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And people also forget, when people look at this team in a couple years from now, they have to look at this team and see that also Yaxel Lendeborg was hurt for the Final Four and national championship game, and we beat Arizona like a drum and beat UConn without Yaxel playing 10%.
Yeah, and Albert, I'll say this. I think that the best thing that happened to Elliot Cadeau was the fact that LJ Kaysen got hurt, because I think it was less pressure. He stopped turning the ball over. I think with Kaysen looking over his shoulders, he started trying to do too much, and that's when you had all of the games with the turnovers. And then Kaysen sat down and he realized, it's my team. I could just be myself, and you saw a different Elliot out there. He ended up being the MOP.
Let me go to Chad, 97.1. Chad, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's happening? For me, man, I don't let the media do my thinking for me. Maybe I'm different because I'm a college football sicko, and I've always been really into what goes on behind the scenes. And I understand how unbelievably dirty that world is. And if you think a couple of stolen signs, yes, we stole signs, okay? Auburn bought Cam Newton for $250,000. Why is that valued, but ours isn't? I don't let other people decide for me what I value.
Chad, you can believe whatever you want. It was the biggest on-field cheating scandal in the history of the sport. And you had people, Chad, you had people throwing things into lakes. You had evidence destruction. You had lies. You had funding. Like, Chad, look, we don't have to do this today. You can feel how you want. Don't play that crap. Well, it's just a few calls. Stop. Chad, come on. Stop.
It doesn't take my joy from me.
I didn't say it had to. Just don't come on the air and lie.
We beat teams that are just as dirty, so it doesn't bother me.
Okay, now, carry on.
For me personally, this season was so dominant, and because I've watched with my own eyes, not things that happened before I was born, like Indiana fans that want to talk about the 76 team, like who cares? I actually watched them lose in the title game 4 different times, 91, 92, and the 2 Beeline teams. So for me, and of all 5 of those teams, this was by far the most dominant. So for me, last night, once I started thinking about your question and I started thinking about it, I realized I didn't really enjoy this. I didn't really enjoy like when Donovan Edwards broke that run in 22 in Columbus, I jumped so high my head almost hit the ceiling. There was no euphoria with this run because for me I realized it was total relief when they won it. I couldn't enjoy it because it was all relief. It was, If they don't get this done, I'm never going to see one.
Oh, wow.
If they don't get this done, I'm never going to get one. If I have to watch a 5th loss in the title game with how dominant this team is, I don't know. So for me, it was hard to enjoy it. It was like Bill Lambier said, when they finally won the title, it was like I couldn't enjoy it. It was just relief. It was just relief.
Okay. Listen, I mean, definitely haven't heard calls about relief. I get it when you put it into historical context there.
Okay.
Yeah, just, Chad, you've called this show for a long time. Don't call up and lie. It was
just a few stolen
No, let it go. I was just going to correct that. It's like, look, no one's telling you what to do. But you don't get to come on here and
You've
lie.
Stolen signals.
Okay.
Cheeseburger.
All right. Cam Newton's computer. All right. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Oh, boy. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Silverado crew cab starting at $199 a month, 24 months, or a 26 Equinox LT, $239 a month, 36 months. Both deals, $999 down. And if your current vehicle needs some attention, you know where to go. It's Moran Chevrolet. The service department is outstanding. It's moranexpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. David, some texts. We'll get to the people. Rico's got college basketball receipts, top of the hour, and then we're putting Kenny and Jim Costa on trial. I think they were both dishonest in different ways about the Red Wings, and I'm very irked by both of them because I don't think they're being honest because they don't want the blowback. They want to take the easy way out, especially this spineless jellyfish in a shacket. Kenny Cott.
The shacket.
David?
My biggest fear, and I agree with Mike, do these kids really care about the Block M? You spent 1 year, one championship, and left. College sports isn't as fun as it used to be.
No, hey, look, that's all subjective. No different than music or food, whatever it is. I feel a certain way about college sports. I'm very consistent across the board. That's not a Michigan thing.
No, you're right, because, you're right. I feel the same about music. Like, I don't know who any of these people are.
Oh, okay. No, and as far as, look, did they deliver a national championship? Did you enjoy it? That's a you thing. But if you're saying it's distinctly different than the old days, well, guess what? John Beilein agrees with you. He did a great interview on the morning show yesterday. Beilein, obviously, as an older guy, is like, yeah, I wish it was the way it was. Yeah, of course. You could build something.
And by the way, it was, way back like 6-7 years ago.
Correct. David, go ahead, buddy.
Someone says the basketball one means more to me. Michigan, on its way to winning this national championship, beat 3 other Final Four teams in every Elite Eight team except Duke. How impressive is that?
And did it in the best league. They didn't do it in some Big 2, Little 8, garbage-ass Big 10. This was a very deep, very talented Big 10 that also, the bona fides, they made runs in the tournament. Nebraska made a run. Iowa made a run. Illinois made a run. You made a run.
You had 5 of the Sweet 16
right.
teams.
It was a battleground, and they were the biggest tank on the battlefield.
I got a little nervous when UConn got within 4 at the end. Then I instantly thought of that cat enthusiast and his so-called Costa lock and thought he cursed them out of a title. That's Chris in Brighton.
I was thinking that Chris, Costa did it to them. When I backed in, I was like, wait, they can't win this game, can they? At that point, just go ahead and put Hurley up on the top of the mountain because he's just the greatest coach of all time. If that would have happened.
To the people. We'll go to Zach, 97.1. Zach, how you doing, buddy?
I'm well, Mike. Rico, how are you?
Hey, good, bud.
So I just wanted to say the basketball championship meant a lot more to me simply because of the tournament. There's nothing like the 64-team tournament, and to be the champions at the end just shows the resiliency, the talent, the coaching all come together. And then I kind of wanted to compare it to the 23 national championship. I compare him by coaching. I think Jim Harbaugh is a scumbag, personally. And I think Dusty May is a man of honor and is a wonderful coach. Not saying Jim Harbaugh is not a good coach, but personally, I cannot stand Jim Harbaugh. And then go back to Chad. Chad's the reason why people hate Michigan fans.
Why is that,
dude,
Zach?
Just cut it out, man. Admit it. There was scandal. We cheated. We won. I'm cool with it. I still wear the T-shirts and the hats like Rico said. I even got a Rose Bowl tattoo because that's how much that game meant to me.
And Zach, you know what? I appreciate it. Like I said,
it's all fine.
It's all yours, but just know, and we said it as it goes, hey, guys, nobody's going to respect you for this, but it's your title.
And you can do whatever you like with it. But, Zach, I'm not going to have Chad, who, by the way, Chad's called this show for a decade. Like, don't come up here and lie. Don't do that. That's silly. Cut it out.
He's just trying to squeeze in like, oh, it's just a couple lines.
Yeah, because it's
like, get out, man.
Chad, when the NCAA says we can't,
go ahead, Rico.
We can't punish you because there's no rule for this. It was so egregious, so out there that we never thought of coming up with a rule for this. So therefore, we can't
100%.
punish you.
Well, it was a media. You guys remember? I mean, you guys. For a month, it's all you guys talked about. It was a media frenzy. It was a crapshoot. So, I mean, there's a massive stain. It's like a massive oil stain that you can't get out of your driveway. But you remember when you fix your car up and it's running perfect now, you're like, oh, man, who cares about that oil stain?
Exactly.
But
and then, Zach, that's the whole
thing. People aren't going to forget about it.
Look, ultimately, especially with what's going on in the world right now, man, this is why sports isn't real, right? Like, Zach, you're 100% right. Is in the rear view. Man, my life isn't materially different. Like, it is what it is. And when it happened, like when you look back, Yeah, there's a reason everybody on that staff, I think it was 16 Michigan coaches, were either fired, show caused, or moved on. Like, Chad can't come up here and do that. You can't.
Or somehow arrested.
It was a complete mess, and luckily we got a man of honor, Kyle Whittingham, here. I cannot wait for that.
He's a damn good coach, man.
Zach, I just hope you guys don't run him out of town.
I know, right? One more thing before I go, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say how phenomenal of a coach Dusty May is. His in-game adjustments were phenomenal. I noticed UConn, they love to slow the game down. Michigan started to press to get them to speed up. The pick and roll wasn't working with Mara, so they started doing the pick and pop. They started doing cuts back door. The threes weren't falling. They got out-rebounded by 10 on the offensive glass, and to find a way to win, what a game, what a season. Thank you, guys. Love the show. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Z. Appreciate you, buddy. And you're right. Listen, that's where, again, it all worked together. I continue to compare it to what Cignetti did at Indiana. When you talk about great coaching, a team always being motivated, never flat. They play tough football. All these parallels, different sports, the same type of stuff. The evaluations, like it's all there.
Well, I'll give you that for the evaluations because everybody talks Cignetti in Indiana like they just went out and got the cream of the crop.
They didn't.
They went out and got James Madison and basically brought that team with them to Indiana, and he coached them up, and it worked.
Yes.
And like I said,
and Mendoza was their Yaxel.
Yes, but Dusty went out and got a couple of guys that, Mike, if I said, hey, Izzo's going out and getting these two guys, you'd be like, really? That's the best we can do? That's it?
There's no argument, except Dusty made them better. So, Dusty, the idea that Mara might be a pro is jaw-dropping compared to where he was a year ago when Mick Cronin hated him.
You can't teach 7-3, so.
I'm just saying.
No, right.
He did an incredible job coaching,
Mick Cronin hates a lot of things.
True. He looks miserable. I don't know why he continues to work.
I wonder what that group text was like last night.
What do you mean?
Hurley and Cronin and Izzo and Underwood.
I don't know. Bitter beer face. Guys, Michigan's just better.
I just wonder what the group text was like. That's all.
We'll get more to people. I know we got to do receipts, and then we got to expose Kenny for being a complete liar, along with Costa. Kenny, you can flip me off all you want. You lied, and I don't like it. Red Wings edition, not about anything serious. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Michigan basketball is back in Ann Arbor. They celebrated with the fans right now at Chrysler Center. The athletic department also announced the championship parade will take place Saturday at 10, beginning at the President's House, continuing down State Street, and wrapping up in front of Yost Ice Arena. A ticketed celebration will also take place afterwards inside Chrysler at 1 o'clock. The final AP college basketball poll is out. Michigan, of course, number 1. UConn, number 2. MSU is number 11. North Carolina Board of Trustees have approved new basketball coach Mike Malone's contract. It's worth $8.3 million a year. That's top 5 in the NCAA. Red Wings and Blue Jackets currently sit out of the playoff picture, tied with 88 points. They match up tonight at LCA. Justin Falk is a game-time decision. Mason Appleton is out. Patrick Kane said his penalty versus the Wild was a lapse of judgment. Pre-game at 6:45 over on WWJ. The Tigers send Tarek Skubal to the mound for his third start. He's only given up 1 earned run in 13 innings. For his pitch at 7:40 here. The Pistons are signing Tolu Smith to a 2-year deal. He was previously on a 2-way. Bobby Klitman was waived. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, talked a ton about Michigan's championship, as we should. We'll get to the Wings in a little bit as well, just quickly. But Rico has receipts. David. No segment infuriates me more than Rico Beard's callous, insensitive, and ego-driven receipt segment.
You know what? Why don't you save that energy for the end and let me know if you still feel that way.
I'm kidding. I don't care. These are fun.
All right.
They're ridiculous. But
it was
fun.
The tournament receipts. First round upsets, meaning the higher seed beat the lower seed.
Mm-hmm.
Over-under was 5.5. 8 teams did it. Mike, you took the under. Kenny took the over. David and I took the over as well. Evan took the under.
I hate this game.
First 4 team in the Sweet 16. Mike, you said no. Kenny, you said yes. David, you said no. I said yes. Texas made it.
This game sucks.
To the Sweet 16. You sure about that?
No, I'm sure. I hate this.
Top 4 teams losing in the first round. Top 4 seeds losing in the first round. Over under 1.5. Well, guys, nobody lost out of the top 4 seeds. Mike, you had the under. Kenny had the under. David and I had the over.
This is a great game.
Will a 15 seed win a game?
No.
Mike, you took the under. David took the under. Kenny and I took the over. And nobody did.
So stupid.
Will a 13 seed win? Well, if rounds 1 through 4 all made it, that means no. Mike, you said no. Kenny said no. I said no. David said yes. 12 seeds winning. Over under 1.5. 1-1. Just one. It was the under. And Mike, you had the under.
It's brilliant. I mean, this game is just wondrous.
David, you had the under. I had the under. Kenny, you took the over.
So stupid.
Terrible game.
All right. Double-digit seed in the Sweet 16.
Oh, dear.
Mike, you said yes. Kenny, you said yes. Even Evan said yes.
Texas
I said
did it.
yes. David said yes.
We got it right.
Texas made it. Yes, a team did make it there.
Jeez.
1 seeds in the Final 4. Over under 2.5.
I probably said over.
Michael, you said over.
Yeah.
Kenny, you said under. Evan said under. David, you said under as well. I said under. It was actually 2. It was the under.
I know. Damn it.
It was your two teams, as a matter of fact.
I know. It's just nobody else did their damn job, and then that group of 35-year-olds at Illinois really ruined everything.
Well, no. It was UConn that ruined everything. Duke was all set to go. They had their bags packed.
That Bill Raftery video is still the best piece of tournament footage.
He stroked out.
He was gone. Bill was gone for about 7 seconds.
Yeah. Big Ten teams in the Elite Eight. Over, under, 2.5.
I said under. I guarantee it. I hate it.
I said over. I believe in the Big Ten.
I know you do. You're a Big Ten slap. You're
Kenny!
basically Paul Feinbaum.
Well, you said over as well. Good job, Kenny.
Love this game.
Evan said under. David, you said under. Michael,
Yeah, I
you
know.
said under.
Yeah, I know.
Turned out there were 4 teams.
Damn Big Ten.
You guys are stupid.
Total amount of wins for Arizona. Over, under 3.5. I should work in Vegas.
I said over.
Michael, you said over. Kenny, you said over. Evan was under. David was under. I was under. I did not believe in the Wildcats.
I know you didn't.
And they won exactly 4 games.
I know. And Tommy Lloyd decided, I'm going to just get that new contract. I'm not going to bother game plan. I mean, they got hit by a bus against Michigan. That makes your whole year null and void at that point.
Well, I mean, he won the Coach of the Year, Nate Smith.
Whatever.
And even he admitted, yeah, you probably should have gave that to Dusty May. Michigan, over, under, wins at 4.5.
Over.
Michael, you had over. You had him in the national title.
Because I believed in Big Blue.
You did. Slappy.
That's
Kenny,
right.
You had the over as well.
I'll be writing a book about the Edmund Fitzgerald next week.
I did not believe.
Evan had under. I had under. I thought they'd make the Final Four. David, you said over.
Oh, did I?
Yes, you did. You believed in your team.
David,
even though you
you
doubted them all season.
David, you and I were the only true believers.
They ended up winning all 6 games. Michigan State, over, under, 1.5 wins.
I bet you I said under.
I said over. I thought they'd make the Sweet 16.
I didn't like this team at all.
David, Sparty Hull, said over.
Oh, my.
I didn't hate. Oh, wow.
You wanted to.
I did.
You did.
I took care of it for you.
As a matter of fact, you changed it. You came to your senses. Evan said under. Kenny didn't believe, said under. Mike?
Under.
You said under.
Yeah, I hate this team.
But at the last second, you told me to change it.
God help me.
And make it an over.
I got it right.
And I said, are you sure? You're like, yeah, whatever.
Damn.
They'll win just to spite me.
All right. It worked out. Hey, I worked my way through it. We're good.
Final Four total seeding. Over, under. Once again, I should be in Vegas. 7.5.
I said under because I thought it'd be very chalky.
Mike, you said under. Kenny said over. Evan said over. David said under. I said over. It ended up being a 7.
Yes.
1, 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
Would a 4-seed or higher make the Final Four?
No.
Mike said no. Kenny said yes. Evan said no. David and I both said yes.
The new tournament should just be 16 teams. I know they're going to announce 76. There's no point anymore.
No. You actually, what if you just did the first round is the best 2 out of 3?
Like a playoff series?
And then you go the Sweet 16.
And then Sweet 16 from there?
Yeah. Or Elite 8 from there, I guess.
Well, they're about to announce a 76-team tournament, so hope you're ready.
First, you should. Okay, this is. You sure you don't hate? You hate this game?
No, I
first 1 seed to lose. I said Arizona because I thought they were frauds.
Mm-hmm.
David said Duke because why not? He hates Duke.
Bad boozer.
Evan said Michigan.
Hater.
Kenny, what's your favorite basketball team?
Duke.
Kenny said Duke. Michael Alessio Valenti.
That's right.
Said Florida.
That's right.
And it was Florida.
Which Power Four which Power Four conference would be eliminated first? I said SEC. Evan said SEC. Kenny said SEC. Mike, you said SEC. David said Big 12. It was a tie.
Okay.
It was SEC and ACC went out on the same day. So
do we get half point?
Got a half point.
Okay.
Here's your total.
Okay.
Mike, you finished with 13 and a half correct.
Okay.
Kenny, 12 and a half correct.
Mm.
Evan, 12 and a half correct.
Mm.
David, 11 and a half correct. I finished with 13 and a half correct, tied with you.
It's like Voltron.
But you know what? Hats off to that man, because we did the Sweet 16 draft. David couldn't lose. David had both teams in the final.
Oh, okay.
David drafted UConn. David drafted Michigan. He couldn't lose.
Bravo, David.
David, you won. You may have finished last here. You won the Sweet 16 selection.
Look at you.
I had three of my
first where it mattered to me.
I had three of my teams eliminated on Thursday night.
That Illinois game killed you.
Three of my teams eliminated Thursday night.
How did I
done.
take Illinois and you didn't? That is still the puzzler. You
I took
love
St.
Illinois.
John's. I took, Kenny, because Kenny just threw a monkey wrench in everything. But
He did.
Thank you, Kenny. Anyway, you still hate this game?
A little bit.
You're tied with the win. So you won, I won, David won. Kenny, you were right there, my friend.
I'll take it.
Nice participation award, loser.
David's going to be holding his parade outside of Greater Life on Saturday.
Big time. Big time.
That's your NCAA tournament receipts, 97-1. Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and hit the road with the great deals on their massive inventory. Selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the April Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT for $299 a month for 36 months. You walk in with $1,000 down, and you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Okay, so we can continue taking Michigan championship calls. We've done the whole show on it, and we'll continue. But I want to bring this up, too. There are plenty of people who don't give a damn about college basketball. No disrespect. I went into the show sheet, and what Kenny Cott had put on the show sheet, Kenny should be a politician because he's a liar. And to stack these dishonest dominoes, Jim Costa is a liar. Oh, so what they had set up was this, and this is what kills me. Yesterday we came in, and we did the damn show, and I'd finally gotten to Kenny's side of things, where they're not making it. I've had it. I'm in full spite. I'm done. I hope Columbus comes up here and beats him. Mm-hmm. Now, I didn't get a whiff of pushback. Oh, Kenny wasn't doing anything yesterday. So here's the topic. Where do you land on the wings for tonight as the Blue Jackets are in town? And I saw Team Costa. You know what Jim had the audacity to say? Oh, still interested, still actively rooting.
He has to.
No. Don't make me go Cat Williams. You showed me the pictures. That man is broken. That man is done. Mm-hmm. He is angry at his team.
Right.
But he doesn't want the smoke of going on the air and saying straight up as a paying customer, I am now rooting against them.
No. You can only be broken, Mike, when you still believe and they let you down. That's why he was broken.
And
he paid the money.
Then there's Team Kenny. Look at this lie, this spineless bowl of Jell-O.
Here we go.
Team Kenny. Whatever happens, happens. You MF.
He just wants both teams to play
You
hard.
dishonest, gutless MF, and that don't stand for my friend. You damn well know you are rooting against him. You have said it off the air. You have said it to me directly. And for you to put that on the sheet acting like I'm the bad guy because Team Mike says spite, hate, death. No. You do not get to distance yourself from the true emotions you're feeling and try to make old Nona, make Guido the bad guy. We're not doing that. You are in full spite, and I demand you come clean. That's fine, but don't tell me you're rooting for them tonight. Don't.
I never said I was rooting for or against them tonight. I am just filled with nothing but apathy for this team. I can't allow myself to emotionally invest one way or the other. You are on the one side of being complete, I hope everything bad happens to this team.
Yeah, but after this weekend, yes.
In the next 5 games, which I understand that as an opinion, by the way. I'm not saying you're wrong for feeling like that.
No, but you feel like that, but you're too gutless to come out and say it.
I don't know if I feel like that because I think I've reached a more dangerous place with this team. I just don't care. You've beaten the care out of me. It's all apathy at this point. I rode the roller coaster for how many months? And I told you this was going to happen, and I still let myself do it. I got emotionally drained, and now I'm just fully apathetic
towards this team. But if they make it, you know changes won't be made. If they don't make it, while I can't guarantee there will be changes, it gives you hope that there could be. How you're not rooting against them?
No. I disagree.
Go ahead, say it.
If they don't make it, if they
is his microphone broken? What is going on over there? It sounds like he's talking out of a paper bag. David, swing your mic over there. Will you please give this guy something to talk into?
What?
No, you sound better now.
All right, go ahead.
All I'm saying is...
Actually, no. You know why? The microphone's got a filter when someone lies into it.
No.
Liar.
All I'm saying is that I have no belief that win or lose, if they miss the playoffs, if they make the playoffs, then I just have no faith that anything's going to change regardless.
I want to know from people. And obviously, we'll continue to take Michigan calls. Blue Jackets are in town tonight. I've had it. I'll actually be annoyed if they win tonight. After what they did this weekend, that embarrassment against the Rangers, then you fall behind 4-1 to Minnesota, you make the comeback, then Patrick Kane loses his mind, you don't even get it to overtime. I'm done. I don't want them to make it. They don't deserve to make it. I don't like this group. They don't play hard on a consistent basis. And I know probably nothing will change. But if I have any hope of getting what I want at any level of the organization, that's Steve on down, all the way to the secretaries, they have to miss the playoffs. They don't deserve to make it. This is John Taffer Bar Rescue. You don't deserve to serve food. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're serving raw chicken. They don't deserve to be in. I've had it. And he's lying because he's weak.
I'm not lying. That's how I've always felt. They've beat me into submission. I can't have emotions about it.
Let's go to this man, right? I want to go to Pastor Beard. Do you believe Kenny Cott?
Let me say this, Mike. What you're seeing are three of the stages of grief. Costa is in the bargaining stage. Costa has paid the playoff ticket money. The deposit is there. He is bargaining with the Wings. Please don't let me down. I paid this money. Don't make me look stupid. Please. Kenny is in the depression stage. They have beaten him so far down, he doesn't care. He is depressed. They can't hurt him anymore because it's just not feasible. You're in the anger stage. Anger/acceptance. No, you're more anger. You hate this team. You want nothing but bad things to happen to
because
them.
They made me that way. I stuck with them longer than that coward. He gave up a month ago, and the math didn't even make sense to give up. I stuck with them, and then I watched them all weekend, and they did it again. And then they did it again.
You're Chappelle at the Players' Ball. You hate everybody.
I'm Chappelle. I'm Black George Bush.
I hate. I don't even know you, and I hate you.
Silky.
So these are the different stages that the Wings have put you guys in. Just sitting here as an outsider. Kenny's depressed. They've taken all his Kenny. They've taken his joy.
Why would anybody right now not be hoping they miss the playoffs to force changes? Whether it's from a management level, a coaching level, or a roster construction level, if they creep in,
because if they don't make the playoffs, Mike, there's no guarantee of changes.
But if they do, I guarantee there is no chance.
But at least if they make the playoffs, you get extended hockey, and now you have a chance.
That's done. Because what they would have done is not even earn it. No, they would have simply have been the least sucky of the sucky teams.
Yes.
But my issue with that line of thinking, though, is you have some level of faith that if they miss the playoffs, there will be change.
Yes.
And that's what I said.
do not. I'm not there at all.
I think a lot of people feel that way, Mike.
And you should be twice.
And if they make the playoffs, now you can sit there and say, what if you get the hot goalie? What if you get the puck luck? What if all of these things can happen? But if you miss the playoffs, there's no guarantee they're going to do anything.
But there's a chance.
I don't think there is.
It's Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber. So you're telling me there's a chance.
But see, I think the chances are the same. If you make the playoffs and you actually do something, you miss the playoffs and they actually do something. I think it's 50-50. I think it's a Spider-Man meme.
He's lying. 24853.
He's just depressed.
It's pathetic. He, off air, wishes bad on them. But then he comes on the air and he does this Switzerland routine. Well, whatever happens, happens. How ridiculous.
He's almost to the acceptance stage. Acceptance is the next stage. He's almost
I'm there, buddy. I've been there.
The worst part is they'll win tonight. And he'll string it along a little more.
Yeah. But Cookies, he's bargaining right now.
He's another problem.
He's bargaining.
After what they did to him Sunday, how the hell? That's his last game of the year. He ain't got no more games. How the hell can you still be actively rooting for a team? Jim Costa cares more than the team does.
Because if they make the playoffs, Mike, he has more games to go to.
But it would, oh, God, I don't understand people. Okay, 248-539-9797. David, do you believe Kenny? Come on, man, you're a marital counselor. You have to see through BS all the time. You look into his eyes. He's lying.
This is interesting because I think I understand where Kenny is or what he's saying today, but that's not what I heard yesterday.
Thank you.
That's not what I heard yesterday. I believe with my 2 ears, I heard him say he was spite watching this team now because of what happened over the weekend.
Yes. But David, once again, flowchart back to Kenny's at depression. So guess what? You have good days and bad days when you're depressed. Kenny, he's had a good day today. Yesterday, it was a bad day.
No, he has only drunk days, and he's lying.
Uncalled for.
It's so dishonest.
He is, but he's
always got to paint me to be the bad guy. Oh, why? Because I'm the only one who's honest?
It takes actually caring about this team to spite watch them, and I do not.
Are you watching tonight?
Of course I am.
Then you care.
It's my job. If I didn't have to for work, I wouldn't.
You would.
No,
you would. You're
I
the
would
same
not.
guy. You were watching Blackhawk Sharks on NHL Network. You're sick.
So Kenny.
You're sick.
I like hockey.
Kenny.
That's what I like.
Kenny.
You're sick.
Kenny. I got. What if I gave you the same option I've often given Mike? You don't have to watch this MSU game. I'll give you the cliff notes of everything. Go to a movie. Go see a play.
I want that option tonight. I do not want to watch this tonight.
We'll give you the cliff notes of everything that happened.
I would rather walk aimlessly around my neighborhood than watch this game tonight. Unfortunately, due to my job, I cannot do that.
You are a liar.
So, Kenny,
you
you are using the job as an excuse.
That's
You
what I
love
said.
hockey so much you would watch anyway.
Kenny, we give you a breakdown and we send you a 5-minute highlight package.
I want people to comment on this.
Deal.
We will
Absolute deal.
continue to talk about Michigan, but damn it, I need the hockey elite. This man is acting like Luxembourg. This is ridiculous. You're lying. You want change. You know the only way to get change, even at a minimal percentage, is for them to miss it.
And see, Cookies is hoping for Gibson just become the hot goalie.
He's a jerk. 24853, not Gibson, Cookies. That guy was so sad. And nothing. John Gibson's a beautiful man. He's the only. Maybe the team should have a little blue chew before the game tonight. Maybe they'll actually show up in a first period.
I think Rieger
skate around with a bunch of boners.
I think
do something.
Yeah, Rieger bought that company out last night.
Hockey elite, you need to speak up because this man you're lying. I expect that from other day parts, not this one.
This is afternoon Kenny, not midday Kenny.
Oh, okay. FanDuel. They've got a bet back token this week in golf. You know the Masters is coming up. Tournament starts. You can turn a losing bet into a bonus bet with another try. So whether it's to win, someone to win it all, top 5 finish, you want to do some of these exactas that Evan and Cookies do, it's all there for you. FanDuel.com/Michigan. You can claim your special mulligan bet. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, can we please
No, we gotta hit it. Come
All
on.
right, go ahead, hit it. All right. Do we ever?
Is sprung.
Okay, no. And Kenny's a liar. Now, we will continue with Michigan calls. I got a couple of Hockey Elite who have joined in who want to speak with Kenny. David, early returns on this Kenny Cott and cookies. It's all dishonesty.
Here we go.
Completely absurd.
After seeing Kenny's Twitter page this weekend, and now he won't admit he's lying 110%. This is from Jack. Someone else says, Kenny, that good copium today I see. Jordan at work.
Thank you.
I, for one, am disappointed in Kenny.
Oh.
I expected more integrity from a married man.
That's
from
right.
Spencer.
I just don't believe for a second that you wouldn't spite them if they won some games now.
I've gone to full acceptance phase, Mike. It's over. Acceptance that A, nothing is going to change if they miss the playoffs, and B, they are going to miss the playoffs.
I don't believe there's
based on what, Mike? We've been doing this for years now.
Hold on. Whether it's Iserman, coaching level, front office level, player level, something's changing.
You're right. They're going to sign a couple more Mason Appletons and then call it a day. You're right. That'll change.
Pat in Chicago says Kenny is right. This team has just sucked the life out of me, and I'm at the point of apathy. Win, lose, playoffs, miss, nothing will change.
See, I think both of you are right. I think Kenny is saying nothing will change in the summer if they don't make the playoffs. And like for Costa, he's saying, hey, I got a chance of them actually doing something. And Mike, you're like, nothing's going to happen if you make the playoffs. Yeah, you're probably right. But at least you get an extra game or two.
I wanted them in the playoffs, but now they have been so egregious. They're so offensive with their lack of effort. They don't deserve to get in. It is John Taffer, bar rescue.
Shutting it down.
They don't deserve a touch 2 POS system.
Shutting it down.
Shut it down. You don't deserve to serve food. I've had enough.
What is this?
You're serving raw chicken. No, I don't want them in now. Now you get bar rescue. I want a rebrand. I can't take anymore.
You did get a rebrand. You got a Hockey Town logo at Center Ice.
No, our wings.
I know. To the people. Let me get to I know we've had some Michigan fans. Just bear with me, guys. Briefly, let me get to the Hockey Elite, okay? We're going to go to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, thank you for calling in this matter of honesty.
Hi, Mike. Kenny, you are a spineless, jellyless human being. How the hell can you sit there and say with a straight face that these wings that you're in apathy? Dude, I was at apathy Saturday, then I saw them lose to the Rangers. I was pissed off and done with them Sunday once they freaking blew that against Minnesota, and then Mr. Showtime, or should I say No Time, took one of the stupidest penalties I've ever seen, video game or not. Like, come on. You're sitting there, Kenny, saying, oh, well, all is well in Happy Land.
I never said that. Hang on. I never said all is well in Happy Land.
Oh, you just said, well, whatever will be, will be. Gutless. Pick a side.
Exactly. And then here, real quick, guys, before you let me go, Jim Costa, I hope you're listening out there somewhere. You Kostelak in the Michigan game yesterday, dude, that was gutless. Because I used to listen to Costa and GR, and every time he would Kostelak something,
I know.
Something would get fucked up.
Whoa, the language, Aaron. Oh, my. You see, his rage for Kenny fueled some potty language.
I think that may have been the angriest we had a caller.
And it wasn't at us.
No, wait, we've had people just get comfortable. That was pure anger.
He was mad at Kenny.
It was rage, man.
It started with Kenny, but he took it to another level with Costa.
That's right. Let's go to Adam, 97.1. Adam is here for an honesty discussion. Hold on a second. What's the issue, David?
I'll get to some text here while we wait.
Hold on a second. Yeah. Because we had potty language, I need 10 seconds. Okay, go ahead. David, you made it sound like there was an international incident.
Well, apparently it is, and it may be because it says Kenny secretly is excited. He took a few too many blue chews. for tonight's game.
Geez. No.
Another one says this argument over the wings is the greatest entertainment I've had in a long time. Poor Mike is about to flip his lid in frustration.
Because I get tired of it because guys at this station are dishonest and then it makes me look like the bad guy, except the difference is I'm just saying what everybody else feels and they won't say.
What about what I've said has been dishonest today?
The fact that you are sitting here with the, well, what will be, will be. What kind of hippie bleep is that? You hate this team. You're mad at this team. And you know the only way change happens, even if it's a 1% shot, is for them to miss it now. And you're sitting there like Jerry Garcia from the Grateful Dead singing a little hippie tune. No!
So a quick amendment to what you said, Mike, for accuracy purposes. I hated this team. I was mad at this team. They browbeat even the anger out of me, and now I am just, all right, whatever.
If they win tonight, don't tell me for a second you'll be happy.
Nope. Not a shot.
Yes, he will.
Yes, he will. Absolutely not.
Then you'd have to be upset by it, annoyed by it.
Why? For what reason?
Because absolute apathy doesn't exist when you are this involved with your team the way you are. You have to pick a side.
Maybe that would have been the case last year, Mike, or the year before that, or maybe even the year before that. But this year, after seeing year over year this keep happening, I can't allow myself to emotionally feel a certain way about this team.
You know, I'll tell you, you know what this is? What is it? He's a Canadian pacifist. That's what you are.
That's not
You're
at all.
Canada. That's what you are.
Okay.
Let me read one more before we get back to the phones here. It says, Kenny saying, it's my job, like he's the co-host of the show. You're not Kang. You're lying. You're watching them because you're hoping they still win and get in.
Not even
Be a man and say it from James.
Not even going to dignify that with a response.
Hey, James. Yeah, hey. What's that? What was it? The Great Gatsby with DiCaprio. The cheers. K&K middays. You know, Doug, I agree. We really should be respectful about the wings. Okay, Kenny. Midday Kenny, huh? Be respectful. They're trying really hard.
This bit has gone entirely too far.
Let's go to Adam. Adam, I'm sorry about that, buddy. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I mean, I follow Kenny on X, and I know he was tweeting about the game on Sunday because I know I commented on one of those his tweets after they scored the first goal. I said, "Yeah, they only have one shot in 15 minutes, Kenny." So I know you were watching for fun on Easter, but Kenny, I respect your take on it on the Wings because me, like you, I love hockey.
Right. But Adam, are you in spite phase tonight? Like, do you want Columbus to beat them? We unplug Nona and we're done.
Well, Mike, let me go to your argument about there's going to be no change. So, I argue their first year, 3 years ago, bad month of March. Okay, cool. Second year, all right, coincidence. This year, okay, something has got to change, and I think it's the players. And also when you have Chris Draper, who's a dollar trade player that you got in the early 2000s for the Red Wings as your developmental person, gotta go.
There's passion.
Your talent is mid-level.
But see, that's why you're honest, and that man isn't over there. That's the whole point.
Kenny and Kang on middays.
K&K middays, baby. All right. Listen, if you're in an accident or if you're Kenny, you can feel like you're on your own. The insurance company, not your friend. Paperwork, complete brain rot. This is why you got to call David Feminino. Only Feminino Law has the accident response team. You need action. You need it now. They have counselors. They'll keep life moving. Forensic experts will lock your case down so nothing goes off the rails. It's smart. It's fast. It's built to win. Get David, get paid. It's not a tagline. It's your playbook. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. We will get right back to Michigan's championship as well as some Red Wings conversational later, but we owe just 7 minutes of football because it's currency. It's like oxygen. David Muse. That's right. I'm about to do something I hate, but it's fun. It's the mock draft. I have...
What's mock draft season?
No, but we do one a week, and it's me asking you guys questions because I hate these things. This one comes from noted bobblehead Pete Schrager. What he's hearing. Okay, so that means he'll get one of 32 right. It'll be Mendoza at number 1. But here we go. I want to ask all three of you the same question. Does anyone on God's green earth have a clue what the hell the Jets are doing at 2? Every time you look, it's a different player. This week, Pete Schrager says David Bailey out of Texas Tech, the edge. Polished, productive, 14.5 sacks, a day one disruptor.
No, Mike, I think the Jets are going to be really, the draft starts there because we all know it's going to be Mendoza, but you're right. I think that other teams have different draft boards. Okay, if the Jets take this guy, then they're going to pass on this great person and we're going to take him. So, no, I honestly think that Aaron Glenn will get up there and either spin the wheel or throw a dart at the dartboard and say, and that's our guy.
Second question, does it matter who the Jets take? They're the Jets.
It does not at all.
Okay.
Not for this season, no.
I want to go to David as our AFC specialist. The Tennessee Titans at 4. This is becoming a thing now, David. The Titans select Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame. All their needs. And they're going running back at 4. O-line's not that great. Your QB needs help. Talk to me.
Well, because I was reading some stuff last week, and the idea is that because Saleh understands McCaffrey, he understands what that dynamic was in that offense in San Francisco, and he wants that same. But I don't think it's time to do that in Tennessee. They need to draft offensive or defensive line. But whatever. Do what you want to do with Tennessee.
And maybe they want to go the Ashton Genty route and thinking, okay, young guy, controllable, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Cutscene. How'd that go last year for the Raiders?
Exactly.
Guy was getting hit in the backfield 3 yards deep.
Just saying, but Gibbs. Yeah, I'm with you.
It's insanity. But you know what? They're idiots. Also, your logo sucks. Stop ripping off the Houston Oilers, jerks. Giants at 5. They take an O-lineman. No one cares. I want to ask about the Browns here. Yeah, they take Malgoa from Miami.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
Got to protect your quarterback. Tell him not to slide.
I want to ask about the Browns at 6 because the Browns are kind of fugazi. They're like the Jets. But this is really interesting. Kenny Cott, weigh in on this. You're perfect to comment on a losing football team.
All right.
Spencer Fano, the guy from Utah. He's a tackle. He's a guard. It's a bird. It's a plane. He can play all 5 positions.
It's a whistle. It's
in the wind. The Browns O-line stinks. They lose Batonio. They lose Wyatt Teller. They lose Jedrick Wills. Fano can play all 5 positions. He may have to play all 5 for the Browns. Co-sign this pick?
To me, on paper, it makes all the sense in the world, but it's the Browns, and whatever they do, I generally don't trust. So it might not work out.
You got to protect Deshaun Watson.
But yeah, when you're picking in top 10, big person, that's a good move.
I want to go over to Rico because, boy, I'll tell you, it's lasted more than 6 hours for him for this player. Reuben Bain to the Saints. You love this short arm little guy. Go ahead. What do you got?
Mike, I do like Reuben because he was productive in college. Now, yes, you scared me off with the whole measurements of his arms. I hope that's
the mashed potatoes are done.
But I look at more of the RAS score. I don't look at just the 3-cone drill. What did you do in college?
Okay.
And kind of like Nick Bolton, he just went out there and got it done.
I want to go over to a confidant of DJ Paul Serra and an expert on all Dade County affairs. The Miami Dolphins, who are, in fact, an armpit and a complete rebuild, they trade Jalen Waddle to draft his replacement?
Oh, boy.
Carnell Tate, Ohio State. Kenny Cott, David Hall. What the? Poor Paul's going to need counseling.
I like Carnell Tate, but he's about to die if he goes there. Not a good move for the Miami Dolphins.
You're going to see Paul Serra in a straitjacket just rocking back and forth.
He's like Leo Mazzoni on the Braves bench years ago.
Oh, my goodness. I don't think he'll die. I just think he's going to get a lot of cardio in because he's going to be running routes.
Because he won't get the ball.
The ball will never get there.
Another team that needs offensive line with a year of offensive lineman, and they're not taking them.
I've got it. Wide receiver.
David, but when you look at the Jets, you look at the Browns, and you look at the Dolphins, they have nothing. And you're right. It's better off to build your lines and go. But they got fans, man. They got to sell some tickets, and this is their way of selling tickets.
David Hall, I want to come to you for number 12. I think this would be the best pick of the entire first round, an absolute steal, and I would hate everything about it because it's Jerry Jones being happy. At 12, the Cowboys would select my favorite player in this draft, Caleb Downs, safety out of Ohio State.
Oh, boy.
I know.
You know how
To
that happens?
12?
Wait, you know how that happens? Because of the Jets and because of the Browns
and the
because
Giants.
of the Dolphins.
And the Giants will have to be included, yeah.
Right. This is one of like, really? Okay.
Look what you did, you little jerk.
Unless he's out there in some bong.
Over to Rico, who hosted a founders event in L.A. recently. The Rams at 13, considering one of their best players is now in rehab for things and biting people. Mekhi Lemon from USC for the Rams.
Yeah, you almost have to now because with Puka Nacua going into rehab and there's just a lot going on with that story. Adams, I don't know if he's going to be around. Yes, you need to start over with a wide receiver. He'll be cheap, first rounder. You'll be able to control, his salary for a while. I'm not a big fan, but sure, it's a position of need, and you can do that with the Rams because you got that extra pick from Atlanta.
Over to Kenny Cott for the career ender corner of the draft, much like Miami. The New York Jets at 16 have decided, I haven't even seen this guy as a first-round pick, Omar Cooper Jr., the wide receiver out of Indiana at 16.
Are you serious?
The Jets be Jetson, man. That's all that pick
Now,
is.
I've seen him late first round to the Chiefs because they need but late first round.
I haven't seen him in the middle, anywhere near the middle of the first round, let alone late in the first round.
I think I last saw him, you're right, at like pick 31.
Right.
And it was like one mock draft. Mostly he's going in the second or third round. Wow, that is the Jets being Jetson.
All three of you need to comment on 17 because the Lions have a curveball. I love the player, but he doesn't play the true position they need. The Lions select guard out of Penn State. Name I can't pronounce, Ione. I don't know how to pronounce his first name. Olavava Vega. Whatever.
Just Vega Ione. Vega.
Yeah, how about this?
Just call him Pete like you call everybody
How about
else.
this? 6'4", 330, and he straight kills people.
Guard.
He's the meanest offensive lineman in this draft. Put him next to Sewell, that's delicious. But he don't play tackle.
He doesn't, but at least one side of your line works.
Kenny Cott.
You wonder about the fit, but, you got to love the player.
Remarkable.
They're running to the right every play.
Yeah, David, at 21, your Steelers select.
Just don't tell me Ty Simpson.
Edge TJ Parker.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Yeah, really?
I'll take that.
By the way, while you were gone on a much-deserved vacation, we did a mock draft where you selected Drew Aller in the second round.
No way.
We did tap dance on your grave.
Oh, my gosh.
The Bears at 25 select a guy the Lions are hot for, Caden Proctor, who, by the way, I wasn't making it up. He weighed 358 at his pro day. Good luck.
Figured he would have lost some weight. But
Okay, then. That is your mock draft mania. Back to the calls and other things to do next. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans.
Happy birthday, Spank.
I've got a little tidbit for you here, Mike. The Cade Cunningham and Isaiah Stewart have now been upgraded to questionable for the Pistons game tomorrow against the Bucks.
Ooh.
Couldn't find a drop for that. Michigan basketball celebrated their return in front of a small crowd at Chrysler Center last hour. They also announced the championship parade will be Saturday at 10 a.m., beginning at the President's House and ending at Yost Ice Arena. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch spoke with MLB Network Radio about Justin Verlander's injury. 'Terek Skubal will start tonight in Game 2 against the Twins at 7:40 right here on 97.1. The rest of the lineup looks like this. Key slides into leadoff spot DHing. McGonigal is down to number 2 playing third. Torres hits third at second. Green, Dingler, McKinstry in the middle. Torkelson, Meadows, and Baez at the bottom. Wings are fighting for their playoff lives tonight against the Blue Jackets. Defenseman Justin Falk is a game-time decision. Mason Appleton is out. Hear the 6:45 pregame over on WWJ News Radio 950. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com. He's doing dumping tax.
5 o'clock, good to have you with us. I do appreciate the patience on the phone lines. I know we went quickly away from, for the first time all day, Michigan's championship. We're going to get right back into that now. We had to take a side note because Kenny's a liar. But big day, Michigan wins the national championship. I think completes one of the most dominant championship regular season to championship runs in the last quarter century. Also, happy birthday, Jeremy Otto. Right now, FanDuel, they're putting pregnancy tonight at minus 350. He is the update guy, Cromartie.
I'm going baby Yaxel.
Yaxel Otto. Yeah. Could happen.
A die Otto?
Yes. I like this. But look, it's a big day. And we've asked the question about Michigan contextually. Is this the best national champion in the 2000s? But also, what title did you enjoy more? This one or 2023 football? Now, they're different in that 2023, while it's not that long ago, it kind of feels like the Stone Ages. Michigan's football team was a group of Wolverines together the whole way, guys returning for years on end. This basketball team, there's nothing wrong with what Dusty did. I thought the network way overdid it last night with the whole transfer thing, but the game has been changed in supersonic speed. And these are all guys that are just appeared out of nowhere. And here they are. And whether you enjoyed it more or less, hey, this didn't have scandal attached to it. There is that. And sure, people are going to bitch and moan about tampering and all that. Here's my message. Everyone tampers. If you're interested in winning, you're tampering. So I don't want to hear it. But we've tried to talk about it in a couple different ways to give you guys some options. The other option, Wings, Blue Jackets. Kenny's a liar. I've reached spite phase. I'm so upset with the team after this weekend. I don't want them to win tonight. I've had enough. And in the name of change, I got to hope they don't make the playoffs because then they'll have to look in the mirror and make changes at some level.
Let's hope.
It's all I can do.
No. Let's hope that it causes change and it's not wash, rinse, repeat from every summer that they don't make the playoffs.
Correct.
We're like, they have to make changes.
And changes is not
don't.
just Steve. Yeah. It could be coaching, players, all of it. It's just there has to be a come to Jesus meeting at the world headquarters if they miss the playoffs. And if they make it, you know what's going to happen. Ooh, high fives all around. No.
Yeah.
And then they're going to raise a banner. See, it worked.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't want that.
Maybe we'll get a hot John Gibson. Hey, David, I got a question real quick before we get to the phone calls and the texts. Your team, your program, so you're representing Michigan today.
Well, he's decked out in the gear.
Could you explain to me as you're climbing the nets, holding up the shock the world sign?
Oh, dear God.
Who did you shock? Well,
I was shocked they didn't cover.
They were transfers that weren't loved at their previous locations, and they feel that they got their revenge, basically, on the ones that didn't believe in them.
Well, revenge is not shock.
Right. Wouldn't that be more of a revenge tour?
They were the best team in
That
America.
was used already at Michigan.
How about just I told you so?
Why'd they have to go Golden State Warriors in 22? Nobody believed in us. Don't do that.
No one believed in them, guys. They were not favorites in any game this year.
You're right.
Okay.
Except for all of them but one.
Largest point differential of any champion I could find in modern history.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't understand it myself.
I don't even know if statistically how many times that's happened that you've been favored in every game but one an entire year.
It doesn't.
In a basketball season, I don't think that's ever happened.
But hey, shock the world.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand it when I saw the pictures of Yaxo and all of them. I'm like,
that's like with Kenny's Georgia team. They're eating chicken wings on the sideline. They're up 60-7 against TCU, and they're in the postgame. And nobody believed in us. Yeah, maybe your driver's ed teacher, but other than that, everybody believed in you.
Like, to be honest, like
TCU didn't think they were beating you.
Yeah, just ignore it. You won the championship and celebrate.
That's it. You were the most dominant. It was.
No. I thought maybe I was missing something here.
Yeah.
So I was like, shock the world. Who just shocked?
I think we were only shocked you didn't cover. That's it.
That's us being shocked. Otto has another kid.
I'm waiting for that to be in the 5:30 update. He gets the call. His birthday lunch went real well today. Whee! All right, to the people.
Yes.
Larry's been very patient. 97.1. Larry, thank you for hanging. What's good, buddy?
Of course. Great show, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'll just make my points and a quick note about the game because I think the game kind of gets lost a little bit. But, I think it's twofold for me. I enjoyed the basketball title a little bit more. I am enjoying it more than I did the football. The football gladly is very transactional. I'll gladly take the trophy as an award or as a reward for being a fan for so many years. Mm-hmm. I was at the point where I was ready to sweep all of them out the door. I'm tired of Harbaugh, of what he was going to do. He's going to go to the pros, interviewing with other teams, and then the whole cheating stuff with Stallions. And it took on a tinge of WWE that I hated. It almost like I was waiting for Vince McMahon to come and sort everybody out. But, you know what I mean? And then of course, the advantage that I think this is why the NFL is so good, and I think the tournament has this as well, is it's appointment television, because as long as the three of us are alive, the first Monday night in February, there's going to be an NCAA title game. And I think the appointment TV and just being able to schedule it and the jeopardy, the intense jeopardy that's involved just leads to such a special feeling when you actually do win it. And it's great. But I'm a dinosaur. I'll leave you guys with this. I'm a dinosaur basketball wise. I know a lot of people didn't like the game last night because it was a slugfest. I thoroughly enjoyed it as a guy that grew up with Big Ten and Big East basketball growing up. Slugfest, played at the rim.
Every possession counts.
More confident to distribute it. It was awesome, man. It was awesome. Anyway, great show, guys. Thanks for always being so well prepared. Appreciate it.
Larry, appreciate you, brother, and enjoy. Listen, they were dominant. I think it's a bulletproof championship. I don't think anybody could say anything. And and if someone's like, well, actually, I think 1976 Ken Palm, you're free to do it. I'm just trying to tell you, I haven't seen a team do what this team did the way that they did it. 09 North Carolina was close, but this Big Ten, the way the sport is now, you don't get a group of super seniors. Like Beeline, he had 5 4-year starters at West Virginia the year they broke through, what was it, Pittsnogle. The whole point is,
wow, good pull.
You can't do it no more. I find it more impressive what Dusty did versus I have you all captive. You can't leave. This is more impressive. It's a lot like why I think Indiana just put on the greatest championship display we're ever going to see. What Signetti did, I'm up by 30, more. I'm up by 40, die. And it was just just destroy everyone. And yeah, the championship game was a little closer than we expected, just like U of M. I still think it is supremely impressive. Yeah. And I don't want to hear any more about built versus bought. I don't want to hear it. If you're touting that, you're coping. Cut it out. Everyone's bought. This is nothing more than like the, what is it? This is like the Gibraltar Trade Center. That's all this is for players. You set up a table. Here, want to buy a player?
I know how much you love that.
Not for me.
Still one of the greatest days.
God, this guy went to a Vegas swap shop, David. It was unbelievable. Guy bought a parakeet, a boombox, and a comic book all in the same afternoon.
Okay, first of all, here's the thing. Evan and I were going. Mike sees us. Oh, you don't want me to go? Mike, we don't really think this is your cup of tea. Oh, okay, fine.
I said, you know what? I'm going to give you a chance here.
Fine.
Worst decision of my life.
And in fact, it wasn't his cup of tea.
Right. We knew.
David,
there was
half the place was like a Chinese wet market. Then they're selling records. Then they're selling shoes over here. And then here's Rico buying a comic book. I couldn't get out of there fast.
That's how I grew up.
It was horrific. Horrific.
And then the lady is just trying to, I was like, you know what? He loves Archie comics. Go over there and talk to him. So she left me alone and went and talked to you.
Real nice.
You don't want me to go? Oh, I hate it here.
Right.
Kenny, it was the funniest
Kenny,
thing.
he bought an exhaust system. What was he going to do with it? We were in Vegas.
We were like, Mike, I don't really think we're not excluding you, but this
I
ain't
just
your
had
thing.
to see your world of weird one time, and that done.
And then we had to walk like 2 miles to get there. So that didn't help
All
either.
while I'm watching the Purdue game on my phone. Okay? It's NCAA tournament time. I'm walking the streets of Vegas watching Purdue. Little do I know, Rico's about to buy an iguana, a parachute, and a bike.
Was this before or after you made Rico eat like 11 meals in one day?
It was a
No,
different
you know what, Kenny?
trip.
Actually, that was a different trip, but that was the payback. Hey, I'm going to take you to this restaurant. So we sit down and eat, and we're like, wow, this was really good. Oh, no. This was just the appetizer.
Yeah,
we're going to the like, Mike, we're full.
I ordered a bunch of stuff. I didn't touch it. I let him fill up on it. I go, all right, you ready to go to dinner? He was ready to die. He looked like Kobayashi by the end of it.
And we sitting there like,
What do you mean there's more?
A bite of pizza was torture.
Guess what? Well, this was the revenge for taking me to the Armadillo swap shop or whatever the hell we ended up at.
Look, they had Jesus candles there. They had everything.
Man.
T-shirts.
David.
T-shirts.
Had some real beauties in that place.
You can buy some fruit.
You can buy rugs, fruit, probably a bird.
Tires.
An iguana.
They actually sold tires there.
All right, IRS Commissioner Audit. Abraham and Rose specialize in resolving all types of problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you rely on them. You need their help. You don't want to battle the IRS on your own. Maurice and Jerry, they are your go-to. They'll get between you and the IRS. Visit them today at abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040. Simply put, you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, we'll get to the phones here in a second. David, just text. I know we're way behind on those, and then right to the people.
Hold on, real quick, David.
Your stat? You have something here?
Just so you know, at the beginning of the show, there was 1,500 names in the transfer portal. That was at the beginning of our show, 2 o'clock. We are now at, want to take a guess?
2,500.
2,900.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's going to be a lot of unemployment.
Almost half the college players.
Which is why I hate the sports. This is why. I want you to, guys, when you wonder why Nona gets so annoyed with college sports, 3,000 players in the portal. No. The answer is no. There's going to be so many guys who they land nowhere.
Yeah, and it hasn't even been open for 24 hours.
Yeah, it's a folly. Wake me up next season. I'll figure out who's on the team. Go ahead.
The NCAA basketball championship feels better because they did not have to cheat to win. You can feel good about a championship rather than having to take a hot shower and scrub yourself. Someone says it's definitely the basketball championship. Just how dominant they were. It was watching greatness all year.
That's the key, and it's rare. There was no downturn. There was no lull. They brought it every night.
Okay, but now once again.
Oh, boy.
Take away the cheating.
You can't.
Okay? It's on the field, David, was any satisfaction of knocking off Ohio State, knocking off Alabama. Like, you beat the man.
You mean the worst Bama team ever? Got it.
Okay. It's still Alabama.
That's
on
fine.
their jersey.
No, it's fine. It's just I'm not doing revisionist history.
Okay. I'm just saying, it's Alabama. It's like,
yeah, but David knew.
There's certain, if you beat Duke, you don't want to care.
The cheating was like getting sprayed by a skunk. You could pretend, but that stink is on.
Well, see, that's the thing. I enjoyed every moment, but there was still that thought in the back of my mind.
You knew. And I won't bring up the example I brought up earlier, but you knew. You could pretend, but you knew.
The football championship because of the teams we beat on the way. Ohio State again and Bama, we seem to not be able to beat those teams. Mike from Port Huron. Another one says, Rick, the football championship was much better because of how their previous playoff trip ended. That is from E.
Oh, TCU.
Yes. Well, yes.
I'm sorry. That'll always be fun.
Well, because it's proof of the cheating. Right. They didn't understand. Like, wait, we have their plays. Why is this happening to us? Oh, wait, TCU was dimed out that they had to do something.
It all makes sense. Like, how did that guy get so wide open?
Weird.
Because I remember, like, the receiver took it 80 yards untouched. Huh?
Well, once again.
Flow chart.
Yeah, David, go ahead, and then I'll get to the people.
The one last night is more special to me because it's in the existing climate of college sports, the portal, NIL, etc., and I can see us winning more. Football was awesome, but one of the last of the dying breed. That is in Kansas City.
It felt like the last of a team that stuck together. Cheating aside, they stuck together. You knew every player. They had a ton of resume at your school. It wasn't transfer heavy. In that sense, I totally get it if somebody picks that. That's not to knock anything they did yesterday, because as the texter rightfully says, that was then and this is now. And this is the now. And you can either get with it, which many people do, or you end up like me where you go, not for me.
Yeah, 23 was the infancy of all of this, where it was.
Those were the days.
Right, it's like, oh, wow, this guy got $50,000 to come play here.
Whoa.
That's just a visit now.
Cutscene. Now you got like guards with no NBA future making $4 million.
Right, like, that's a visit. You want me to come visit your school? $10,000.
Let's go to Steven, 97.1. Stevie, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Rico, I don't know if you remember this. I'm sure you do. You did a segment immediately before the Duke game with Rieger, and I vehemently disagreed with you on that, but I will admit you were right. You said this team is so dominant, so good, that if they don't win at all, it's a bust. Like, you'd be wasting the season. And I thought it was too early to say that. But now that I've seen what they did in this tournament and what they did to Arizona, I mean, if they didn't win it, then, yeah, it would have been a bust. So I agree with that now.
Well, Steven,
so
I
want to apologize to you there.
No, I appreciate that, because not a lot of people would do that. I've seen enough college teams to know, something special when you see it. And this was a special team. Like, I can't deny it. They're for real, and they have to finish the job. And Rieger thought I was trolling him. I'm like, Jeff, I'm not. This is a really good team.
Now, one take I want to give on this, I'm surprised nobody said this yet. The reason the basketball means more to me is because who's on the other side of the state. It's not like Izzo retired and then Dusty May picks up right after he did it. I mean, I get it. Harbaugh beat some good teams, but he didn't do it when D'Antoni was at his prime. He did it with Jonathan Smith on the other sideline. Dusty May is doing this. He took a guy from Flint, the only recruit I believe Michigan's taken from Flint since Glenn Rice, with Trey McKinney in the face of Tom Izzo, and has done this with a Hall of Fame elite coach on the other side of the state. So to do it in that manner is, to me, a little bit more. And again, not to take away, it's not Jim's fault that State wasn't that good at that time, but I think you'd agree if Harbaugh had maybe done this in the peak of D'Antonio's era when he was at his best, I think Michigan fans might flip on this a little. But
well, Steven, you wouldn't say the same about the football team doing it over Ohio State, who puts a ton of players in the NFL?
That's true. That's true. But I think the point is that it's when you're in the same state as that team. I mean, what Dusty May has to do John Beilein, I don't care what Tom Izzo says. I think if you catch him off camera, he'd admit this. Even though Beilein beat him a few times, he was never a threat to Izzo. They didn't recruit the same guys. I just didn't feel like he ever felt like he was the threat of taking him over the state.
Oh, I viewed
Clearly,
him as one.
Dusty May getting Trey McKinney out of Flint and doing this when Izzo, they were, like you said, number 11 in the poll. It's not like State had a bad year. They were still a very good team. They'll probably be in the Final Four next year, maybe. And to do this still in Izzo's prime, I think is way more impressive than doing it. Whereas in football, you caught Jonathan Smith.
Well, actually, it was Mel Tucker's penis, but it's okay. Listen, Steve, here's the one thing I would say, at least from this Spartan fan. No. Beilein absolutely was a threat. I'm not going to rewrite history. That man played for 2 national championships, and that guy went into Breslin and won games. That guy had a system that broke our balls. I respected the hell out of Beilein. That's just me. I'm not telling anybody else to feel that way.
Let me say this, and maybe this is the compromise, because I think I know what Stephen was saying. When he looked at John Beilein, he respected him. And yes, Beilein made his game tougher, and he had to get better to beat him. I don't think he cares for Dusty May. I think that's totally different. Where Beilein,
no, of course not.
If he saw Beilein walking in the rain, he'd pull over his car and say, "Hey, John, get in."
Yeah, no, Dusty.
He sees Dusty, he speeds up.
I'm going to continue to say this. Dusty is Signetti. Yeah. That's a compliment, but that comes with certain things. Dusty's not going to win any popularity contest. Huh?
No, he's a psychopath, like you used to call it Signetti.
Kind of. Yeah. In different ways. Like, I don't think Dusty's, total red ass like that, but I think Dusty's got a streak to him, sure.
Yeah, I think you kind of saw that with the Coach of the Year voting, whereas the Big Ten coaches, when they voted, they didn't vote for him. They voted for Hoiberg. And then when you see all the other nationals, they voted for other coaches rather than him, and I think maybe that's why, but it's because, I don't like this guy.
But guess what? Nobody has to, because those awards mean nothing. It's the trophy. That's the only thing it's about. And look, they've surpassed MSU. You don't have to like that. You shouldn't like it, but they have. They've played for 3 titles now since State played for their last one. State's been to 1 Final Four in a decade. And Dusty's bringing a loaded team back unless something goes awry. I know we were debating before the show. I still think you execute the Yaxel plan with Mara. You just say straight up, wherever you think you're going in the NBA, we'll match it. You bring him back. Johnson's coming back. Cadeau's coming back.
It is, but if you're Mara, are you going to duplicate how high you are right now coming off that Final Four game against Arizona?
Well, I've only seen him in the mid-20s.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So if all of a sudden he's like pick 13, no, you go.
I don't know if he ever will get to that spot.
But then you do the Hunter Dickinson. You just stay forever and retire.
Okay. Real quick, impromptu, can we say that?
Oh, boy.
Can we say that Terrace? No. Can we say that Terrace Reed Jr. may be the most unluckiest player ever?
Yeah, I saw that with him.
He played 2 years at Michigan, 2 years at UConn. Between those 4 years, 3 championships were won. He didn't get any of them.
It's tough. And
I didn't realize that.
I've never read a bad thing. Like, he didn't hate Michigan or leave because he was unhappy. He knew Vlad Golden was coming in. He had nowhere to play.
That's what it was.
But it was just like, geez, young man, wow. I kind of feel bad for you. You were all around. But
I wish he would have gone up the road. But, well, Izzo don't do that. We're busy recruiting Frank Zappola.
Not true. That is not true. He got recruited. He chose to go to UConn.
We didn't pay him enough. It's boats and hose.
It wasn't boats and hose at that time. Now it's boats and hose.
At that time, like it's 1963. This was 2 years ago.
Right. 2023 was a lot different. You were getting $50,000 at that time.
There's still hose. 248.
You could have offered him money to come to last year or this year.
Right. You just tamper. Tamper. Tucka.
That's his boy.
No, that's all right.
No, Hurley's his guy.
We got Pete Zapala.
That's his guy.
I got to just be happy with that.
That's like me trying to poach some of your players.
What was that guy's name? I couldn't stand him.
Who?
Zapala.
Zapata?
Whatever. Bobby Zapata. Whatever it was.
Zapata.
How the hell did he come up with that in the portal?
He needed a big man.
Could we get one who's good at basketball?
Okay. Here's it real quick. Here's the thing about the portal, Mike.
Let me hear it.
You go after somebody and you're like, okay, I don't know who he is, and then he blows up and you're like, wow, this is great.
What if he just stinks?
And then sometimes you get the person needs to when you get somebody at the portal, there's no guarantee they're gonna grow up and be Yaxel.
I've heard that.
You could end up with like, wow, I can't believe we spent money on this guy. Signed every SEC team.
Signed Kentucky. I was just about to say $22 million and fart noise.
Signed every SEC team.
Yeah, rough year for the SEC. Yeah. Arkansas did okay. We can be fair. Arkansas had
they took two freshmen.
Yeah, and they.
Right, no, I'm saying no.
I bet you Acuff made more than the whole state team.
No, he didn't. I'm talking about the portal. The players they got at the portal. It was like, yeah, we wasted our time with these guys. It happens.
I know. All right, this is uplifting. We'll get more of the calls momentarily. What was his name again?
Zapata. I forgot his first name.
He's forgettable. All right, 97.1.
Spring is almost here, guys. As a matter of fact, spring is here. It's time for you to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. 888-GET-GREEN, and they'll get working on your lawn. They'll come up with a solution, and they will come up with a plan to make sure that you don't have the weeds. Because if you don't, before you know it, the grass will start growing, but so will the weeds and the dandelions, and now you're fighting an uphill battle for the entire summer. Or you call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, and you'll have a program designed to strengthen your lawn, improve your color, and control the weeds. Look, the early start is for the best results, and you want to get started as soon as possible. Give them a call. They've already come out to my house. They've already started my treatment. They can do the same for you because it's far easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. You want a great lawn this summer? Very easy. Call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go online at naturalwaylawn.com. As a matter of fact, purchase a full lawn program. You'll get free grub control, but you got to tell them Rico from 97.1 said give you a call. Call 888-GET-GREEN now.
We will get right back to Michigan's championship as well as some Red Wings conversational later, but we owe just 7 minutes of football because it's currency. It's like oxygen. David Muse. That's right. I'm about to do something I hate, but it's fun. It's the mock draft. I have...
What's mock draft season?
No, but we do one a week. And it's me asking you guys questions because I hate these things. This one comes from noted bobblehead Pete Schrager. What he's hearing. Okay, so that means he'll get 1 of 32 right. It'll be Mendoza at number 1. But here we go. I want to ask all 3 of you the same question. Does anyone on God's green earth have a clue what the hell the Jets are doing at 2? Every time you look, it's a different player. This week, Pete Schrager says David Bailey out of Texas Tech, the edge, polished, productive, 14.5 sacks, a day 1 disruptor.
No, Mike, I think the Jets are going to be really, the draft starts there because we all know it's going to be Mendoza, but you're right. I think that other teams have different draft boards. Okay, if the Jets take this guy, then they're going to pass on this great person and we're going to take him. So, no, I honestly think that Aaron Glenn will get up there and either spin the wheel or throw a dart at the dartboard and say, and that's our guy.
Second question, does it matter who the Jets take? They're the Jets.
It does not at all.
Okay.
Not for this season, no.
I want to go to David as our AFC specialist. The Tennessee Titans at 4. This is becoming a thing now, David. The Titans select Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame. All their needs. And they're going running back at 4. O-line's not that great. Your QB needs help. Talk to me.
Well, because I was reading some stuff last week, and the idea is that because Saleh understands McCaffrey, he understands what that dynamic was in that offense in San Francisco, and he wants that same. But I don't think it's time to do that in Tennessee. They need to draft offensive or defensive line. But whatever. Do what you want to do with Tennessee.
And maybe they want to go the Ashton Genty route and thinking, okay, young guy, controllable, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Cutscene. How'd that go last year for the Raiders?
Exactly.
Guy was getting hit in the backfield 3 yards deep.
Just saying, but Gibbs. Yeah, I'm with you.
It's insanity. But you know what? They're idiots. Also, your logo sucks. Stop ripping off the Houston Oilers, jerks. Giants at 5. They take an O-lineman. No one cares. I want to ask about the Browns here. Yeah, they take Malgoa from Miami.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
Got to protect your quarterback. Tell him not to slide.
I want to ask about the Browns at 6 because the Browns are kind of fugazi. They're like the Jets. But this is really interesting. Kenny Cott, weigh in on this. You're perfect to comment on a losing football team.
All right.
Spencer Fano, the guy from Utah. He's a tackle. He's a guard. It's a bird. It's a plane. He can play all 5 positions.
It's a whizzle. It's in
the wind. The Browns O-line stinks. They lose Bitonio. They lose Wyatt Teller. They lose Jedrick Wills. Fano can play all 5 positions. He may have to play all 5 for the Browns. Co-sign this pick?
To me, on paper, it makes all the sense in the world, but it's the Browns, and whatever they do, I generally don't trust. So it might not work out.
You got to protect Deshaun Watson.
But yeah, when you're picking in top 10 big person, that's a good move.
I want to go over to Rico because, boy, I'll tell you, it's lasted more than 6 hours for him for this player. Ruben Bain to the Saints. You love this short-arm little guy. Go ahead. What do you got?
Mike, I do like Ruben because he was productive in college. Now, yes, you scared me off with the whole measurements of his arms. I hope that's
the mashed potatoes are done.
But I look at more of the RAS score. I don't look at just the 3-cone drill. What did you do in college?
Okay.
And kind of like Nick Bolton, he just went out there and got it done.
I want to go over to a confidant of DJ Paul Serra and an expert on all Dade County affairs. The Miami Dolphins, who are, in fact, an armpit and a complete rebuild, they trade Jalen Waddle to draft his replacement?
Oh, boy.
Carnell Tate, Ohio State. Kenny Cott, David Hall. What the? Poor Paul's going to need counseling.
I like Carnell Tate, but he's about to die if he goes there. Not a good move for the Miami Dolphins.
You're going to see Paul Serra in a straitjacket just rocking back and forth.
He's like Leo Mazzoni on the Braves bench years ago.
Oh, my goodness. I don't think he'll die. I just think he's going to get a lot of cardio in because he's going to be running routes.
Because he won't get the ball.
The ball will never get there.
Another team that needs offensive line with a year of offensive lineman, and they're not taking them.
I've got it. Wide receiver.
David, but when you look at the Jets, you look at the Browns, and you look at the Dolphins, they have nothing. And you're right. It's better off to build your lines and go. But they got fans, man. They got to sell some tickets, and this is their way of selling tickets.
David Hall, I want to come to you for number 12. I think this would be the best pick of the entire first round, an absolute steal, and I would hate everything about it because it's Jerry Jones being happy. At 12, the Cowboys would select my favorite player in this draft, Caleb Downs, safety out of Ohio State.
Oh, boy.
I know.
You know how
To
that happens?
12?
Wait, you know how that happens? Because of the Jets and because of the Browns and
the
because
Giants.
of the Dolphins.
And the Giants will have to be included, yeah.
Right. This is one like, really? Okay.
Look what you did, you little jerk.
Unless he's out there in some bong, yeah.
Over to Rico, who hosted a founders event in L.A. recently. The Rams at 13, considering one of their best players is now in rehab for things and biting people. Mekhi Lemon from USC for the Rams.
Yeah, you almost have to now because with Puka Nacua going into rehab and there's just a lot going on with that story. Adams, doesn't. I don't know if he's going to be around. Yes, you need to start over with a wide receiver. He'll be cheap, first rounder. You'll be able to control, his salary for a while. I'm not a big fan, but sure, it's a position of need, and you can do that with the Rams because you got that extra pick from Atlanta.
Over to Kenny Cott for the career ender corner of the draft, much like Miami. The New York Jets at 16 have decided, I haven't even seen this guy as a first-round pick, Omar Cooper Jr., the wide receiver out of Indiana at 16.
Are you serious?
The Jets be Jetson, man. That's all that pick
Now,
is.
I've seen him late first round to the Chiefs because they need but late first round.
I haven't seen him in the middle, anywhere near the middle of the first round, let alone late in the first round.
I think I last saw him, you're right, at like pick 31.
Right.
And it was like one mock draft. Mostly he's going in the second or third round. Wow, that is the Jets being Jetson.
All three of you need to comment on 17 because the Lions have a curveball. I love the player, but he doesn't play the true position they need. The Lions select guard out of Penn State. Name I can't pronounce, Ione. I don't know how to pronounce his first name. Olavava Vega. Whatever.
Just Vega Ione. Vega.
Yeah, how about this?
Just call him Pete like you call everybody
How about
else.
this? 6'4", 330, and he straight kills people.
Guard.
He's the meanest offensive lineman in this draft. Put him next to Sewell, that's delicious. But he don't play tackle.
He doesn't, but at least one side of your line works.
Kenny Cott.
You wonder about the fit, but, you got to love the player.
Remarkable.
They're running to the right every play.
Yeah, David, at 21, your Steelers select.
Just don't tell me Ty Simpson.
Edge TJ Parker.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Yeah, really?
I'll take that.
By the way, while you were gone on a much-deserved vacation, we did a mock draft where you selected Drew Aller in the second round.
No way.
We did tap dance on your grave.
Oh, my gosh.
The Bears at 25 select a guy the Lions are hot for, Caden Proctor, who, by the way, I wasn't making it up. He weighed 358 at his pro day. Good luck.
Figured he would have lost some weight. But
Okay, then. That is your mock draft mania. Back to the calls and other things to do next. 97.1. Okay. Also, another reason I don't like Mendoza. He's skipping the NFL draft.
He's going to be with his family.
Yeah, I know. Just like Trevor Lawrence did. It annoyed me then, too.
Oh, come on.
Go to your number one pick. You got to be at the draft.
He's going to the Raiders.
I need an awkward hug with Goodell. Carry on. David.
No. You got to get the handshake. And maybe he doesn't have the cool brother handshake with Goodell.
I'm sure they could rehearse it.
They got to do the kid and play, the shimmy.
David, text communications.
The Euro step.
Mendoza doesn't know who Kid and Play is.
But we will welcome in.
Could you just see that Mendoza and Goodell doing a Euro step handshake?
We'll welcome in Jeff Rieger momentarily. One of the happiest men on the planet. A guy who's been with Michigan basketball since his formative years. He's one of the biggest diehard Blue fans.
Hey, I got to say, he doesn't need Blue Chew anymore.
No.
He just pops on that game.
Mm-hmm. There's no lies told. David, text communications, please.
I think I enjoy this more than football. There was a cloud over football, to be sure, but mostly because basketball lends itself to getting to know the personalities a little bit more. So I enjoy that part of it.
Okay.
Basketball easily have always liked basketball as a sport more than football. My first sports love was the Bad Boys. My second sports love was Glenn, Terry, and Robinson, etc. And then, Rico, you mentioned the place in Vegas that you went to. Someone texted in and says, Rico, what's the name of that place? I'm headed there next month and want to take my wife for all the time she took me shopping on Saturdays and Sundays during football season. That is from Chris.
I don't know. Evident. We found it on the phone and it looked walkable.
I know the name of it. It's called Hell.
It's not that far. All I know is we were like walking through the neighborhoods you see in CSI. The TV show.
Okay.
It was like, Evan, this may not have been a bad idea. And just don't say nothing to Mike because he hasn't noticed the neighborhoods we're walking through.
I was watching Purdue on my phone.
Right. So you weren't noticing what we were walking through. Like,
please.
Don't mention it.
Bro, take a look at a town I grew up in. Come on.
Well, Keegan
it was fine. Now, if it was 3 a.m., might have been a different deal.
Keegan in Roseville sends this in. It says, Gibraltar Trade Center is now a dispensary, and my sister once left there with a dog, a gun, and a new phone.
That's where Rico took us. He bought tires, a boombox, and an iguana. I'm like, where am I?
I got some great deals on comics. I'll just put it like that. Because everyone was like, did you just take advantage of that old lady? Well,
you sure did.
She sold them to me.
All right.
The Trade Center was fantastic.
Yeah.
No.
You could get guns, knives, a lot of Jesus stuff, comics,
T-shirts, tires,
dog. Yeah,
oil change in the back.
I was in 9th grade. I one time spent $5 for Sandra Bullock's address, and I was gonna write her a love letter, because I loved her in Speed.
You've been a sucker all your life.
Yeah, it didn't really work out.
Talking.
Didn't really work out. I was like in 9th grade or 10th grade. And the off chance it worked, it could have been a budding romance.
I probably would have never told anybody that story.
I'm in a good mood. I don't care. How you guys doing?
Okay, Mr. Blue Chew. You don't even need that no more.
No. Everything's working just fine.
Oh, you screaming like, Dusty!
Hey, by the way, if you wanted to bet it on FanDuel, they got Otto pregnancy at minus 350. It's his birthday today.
Oh, what's it going to be? Kid number 7?
Oh.
What's he got?
Oh, hey, maybe a
just when he walks in the door.
Hey, don't forget, Moraz Rieger may be on the way in.
All right,
Moraz. That's a good Jewish name, right? Moraz?
Yaxel Dusty.
There we go.
Rieger.
There we go.
That's right.
Sure.
How you guys doing?
Good.
We're going to talk a little Michigan basketball. Obviously, I got into a conversation about the rivalry as well with Michigan and Michigan State. We'll get into that.
Oh, my God. Does everything come back to that?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah.
You know what? No, just give him 20. Give him 24 hours.
He can have it. It's just not everything comes back to that.
It does.
All right.
Just let him have it.
What a game, though. Let me ask you guys this, though. What's more impressive?
I feel like
From
that
Michigan,
scene in Animal House. Just, you know what? He's on a roll. Just let him have it.
What's more impressive? Michigan winning like they won yesterday. 2 for 15 from 3, 2 fast break points, still beating UConn pretty much at their own game. Or if they were to bludgeon UConn like they did Tennessee and Arizona.
I almost feel like last night because they didn't have a great game.
Awful game. Shooting.
And UConn was able to kind of dictate pace and possessions, and you just simply out-tough them. And out-toughing UConn is really hard to do. That's just me.
No, I would say bludgeoning them because it means that you're not on our level. I don't even know why you bothered to show up. I guess you had to.
That's kind of like what Michigan State football looks like.
Yeah.
And you know what? You're just like Rieger. You bring Michigan State into every conversation.
Oh,
so
bad.
you can't help yourself.
Wow.
You're the Spider-Man meme. You're Rieger.
Interesting. Wow. Yeah.
MSU shows up. The mashed potatoes are done. Okay.
Mike can't help himself.
So Jeff
always goes back to Sparty.
He can't say anything to you because he does the same
Rico,
thing.
look at you sticking up for me. That really warms me.
You know what?
This is nice.
This is good.
great.
This is showing you there's hope for all of us,
Warms
isn't
my
there?
cockles. Thank you so much. So nice.
All right.
So what other topic you got?
Yeah, we're talking
Kenny's
Michigan
a liar.
basketball. Up
He's
till
going to
Tiger
talk
baseball.
about Kenny being a liar.
Oh yeah, and the Wings are going to have a big game against Columbus, 7:00.
Are you spite viewing?
Yeah, of course. I want
Thank
them
you
to
for
lose.
being honest.
I think we all want them to lose, but I understand.
Not Switzerland back there.
But the one thing I do actually understand Kenny's point on is at a certain point you just become exhausted, and you probably realize
You don't
nothing
get
should
to
have
be
changed.
exhausted doing this.
I hear you, but like if you're actually looking for true emotion.
All right, he's exhausted, but the rest of us.
Wait, the African American or Doug?
Oh my God, Rico, do you want to read something?
You guys can take it. You know what? Take it all the way.
David, I like your sweatshirt.
I was going to say take it to 6, but we're already there.
Here's Rico with a message of hope. We'll be back tomorrow. By the way, it is absolutely confirmed. Rieger will be doing this show with a boner. It's guaranteed.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just move forward.
I walked in here with one.
Rieger, hand me the hat. I got to do this with the hat. There we go.
Thank you very much.
All right.
97.1.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years.